Chapter 1932. Yi Qian didn't plan on leaving for Nan province immediately. She still needed to go back to the capital to pick up Principal Chen from the hospital before returning to Nan province. Chief Kai knew that he had no way to stop the girl who was as stubborn as her mother. He could only repeatedly remind her to be careful and to contact him immediately once she found something wrong. She could not act on impulse. Old Chen was traveling at this time and couldn't be found. If he could find him, he might be able to persuade Yi Qian. Even after they left the school, Chief Kai still reminded Yi Qian to be careful and not act rashly. She needed to be calm when something happened. Yi Qian promised him again and again that she would look for him first if anything happened. Only then did he relax a little and leave. Yi Jian was very grateful to him. To her, Chief Kai was actually a stranger. But for her mother's matter, Chief Kai, who could have ignored everything, risked his life to find out the truth. As a daughter, how could she stay out of it and ignore it? The night after the class meeting, Yi Qian chatted with her classmates until 11 p.m. before returning to the dormitory. The next day, she and Su Wen took a flight to the capital. There were 4 students in her class who all lived in the capital. Only Su Wen took the same flight as her. The other 3 took the afternoon flight. The other 3 students all came from families with some background. Either their fathers were soldiers, or their mothers were soldiers. Since young, they had been influenced by what they saw and heard. Their families had long planned for them to aim to get into the military academy before joining the army. This involved a promotion, and a promotion was the key to one's development in the military. Why was family education so important? It was because family education had a lifelong impact on an individual. The quality of family education directly determined a person's life. Su Wen and the others all came from good families. Their parents and relatives were all highly educated. They knew the importance of education, knowledge, and qualifications. From the beginning of their children's education, they had a clear plan. They wouldn't let their children go with the flow. Naturally, they were much stricter than the average family. The more Yi Qian interacted with them, the more she understood the importance of family education. After thanking Su Wen for the invitation, Yi Qian took a taxi directly to the military hospital. Now that she had time, she naturally wanted to spend more time with her family. Principal Chen was also very happy to see Yi Qian come over. He knew that she did not have any training plans for the winter break, so he brought Yi Qian back to the sniper base in the southern province to train with the snipers that were being groomed. Yi Qian had never been averse to training. Seeing that Principal Chen was in a good state of mind and that he still exuded a murderous aura when holding a gun, Yi Qian felt more at ease. Political Commissar Yen looked at Principal Chen, who was strictly guiding this group of snipers, and said to Yi Qian helplessly, "Now that he's been specially recruited back to the army, he'll place all his focus on the sniper base in the future. We don't even have the power to restrain him anymore." I didn't expect the military to make such an arrangement. Previously, he was so tired from training this batch of snipers that he vomited blood. Now that he's received an order, he'll only put more effort into it. "Little Yi, you have to persuade him." Regiment Commander Lu was also very worried. They all knew old Chen's ability. He was the sniper at the top of the sniper team. Keeping him around was like keeping a mountain of gold. Even a mountain of gold would run out one day. The best way was to develop it rationally so that it could last for a long time. The next step was to memorize the sniper's image. Yi Qian, who had entered the sniper base, was in charge of clearing the bullets and arranging the guns. Hearing this, she checked to see if there were any problems with the sniper rifle. While adjusting the scope, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already made an appointment with Uncle Chen. I'll only have 4 hours of special instruction every day." Chapter 1933. I also told him that since he was specially hired, he had to appear at key moments. If he appeared all the time, the other sniper instructors would have an opinion. If he did all the work of several people by himself, it would make the others seem incompetent. I also said that your intention of monopolizing the training was good. You wanted to train more excellent snipers, but this would offend others and bring criticism to yourself. For the sake of the unity of the entire sniper base, you had to change your habit of monopolizing the training. Commissar Yen had already laughed when he heard that. This advice was good, really good. With Principal Chen's temperament, only this kind of advice could reach his heart. Uncle Chen was stunned for quite a while after he heard that. I saw that he was wavering, so I asked him again if he was responsible for all the training and if the other sniper instructors were just watching from the side and giving simple instructions. If that was the case, then it would be your fault. The main responsibility of the sniper instructors is to be responsible for sniper training. How could they just watch from the side and give simple instructions? You're not helping them, you're taking their jobs. Yi Qian was already checking the fourth sniper rifle. She loaded the bullets into the magazine one by one, put the safety on, and adjusted the scope. There was no pause in her movements at all. Her posture was swift and skillful. Recalling Principal Chen's shocked expression at the time, Yi Qian, who was secretly laughing in his heart at the time, also laughed along with Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen. Uncle Chen was really scared at the time. He didn't have any intention of taking other people's jobs or taking credit for himself. He just wanted to train a group of snipers. He thought about what I said carefully. After thinking for a while, he finally sighed and answered me. He said that he really didn't think it through. When he returned to the sniper training base, he would correct it to prevent the other sniper instructors from misunderstanding. See, didn't he correct it? He's been back for 5 days now. Principal Chen is now strictly implementing 2 hours of instruction in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. The rest of the time, he has to communicate with the other sniper instructors or watch me train. Commissar Yen, who was laughing heartily, gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. You're still the best, girl. With just a few words, you made him stop working so hard. 4 hours of guidance a day is definitely enough. Some time ago, he stayed at the sniper base almost every day. He followed the soldiers during the day and night, and he also trained with them in the mountains. He stayed as far away as the soldiers could. Both Lu Tuan and I were scared out of our wits. Now, the two of us can rest assured. 4 hours of guidance, plus teaching the sniper instructor, and letting them learn together. In the future, old Chen will have more and more time to rest. Principal Chen, who was strictly training the soldiers, did not pay attention to this side. After finishing the camouflage training, he entered the range estimation image memory training. A sniper soldier ran over to Yi Qian from the other end of the training ground and saluted Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen. Then he said to Yi Qian, the instructor wants you to go over and do a demonstration. You've probably entered range training. The soldiers who entered the training were all soldiers who had excellent results in shooting during recruit training. In June, the Southern Province Military Region received an order from the military headquarters to train a group of excellent snipers for anti-terrorist operations. The Southern Province Sniper Base would select the soldiers. At the same time that the Southern Province Military Region received the order, Principal Chen also received a transfer order from the military headquarters. Principal Chen, who was originally stationed in Shuku village and only occasionally went to the army, was transferred to the sniper base and began to train the selected soldiers. In the end, he was too tired and got injured. He was so tired that he had gastric bleeding and was hospitalized. Chapter 1934. Yi Qian had been here for 4 days and was already familiar with the newly selected sniper soldiers. Hearing this, he smiled at Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen, who had specially come to visit Principal Chen. I won't accompany you. I'll go and train first. Go. We also have something to do and have to go. Lu Tuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Yi Qian didn't need to entertain them. We'll come and visit old Chen again when we have time. You don't have to worry. The sniper base was directly under the jurisdiction of the Southern Province's provincial military. Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen only had one training base for Zongnanhai's automobile soldiers. They came to take a look and left. They couldn't stay for long. They didn't let Yi Qian send them off. After she left, Lu Tuan smiled and sighed. From now on, this will be old Chen's base. I'm afraid the troops in the mountains won't be able to invite him back. Yes, it's a pity. In the past, old Chen would occasionally go to the army to guide the soldiers' shooting training. The shooting standards he brought out were quite high. In the future, well, we can only watch. Commissar Yen smiled and patted his partner's shoulder. We still have to rely on ourselves. Old Chen has already brought out a batch of soldiers for us. Let this batch teach the next batch. Old Chen's efforts won't be in vain if he teaches them batch by batch. After we leave, Old Chen and Little Yi probably won't be able to come back to the army. Let's go, Old Lu. Let's go to the old place for a drink. I wanted to mention something to Little Yi just now, but you kept winking at me. Now you want me to go to the old place for a drink with you. Why don't you ask Little Yi to come along? She's like our child. Now that we're leaving one after the other, I don't know if Little Yi will miss us. Commander Lu said in a low voice. Commissar Yen smiled and said, "What's there to say? I told Old Chen to let Little Yi know. I'm fine, but you." In the howling cold wind, the two black-green figures talking side by side gradually disappeared into the distance. Yi Qian, who had run to the end of the training ground, turned around and looked at the two figures leaving. He said to Principal Chen, "Uncle Chen, let's go back to Shuka village if we have time off in the future. I really miss the soldiers there." More importantly, that was the first unit she came into contact with. Before she left Shuka village, she spent all her holidays in that unit that quietly transported weapons and fuel from the north to the south. Their relationship was so deep that it was even deeper than her relationship with Shueiko village. It was as if that place was her root. Principal Chen, who was in a good mood, said with a smile, "Sure. As long as you want to go back, you can go back at any time. However, if you want to transfer Regiment Commander Lu and Commissar Yen, it will be a little difficult." "You want to be transferred? Are you sure?" Yi Qian was quite surprised. He also realized that Captain Lu and Political Commissar Yen had been stationed in Fujian town for many years. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Regiment Commander Lu is transferring, and Commissar Yen is transferring. If they want to go back to the army in the future, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Principal Chen sighed softly and said, "All good things must come to an end. When a certain time comes, everyone will leave. When the transfer order is given, they have to leave even if they don't want to." The bitterness in Yi Jian's heart deepened. Every year, there will be veterans retiring from the army. I still remember when I was in junior high school, there were a few troublesome soldiers from the coastal cities. After a few years, they have all retired and returned to school. I wonder where Regiment Commander Lu will go after his transfer, and where Commissar Yen will be transferred to. Just now, why didn't I ask more? Yi Qian looked at the place where they had stood together just now. His good mood was slightly affected. Chapter 1935. Commissar Yen didn't want to distract you. He didn't even plan to tell me in advance. He wanted to call me when he arrived at a new place. You should visit them more often in the future. After Principal Chen consoled her, Yi Qian's depressed mood improved slightly. The reason she could freely enter and leave the military was because of Platoon Commander Lu and Commissar Yen. When she was in trouble, as long as they knew about it, they would immediately stand up and help her. When she moved her household register out of Yi Jifan's house in junior high, although they didn't show up, they sent the retired company commander Yu over. At the same time, they also brought along documents from the military so that Yi Jifan couldn't forcefully hold onto her household register. In this life, she had met too many people who had helped her. Platoon Commander Lu, Commissar Yen, Company Commander Yu, and those soldiers who had trained with her. It was because of their help that Yi Qian was where she was today. She thought that she would never forget those who had helped her in this lifetime. The soldiers had finished their disguises. Principal Chen didn't give Yi Qian too much time to feel sad. He calmly called out, "Yi Qian, it's your turn." Then he immediately sent her into the training. Under Principal Chen's instructions, a dummy, wearing a training uniform with all kinds of combat equipment, stood 100 yards away from the sniper trainees. The sniper trainees were led by Yi Qian. They held sniper rifles and directly observed the dummy with their naked eyes without using the scope. Remember all the details of the dummy. Remember as much as you see. Remember everything you see with your naked eyes. Later, the sniper instructor will very likely ask for the specific location of a combat equipment on your soldiers. You need to shoot quickly or tell them. Yi Qian reminded the sniper team members around her. They would be anti-terrorist soldiers in the future, so their training would be much stricter than normal soldiers. The requirements for them would also be much harsher. In order to prevent them from resisting the harsh training in the future, It was best to let them adapt to the strictness of the current training from the beginning. Roger. The soldiers of the sniper team nodded in unison. This female soldier had shocked everyone on the first day she came. Regardless of whether it was standing shooting, prone shooting, or continuous shooting, she could directly hit a grand slam. Even the jump suppressive shooting had a 100% hit rate. His shooting skills had reached a level that even the instructors were left speechless. It could be seen how terrifying it was. Retreat 200 yards, Principal Chen ordered. The soldiers beside him immediately waved their flags, reminding the sniper team to retreat. All details, colors, and equipment within 200 yards can be seen clearly with the naked eye. Yi Qian reported. Then, he received a signal to retreat 300 yards. He reported again. The outline of the body is clear. The color of the face can be seen. The details of the appearance and the equipment on the body can be seen. The outline is somewhat blurry. Then, he said to the soldier beside him, remember the details of 100 yards, 200 yards, and 300 yards, as well as the changes in the outline of the equipment. This will be of great help to future ambushes and snipes. As long as there are similar outlines, we can immediately determine the result with our naked eyes. With Yi Qian reminding the sniper team all the way until they retreated 600 yards, the body of the soldier in front of them was already wedge-shaped. Even the head was no longer obvious. There was only a vague outline. Because there were too many pieces of equipment, it was impossible to tell the shape of a human from 600 yards away. Remember in detail the changes in the outline of every object in every shooting range. This will be a reference for future targets. When you see the changes in the outline, you need to know in your heart how far away you are from the target. Immediately adjust your aim and shoot accurately. Chapter 1936. Every time Yi Qian reached a shooting range, she would remind the snipers around her. This was the appearance method used in sniper training to estimate the shooting range. Back in the day, Principal Chen had taught her this step by step. Yi Qian, complete your shot at the target's walkie-talkie device. Principal Chen's stern voice came through the earpiece. Yi Qian answered softly, yes, sir. She immediately adjusted the scope and completed the precise shooting range of the device. Standing in place, she pulled the trigger. After the sound of the gunshot, she had completed her shot. It looked like a simple shot, but the snipers in training all knew how difficult it was to shoot accurately like this. Mental calculation, eyesight, wind, and a series of other factors needed to be firmly grasped in order to achieve accurate shooting. When they heard Principal Chen tell the sniper team through the earpiece that Yi Qian had completed her accurate shooting, the group of 10 people couldn't help but applaud. Amazing! Yi Qian, I was just thinking about how far away the walkie-talkie device must be for the silhouette to be blurry, but you've already completed your shot. I can calculate a rough distance, but I'm still thinking about how to adjust the scope. Faced with their exclamations, Yi Qian smiled and said, don't be surprised. I was also trained by the instructor. In the future, all of you will be like me. As long as you know the target, you'll be able to calculate the distance quickly. Yi Qian, get into position. The rest of the soldiers begin firing. Principal Chen waited for Yi Qian to finish speaking before instructing her to get into position. With her around, the male soldiers' morale would always be boosted because no one wanted to be outdone by a female soldier. Next up was the test for the sniper team. Every time Principal Chen named a target, the named soldier would be able to complete his shot as quickly as possible. These soldiers were walking the same path Yi Qian had walked in the past. Even though their talent wasn't as rare as Yi Qian's, hard work could make up for it. After rigorous training, they were all definitely outstanding snipers. Principal Chen had never let his country down, nor had he ever let down the military that entrusted him with this responsibility. There was too much to learn in order to become an outstanding sniper. Even though Yi Qian had already reached a relatively high level, she couldn't stop learning. The only way to never stop was to never be eliminated. With a plan for revenge in mind, Yi Qian remained at the sniper base to complete her daily training with all the soldiers. Occasionally, she would leave the group during training breaks. Not for long, she would return to the group after a few minutes. Because she was a female soldier, the male soldiers could understand why she would leave the group. Even Principal Chen couldn't tell that Yi Qian had something on her mind. When it came to training, Yi Qian had always put her heart and soul into it. In order not to worry Principal Chen, she was even more patient and didn't rush things. She trained with the soldiers every day. It wasn't until a week before the Spring Festival that she finally told Principal Chen that she wanted to leave for about 4 to 5 days. After finishing the snow sniper camouflage training, Yi Qian said to Principal Chen, "Uncle Chen, I want to go to the Cemetery of Martyrs to pay my respects and have a reunion with some of my high school classmates. I'll return to the military on Lunar New Year's Eve." The snow sniper training was held in the forest designated by the military in the southern province. Before they left the mountain, Yi Qian had mentioned that she would go straight to the provincial capital after they left the mountain. Meanwhile, the truck would drive back to the sniper base. Principal Chen didn't suspect anything. In fact, he felt that it was indeed appropriate for her to visit Uncle Zhen and Martyr's son Xueqing, who were in eternal slumber. When they reached the fork in the road, Yi Qian got out of the vehicle. After the sniper team's truck left, she immediately ran towards the other side of the fork in the road. There was a vehicle arranged by Ho Zi waiting for her there. Chapter 1937. However, Yi Qian did not expect that Ho Zi would personally come to pick her up. When she opened the car door and saw Ho Zi sitting in the front passenger seat, Yi Qian was slightly startled and hurriedly called out, "Brother Zi." Ho Zi, who was wearing sunglasses, turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back seat. Her charming peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of interest. "You recognized me at a glance. It seems that you have a good memory." Until now, Ho Zi still admired Yi Qian's memory. She had never met anyone with such an extraordinary memory like her. "Even if you put on makeup and disguise yourself as someone else, I would still recognize you," Yi Qian replied with a smile. She wanted to look for her in her previous life, but failed. In this life, she did not have such thoughts, but she just happened to meet her. How could she not have a deep impression of her? Ho Zi laughed even louder. "You said the same thing to Sixth Brother. I remember that when he was just a little older, Sixth Brother saw Yiwei crying when I quarreled with her. He came up and told me that if I dared to bully Yiwei again, he would not let me go. He also said that if I dared to let Yiwei down, he would be able to recognize me no matter what I look like. After 12 years, I heard something similar from you again. I say that you and Sixth Brother are really fated." Yi Qian also felt that way. In this life, she was indeed fated to be with Captain Xia. Ho Zi admired Yi Qian. Otherwise, she would not have accepted his call without hesitation. It was precisely because she admired Yi Qian that she would help him even if Xia Jinyuan was not in the middle. "Now that I am a law-abiding businessman, I can't deal with you as quickly as I did when you had a fight with a group of hooligans behind my hotel. I will lay out the front for you. You will have to take your time with the rest. But don't worry, if you leave any traces behind, I will still clean it up for you." When she received Yi Qian's call, Ho Zi was also very surprised. When she said that she wanted to take a person's eye tissue, she didn't quite believe it. She didn't ask for the reason. Instead, she asked behind Xia Yiwei's back how she wanted her to cooperate. She learned that all she needed to do was ask Sun Yaozu out to talk about a business deal, and she would take care of the rest. Yi Qian shook his head and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Zi. I'll take care of the rest myself. I won't leave any loose ends. I'll just create an unexpected disaster." Unexpected disaster? Ho Zi was a little interested. Smart people always did things tactfully, and Lao Lu's future wife was extraordinarily smart. She had a high IQ and knew so much. If she said there was nothing, he would really believe her. Ho Zi, who was interested, also wanted to watch the whole process. Unfortunately, he was now a serious businessman. Although he wanted to join in, he could only endure it. After washing his hands in a golden basin, he would no longer stain his hands with blood. He still had to abide by the rules of the underworld. As the Chinese New Year approached, the southern province was less bustling than before. There was a hint of desolation. The streets and shops were playing songs to celebrate the Chinese New Year, but it didn't add to the liveliness of the city. In Yi Qian's eyes, the liveliness and desolation had nothing to do with her. All she wanted was the tissue that hadn't been completely removed from Sun Yaozu's blind eye. It was snowing and the shops were closed by 9 p.m. There weren't many people coming and going on the streets. Everyone shrunk their necks and walked hurriedly with their hands clasped together. The bus stop was even more deserted. There weren't many people taking the buses that passed by. The entire provincial capital was empty as the migrant workers returned to their hometowns for the Chinese New Year. The desolation and emptiness added to the bleakness of the city in winter. Chapter 1938. Yi Qian looked down at her watch for the second time. The phone that Ho Zi had prepared for her beeped with a message notification. With one hand on the steering wheel, Yi Qian opened it and glanced at it. Her tightly pursed lips curled up slightly. Sun Yaozu, it's time to settle the score with you. Tonight, I'll only let you see blood. The next time we meet, I'll take your life. Her hatred had never disappeared. It was just that she hid it better and deeper. She knew that she couldn't do it without a certain level of strength. Now that she had the chance, she would waste her 2 lives if she didn't seize it. She didn't feel guilty. She didn't feel guilty at all. The person she wanted to kill had committed a heinous crime. She didn't need to do it for him. She was just doing it for herself. With a cold expression, she started the car and drove off. The car seemed to be going faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the street. In the hotel, Ho Zi glanced at the phone handed over by her assistant. There were only 2 simple words on the screen, "Thank you." Just like her, she was simple and pure. Even the way she did things was the same. Her actions were more daring than a man's. As someone who had been in the underworld, Ho Zi didn't think that Yi Qian's actions were inappropriate. Revenge for revenge. Don't say that the world is unfair. As long as you have the ability, you can get justice for the past unfairness. If you don't have the ability to get justice, you can't blame others. Fairness won't come to you for no reason. You have to work hard to know what fairness is. Looking at Yi Qian's resume, Ho Zi admired her. Her starting point was lower than his when he was young, but she climbed step by step to where she was now. She had the ability to take a life whenever she wanted. Oh, that's not right. She wouldn't kill him personally. She would take an effective shortcut to get rid of Sun Yaozu. Tonight was the first step in her plan. As for him, he didn't have to do anything. He just had to wait. Brother Z, you don't have to do anything. You just have to make him walk to your right and face the road when you leave the hotel. Remember, you must make him face the road, because I want him to have his eyes pierced again. Ho Zi walked out of the private room and glanced at the oblivious Cyclops. Yi Qian's words flashed through her mind. She chatted and laughed as she walked out of the hotel. Ho Zi calmly looked at the traffic on the street. After everyone left, he stepped in front of Sun Yaozu and slightly staggered so that Sun Yaozu was facing the road. He stretched out his hand and smiled. Mr. Sun, then we have a pleasant cooperation. I'm waiting for Mr. Sun to draft the contract to my assistant as soon as possible. I hope that after the Spring Festival, we can officially establish a cooperation relationship. Sun Yaozu, who was now proud of his success, saw the boss of the underworld that he didn't dare to offend politely shake hands with him. He pushed away the glasses that his assistant-cum-bodyguard handed to him and stretched out his hand with a smile. Well said. To be able to cooperate with you, it's... Something shiny suddenly splashed as a car sped past. Sun Yaozu, who was facing the road, didn't even have time to finish his sentence before a flash of light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, he covered his eyes tightly and howled like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone didn't realize what was going on. Although Ho Zi knew that something would happen, he didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. The black car sped past. Even he, who was closest to Sun Yaozu, didn't notice anything strange. The guy who was talking to him a second ago had his eyes pierced in the next second. Chapter 1939. The speeding car didn't attract too much attention. There was more than one car coming and going on the road. In the chaos, who would pay attention to a car? Mr. Sun, Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, what's wrong with you? Blood, Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun is bleeding. Ho Zi roared, what are you panicking for? What the fuck are you all panicking for? Call the ambulance. You guys, bring me the hotel's sterilized towels quick. At this time, the boss of the underworld showed his majesty. Although he was wearing a tailored suit, he looked elegant and calm. Then, he roared and immediately calmed the panicked scene. The waiter brought the sterilized towels. Ho Zi said to Sun Yaozu, who was howling in pain, Mr. Sun, cover it with the towel first. There's a lot of blood. Sun Yaozu was in so much pain that he couldn't listen to anyone. He felt the pain again after more than 16 years. It was so painful that he wanted to roll on the ground. It was so painful. I'll cover it with the towel for you. You can't stop the bleeding with one hand. Ho Zi looked at the blood flowing out between his fingers. His expression didn't change at all. He was used to seeing this kind of blood. What he was interested in was, how did old Six's girlfriend manage to injure Sun Yaozu's eyes without even showing herself? Compared to the blood in front of him, he was more interested in how she injured him. It seemed to be quite serious. The bleeding couldn't be stopped. Who did this to me? Sun Yaozu, who was in so much pain that his whole body trembled, said intermittently. He wanted to say something fierce, but because of the pain, he seemed to be very cowardly. Ho Zi said seriously, it shouldn't be someone's intention. Based on Mr. Sun's position just now, if there really was someone's intention, all the vital parts would be exposed. But it's not certain. Mr. Sun, you'd better investigate this matter carefully. You also know that the land you bought is the most promising piece of land in the southern province. It's possible that someone is holding a grudge. You're bleeding too much. You offended Mr. Sunday. After saying that, Ho Zi grabbed Sun Yaozu's wrist and pulled hard. He saw a glass-like fragment embedded in his eye. In the light, the sharp fragment flashed a bloody light. Amazing! He still couldn't figure out how she did it. It actually hit the damaged eye right in the middle of the eye. When Ho Zi covered his eyes with the towel, he gently wiped his eyes with his fingers. When he saw a trace of blood on his fingers, he immediately withdrew his hand and picked up another towel to wipe his eyes. He threw the towel to his assistant and gave him a faint look. The assistant nodded slightly and held the towel in his hand. He then said to Sun Yaozu's bodyguards, "Leave 2 of you to guard So Sunday. The rest of you should go and take a look around. Whether it was an accident or premeditated, we have to find out." These bodyguards couldn't be compared to Ho Zi's bodyguards who had seen blood, but they were all strong and powerful. 2 of them stayed behind to guard the door, and the rest quickly went to check the surroundings. Sun Yaozu couldn't even use his strength to cover the broken eye socket when the glass fragment splashed into it. Now, as long as he touched the fragment, his howls would be much louder. Yi Qian drove the car to the side of a small road without surveillance. After a while, she heard the sirens of the ambulance. She lowered her head and looked at the rubber bands that could be bought in the small shop. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She put the rubber band that had helped her out into her pocket. Chapter 1940. Ho Zi's assistant walked over from the darkness. He obeyed Yi Qian's instructions and walked around the 2 intersections to the black car parked under the shade of a black tree. "Miss Yi, Brother Zi asked me to give this to you." He took out a towel with eye tissue from his pocket and handed it to Yi Qian respectfully. He knew about the entire plan. Because of this, he felt that the girl in front of him was terrifying. She didn't even show her face. She just drove over and injured someone's eye. He could drive over and kill them with a gun while he was at it. This was something he could do too. However, he couldn't hit the target with just a piece of glass. He had held a gun with Brother Zi before. Yi Qian took the towel that smelled faintly of blood and said, "Thank you," in a low voice. He didn't stay any longer and immediately drove away. She needed to rush to the private hospital Ho Zi invested in and give the towel to the laboratory technician. She wanted to get the results as soon as possible. She didn't want to wait any longer. When the car started, Sun Yaozu was also carried into the ambulance. Ho Zi didn't leave and personally accompanied him to the hospital. The assistant didn't go with them. When he came back, he nodded slightly at Ho Zi to indicate that the matter was done. In the chaotic scene, no one would notice the secret movements and no one would notice the subtle communication. It was already past 3 in the morning when Ho Zi arrived at the private hospital he invested in. The assistant told him that old Six's girlfriend was waiting for the results and didn't want to leave. Ho Zi, who was dressed in a suit, walked into the room specially prepared for him to rest. He leaned against the window and teased Yi Qian, who was looking out the window. It's the same even if you come over tomorrow morning to get the results. Are you afraid that my hospital will run away? Yi Qian, who was in a daze, immediately reacted. He stood up straight and thanked Ho Zi. Thank you so much, Brother Zi. If it wasn't for you, it would have been difficult for me to take his eye tissue. Don't thank me. I didn't do anything. Since he got a few good pieces of land from Director Yi of the Construction Bureau, as a serious businessman, I have been thinking about cooperating with him. Your matter is just a matter of convenience, you don't have to thank me. Ho Zi closed the door behind her and sat on the chair. She crossed her long legs and placed her hands casually in front of her abdomen. She asked her with interest, I really want to know how you managed to get the glass shard in his eyes. Even if you opened it with one hand, your other hand shouldn't be that strong. Humans have 4 limbs. Our hands can drive and so can our legs. I just used my knees to control the steering wheel, and then I used a rubber band to shoot the glass shards into his eyes. Yi Qian did not hide anything. If he wanted to know, he could just tell him. He did not need to worry about exposing himself. Although it sounded unbelievable, Ho Zi, who had seen Yi Qian's abilities, believed it. She suddenly realized, I see. That would explain it. She could drive with both hands and even drive with her knees. For a moment, Ho Zi looked at Yi Jian with a subtle gaze. Old Six, do you know what kind of girlfriend you have? Brother Zi, I'm used to seeing all kinds of storms. When I first heard about it, I was a little scared. She was smart and courageous, and she was also very capable. It was best to be friends with someone like her, not enemies. After I get the results, I'll get someone to send you directly to the hotel. It's the same suite that Old Six used to live in. It's always been empty. Ho Zi was satisfied with the answer. I'll take care of the rest. He won't be suspicious. Chapter 1941. With Ho Zi's help, things would undoubtedly be better. While waiting for the results, Yi Qian carefully recalled what she did just now. She made sure that she did not leave any loopholes, but she did not reject Ho Zi's help. She could only sincerely thank her again. In the face of her politeness, Ho Zi couldn't help but laugh. We're family, so don't speak like 2 families. You're being too polite with me. Seeing the girl in front of him become a little embarrassed because of his words, Ho Zi laughed out loud. She was a somewhat contradictory girl. She was very innocent when she smiled, but when she did things, her expression did not change at all. Only Old Six would dare to find a girl like her. Ordinary people would not have such courage. Looking down at the time, it was indeed late. Thinking that there were still people waiting at home, Yi Qian did not bother being polite. Yiwei is still waiting at home. I won't wait with you. After sending Ho Zi off, Yi Qian waited until 5 o'clock to get the test results. When she returned to the hotel, it was already 6:30. She did not lie when she told Principal Chen that she was going to attend the Southern Province High School class reunion. There was indeed a class reunion. Under the lead of their homeroom teacher, Teacher Tong, there were 34 students in the class who were admitted to key universities and 19 who were admitted to second-tier universities. Among them, the 6 girls in Yi Qian's dormitory were all admitted to key universities. However, there were also some who made mistakes and failed the college entrance exam. The class monitor, Lu Exin, was one of them. He caught a bad cold before the college entrance exam and fainted on the first day of the exam. Unfortunately, he failed the exam. He was the first to arrive at the Venus Hotel gathering place. The students who arrived one after another saw a figure in a military uniform from afar. After being stunned for a while, they immediately ran over. Class monitor, damn. Class monitor, you really joined the army. Damn, I thought you were just joking. The boy who came over hugged the former class monitor. Although they had only been separated for half a year, the sight of an old classmate still made his eyes red. Lu Exin had grown a lot taller and stronger. Although he had only been in the army for a month, he already had the temperament of a soldier. Hearing this, he laughed. Why would I lie to you? I told my family a long time ago that if I didn't get into a good university, I would join the army. That's amazing, class monitor. You're really willing. A boy who chose to repeat his second year gave him a thumbs up. You're better than me. Look, I'm still repeating my second year. I don't know if I can pass the exam next year. Since when did the gifted scholar in our class become so unconfident? Bring out the courage you had when you were competing with Yi Qian. Getting into a university won't be a problem for you. A tender laughter came from behind. Zhang Yuan, who had grown into a slender and elegant woman after not seeing her for half a year, was standing behind the boys with a gift box in her hand. She had delicate features and was much prettier than when she was in high school. The boys turned their heads and stared at her. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Zhang Yuan, you're definitely outshining the moon and putting the flowers to shame now. Zhang Yuan rolled her eyes at her former classmates. Although I was a little ugly in the past, I didn't get in your way, did I? You didn't vomit when you saw my face, did you? Ha, no. Let's go in together. Let the class monitor wait alone. He's a soldier now and can withstand the cold. Lu Exen pushed the boy who spoke and pretended to be disgusted. Go in. You're like a paper person. Don't catch a cold and I'll have to carry you to the hospital. Class monitor, are there any other classmates inside? Is Yi Qian here? Zhang Yuan wanted to see Yi Qian the most. After taking 2 steps, she turned her head and asked, Does he know about our gathering? Chapter 1942. She'll come. She's just not here yet. LV Exine looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still an hour until 5 o'clock. If she comes from her hometown, she'll probably be a little late. You guys go in first. They didn't expect that their most anticipated classmate, Yi Qian, was actually staying at the 5-star hotel across the street. The meeting time was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Qian slept until noon when she came back from the hospital. Since the Venus Hotel was right across the street, she wasn't afraid of being late. Looking at the test reports coming out of the fax machine one by one, Yi Qian calmly picked up the original and immediately called Chief Kai, who was waiting for the fax. The test reports had already been sent. All that was left was to wait for news from Chief Kai. As long as the 2 test reports could be combined, Sun Yaozu's good days would come to an end. When Chief Kai received the fax and saw the test report, his face darkened. Yi Qian, how did you get the tissue from his eye? Where is he? He was worried that Yi Qian would take his life. Don't worry, I won't dirty my hands for someone like him. He's still alive and lying in the hospital right now. Yi Jian explained. Her originally indifferent expression suddenly tightened the corners of her mouth, revealing a murderous aura that was as sharp as a blade. She looked at the portrait she had just drawn and continued in a calm voice. There's one more thing I want to trouble you with. Is there a wanted criminal named Sun Yaozu in the police system? The eye tissue belongs to Sun Yaozu? Is he from your hometown? Chief Kai, who had been in the military and criminal investigation, sensed that something was wrong. So, when you saw the photo and the information, you immediately thought of this person, right? Yi Jian didn't think that she could hide it from Chief Kai. She replied softly. There was coldness in the depths of her eyes as she replied in a low voice. At that time, I thought of him. I was very suspicious, and even certain. When Chief Kai heard about Sun Yaozu, his expression turned serious, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement. However, this excitement did not linger for too long and was immediately suppressed by caution. Yi Qian, you have to listen to Chief Kai this time. If the test results match, you must remember to calm yourself down. We need to thoroughly investigate how he came into conflict with your mother back then. Before your mother sacrificed herself, she said something in her hometown dialect. It's very likely that she knew this person's identity, or rather. Chief Kai lowered his voice, and Yi Jianxing, who was listening, shuddered. Or rather, your mother has always been in contact with him, or rather, she trusts him. If what Chief Kai said was true, what kind of role did Sun Yaozu play back then? Mother, if you believed Sun Yaozu back then why did you believe him? When she was young, her family and Yi Zhixiang's family did not interact much. I can't kill him, but I can interrogate him. If the test results match, I want to interrogate him. Yi Qian said softly, with an aura that did not allow them to question him. I must pry some past events out of him. Sweat beaded on Chief Kai's forehead. You're too bold. Yiqian, don't forget, you're a military academy student now. You can't tolerate any dirty military academy students. I'll take care of this. As soon as the test results match, I'll immediately come to Nan Province. Why is Sun Yaozu safe and sound, and why is your mother's life completely erased? Yiqian, just think about it and you'll know how powerful this is. Remember, we don't want anything to happen to you. Chapter 1943. She knew that she had been holding it in until the hatred in her heart was shackled. Now that the grass had moved, the shackles could no longer hold it in. 2 lifetimes of hatred. She had held it in for too long. Yiqian held it in until her eyes turned red. She slowly clenched her fists until her knuckles looked like they were about to break through her skin. In the end, she took a deep breath and said, I know, don't worry. For the sake of her people, she had to hold it in for a while longer. Once Chief Kai received the test results, she would have a proper meeting with Sun Yaozu. This call was quite exhausting. Yi Jian had a quick lunch and then lay back on the big bed. She was half asleep, half awake, and half awake. It was as if she had been having a bizarre dream. One moment, it was her past life, the next moment, and the next moment, the 2 lifetimes overlapped. When Yi Qian woke up in a cold sweat, she hugged her blanket tightly and gasped for breath. She didn't like to dream at all, and the dreams she had were never good dreams. When Yi Qian got out of bed, she realized that she was sweating profusely. Even her pillow was wet. She looked at the time and saw that it was less than half an hour before 5:30 p.m. The pale-faced Yi Qian seemed to have grown a pair of wings and rushed to the shower in the blink of an eye. There was still 20 minutes before 5 o'clock p.m. Yi Qian crossed the road and was less than 100 meters away from the Venus Hotel. Lu Xian had been paying attention to his surroundings. When he saw a figure walking in front of him with her head held high and her arms swinging naturally, he couldn't help but stand up straighter. He even straightened his military uniform, afraid that he would be impolite. When Yi Qian got closer, Lu Xian actually felt a little nervous. Even without a military uniform, Yi Qian still looked valiant. There was something about her that made him feel a sense of awe. When he stood in front of her, he didn't even realize that he had saluted her. Standing in front of Lu Xian, who was wearing a military uniform, Yi Qian was as surprised as the other students. She was about to ask, "Class rep, did you really join the military?" when Lu Xian saluted her instead. The military salute came a little too suddenly. Yi Qian, who was not prepared, reflexively returned the salute. Hey, do you still need to salute each other? The 2 of you, this is a class reunion, not a general meeting with a soldier. Yi Qian, don't scare our class monitor. A few students from Class 1 who had come out to welcome Teacher Tong happened to see them and couldn't help but laugh. Before the laughter stopped, a boy reacted quickly and rushed over. He grabbed Yi Qian's hand and said happily, shake hands. Quick, take a picture. Is there any more film? Take a few more pictures. I'll sponsor the film. Brat, you're too smart. I've been thinking about this for a few days, but you beat me to it. Don't take his picture. Are you stupid? Don't you know that we should take a picture together? Class rep, come, take a picture with us first. Before the 2 of them could say a word after saluting, one of them was surrounded by the boys for a group photo, while the other was in charge of holding a camera. Yi Qian didn't refuse, but he seemed to lower his head when taking the picture. After the group photo was taken, someone suggested taking a picture with Yi Qian and Lu Xian. Lu Xian, who was still holding a camera, laughed and scolded, "You're so troublesome. We don't have much film left, use it sparingly." Yi Qian's eyes moved slightly. It seems that the class monitor noticed that he lowered his head. There were still a few boys who wanted to welcome Teacher Tong, but they didn't say anything else and only said that they would take the picture during the reunion. Chapter 1944. Yi Jian waved at them and smiled at LVX. Monitor, it turns out that you weren't joking at that time. You should still be in the recruit training camp at this time. Soldiers knew soldiers best. The other students didn't ask. I wasn't assigned to any other place, even our southern province. I didn't expect the company commander to agree and really give me 2 days off. LVXN, who had been straightening his back, answered with a smile. His tone seemed a little restrained. It's not that simple. Just agree to it. Recruits have to apply for leave when they enlist. Monitor, you can't get 2 days off so easily. Yi Qian, who understood the military, didn't believe it was that easy to get 2 days off. Even military school students were hard to get, let alone the army. The company commanders who were more humorous and easier to talk to would usually have a lot of ideas to deal with the troublemakers in the dark. As for the company commanders who were domineering and stood by their words, don't even think about mentioning them. A new recruit applying for leave after only a month in the army. Did they think that the army was their home and they could do whatever they wanted? The company commanders under platoon leader Liu and political commissar Yen were easy to talk to, but no recruit had the guts to ask for leave after 2 days in the army. They really gave me 2 days off. I even asked for leave on a paper. If you don't believe me, take a look. LVXN stared at him with an imposing manner. His hair was slightly numb. He hurriedly opened the pocket of his coat and took out a carefully folded piece of paper. Look, there's the company commander's signature on it. Yi Qian saw that he was so nervous that sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This wasn't like the smooth and slick squad leader. He looked him up and down for a while. Why do you look like a different person? You haven't even finished your recruit training. You shouldn't have changed so much. You don't even look like our squad leader. She didn't take it. Liu Xen became even more nervous. He opened the paper and handed it to her. Don't change the topic. I have to show you my leave request. Look, here, my company commander's signature. There's also a clearance stamp. There's also a time to return to the army. I have to return to the army tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Yi Qian glanced at it. It was really close. It was when the anti-chemical regiment finished their training in the 2nd year of high school. Isn't it close? I was also surprised. How did I get assigned to the anti-chemical regiment? However, my squad leader said that we might not be assigned to the anti-chemical regiment. It's very likely that we'll only be assigned to the recruit training camp. LVXIN saw that she believed him. He was afraid that the wind would blow the leave slip away, so he carefully folded it and put it back in his pocket. He said, I don't know why the company commander gave me 2 days off. I guess it's because I performed well. The better the performance, the stricter the unit would be. The class leader's good performance gave her 2 days of leave. From her experience, after the 2 days of leave, the class leader would fall into an abyss of suffering from the special care of the unit leaders. It's a pity that the class leader still doesn't know the tactics of the military leaders. It's better not to remind the class leader so that she won't be in a good mood during the gathering. Yi Qian deeply sympathized with this. LVXN, who didn't know the tactics of the military leaders, didn't know what the days would be like. He urged her, go in and sit down first. All the girls in our class are here. Zhang Yuan asked if you were here as soon as she came. And Jessen was also worried that you weren't coming. He was embarrassed to say that standing next to her was like looking at the chief. There was pressure in his heart. Even if she was wearing casual clothes, he still felt an invisible pressure. Chapter 1945. Seeing this, Yi Qian was very considerate and did not ask any further. He smiled and said a few words before entering the venue. And Jessen was the first to see Yi Qian. She purposely sat at the entrance of the venue, so the moment she saw Yi Qian, the entire venue was filled with her screams. Then she screamed so loudly that it almost shattered the chandeliers in the venue. Yi Qian. My Jane Eyre. You're finally here. When she screamed, she had already hugged Yi Qian tightly. She bumped into him and hugged him, causing Yi Qian to choke and cough continuously. His ears were about to go deaf. Her screams were unusually loud and became the loudspeaker of the entire venue. The students who had not been paying attention to the entrance of the venue all turned to look at her. You bumped into me so hard that my throat is about to spurt blood. Yi Qian tried his best to pull away from his best friend. Let go. My neck is hurting because of you. And Jessen immediately loosened her grip a little and said, tell me, you've been back for a few days. Why didn't you contact me? Were you busy with your man? Busy with your man? Yi Qian's mouth twitched when he heard this. his best friend, who he had not contacted for a semester, had become even more ferocious. Zhang Yuan and the other girls who had been in the same dormitory as Yi Qian stood up at almost the same time. The five of them dashed towards the entrance. Yi Qian, they shouted loudly. The students sitting down could not help but stand up and smile collectively at Yi Qian, who had won the admiration of the entire class. They all smiled and greeted him. The party had not started yet, but because of Yi Qian's arrival, there was a small climax. Everyone gathered around to greet Yi Qian. Zhang Yuan and the other four girls were so excited that they were in tears. The reason why they were able to get into a top-tier university was because of Yi Qian. If it weren't for Yi Qian, it would have been good enough for them to get into a second-tier university. After all, the few of them had entered the school through connections. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the provincial first high school. And Jessen clung onto Yi Qian. She didn't want to leave, but faced with the enthusiasm of her classmates, she had no choice but to let go. I finally get to see you. When did you come back? Why didn't he contact me? Did he arrive at the provincial capital long ago? There were too many things he wanted to say and ask, so he quickly said, ask later, ask later. We are all waiting for you to come. Just now, I was wondering why you didn't come even though it's already so late. I was wondering if you weren't coming over. I've been on holiday for almost a week. I've been busy with some things and it's not convenient for me to go online. I only found out a few days ago that there was a class reunion. Yi Qian seized the time to answer his good friend's question first before speaking to the other students. Meng Wen, who had been competing with Yi Qian since the beginning of school, was still the same as before. She was the type of person who did not hold back with her words. She leaned on a girl's shoulder and said with a faint smile, a top student who comes at the right time is indeed different. I almost thought that Teacher Tong had come. You are indeed the idol of the entire class. You are surrounded wherever you go. Meng Wen, it's a good thing that you got into a good school. If you got into a normal school today, the entire class would be jealous of you. Yi Qian looked at her with a smile. He raised his voice slightly and said teasingly, it's also a good thing that you got into a good school. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cause trouble with my classmates today. Chapter 1946. In the 2 years of high school, other than Yi Qian, Meng Wen was the only one who had been criticized by Yi Qian in front of the entire class. However, Yi Qian was still quite magnanimous towards Meng Wen. Whatever she said, she would laugh it off and wouldn't really take it to heart. After all, she had lived 2 lives, and it would be ungentlemanly of her to haggle over every little thing. In addition, Meng Wen was just being stubborn with her words and didn't do anything shady. Yi Qian, who had always disliked arguing with others, wouldn't make things difficult for her. However, it was different today. It was already rare for them to meet each other. In the end, as soon as they met, Yi Jian's mouth was already unforgiving. No matter how good Yi Jian's temper was, she could not tolerate Yi Jian's inappropriate words. What did she mean by a top student who came on time? She insinuated that she came on time on purpose and even mentioned Teacher Tong. Could it be that after half a year in college, she had forgotten the most basic principle of respecting your teachers and teaching? Meng Wen was someone who was amenable to the soft but afraid of the hard. She had always been used to going against Yi Qian. Although she was reluctant to part with Yi Qian after graduation, she couldn't help but feel a little arrogant when she saw that Yi Qian was still so popular and wanted to poke her. Who knew that Yi Qian, who had always disliked arguing with her, would actually embarrass her this time? Meng Wen couldn't react for a moment. When the surrounding students saw this, they all laughed together. They pushed Meng Wen, whose face was beginning to turn red, and joked, "Do you know your mistake now? Don't let Yi Qian give in to you every time. Giving in to you is her magnanimity. Meng Wen, don't always take Yi Qian's magnanimity lightly. Even a rabbit bites when it's anxious. You came up with such thorny words. We've been separated for half a year, and you're already a college student. How can you still be so petty? You're a top student after all." Meng Wen's face was already as red as fire, but she refused to admit her mistake. She straightened her neck and said, "I was born with such a mouth. You guys just ignored me." Yes. We all know that you're good at talking, so we're paying attention to you. If you have a sharp tongue and a sharp heart, not many people would dare to talk to you. Seeing this, Jiasun laughed and fell into Yi Qian's arms. She said, "My stomach hurts." Even if she wanted to nitpick, she had to look at the time. Her classmates hadn't seen each other for half a year, and they weren't even in a hurry to catch up, unlike her. "Mengwen, you have to change that mouth of yours. What if you meet a boy you like in the future? You clearly like him, but your mouth doesn't spare him. Even boys will be scared by you." And Jiasun teased her. She didn't like her in the past, but Yi Qian told her that some people were just like that. They said things that offended others easily, but they were still kind at heart. Mengwen was such a person. When she heard that the house in Yi Qian's hometown had been washed down by the rain, she was worried for a long time. Her classmates knew about it, so they didn't target Mengwen. They only reminded her to watch her words in the future. However, Yi Qian saw a flash of awkwardness in Mengwen's expression because of Jiasun's words. He raised his eyebrows slightly and felt that there was something going on, so he joined in the teasing. "Mengwen, I think what Jiasun said makes sense. If that's really the case, won't you regret it to death?" "Sigh, I already regret it to death." Mengwen sighed heavily. She was really worried. "It wasn't easy for my heart to ripple, but I scolded him and chased him away. I regret it so much that I'm beating my chest." When the surrounding classmates heard this, they actually wanted to persuade her. No one knew who was the first to laugh out loud, but they all laughed. Chapter 1947. The class monitor, Lu Exin, came in with Teacher Tong and the other teachers. They happened to hear the loudest laughter of the students, which came from within. It seemed that all the students were still sitting in the classroom of grade 12 class 1. Preparing for the college entrance examination. "Teacher Tong, your students are still the same as before. I feel comfortable just looking at them. It's also the best batch of graduates I've ever taught." Yi Qian contributed the most. She pulled the whole class to fight together. "Teacher Tong, she is the unifying force of this class." Teacher Tong was deeply touched by the words of the teachers. "Yes, Yi Qian is the best student I have ever met in my decades of teaching. She is very resilient and has a pure heart. She is very rare. Us boys call Yi Qian boss in private. We feel more confident when we study with her." The boys who went out to receive the teachers agreed with the teacher. Yi Qian was indeed the unifying force of the class. It seemed that with her around, everyone had a direction in their hearts and would not be easily lost. A long time later, when the news media interviewed this teacher who had taught a female general, 2 leaders of the Great Hall, 5 provincial officials, a diplomat, and several big entrepreneurs, they asked her what teaching methods she had used to let these students achieve the glory of number 1 high school in the province. The news media asked her what teaching methods she had used to let these students achieve the glory of number 1 high school. At that time, the white-haired teacher Tong smiled and said to the reporter, "Because there is one person who is the unifying force of the class of 99. My students all say that with her around, their goal and hope will always be there." The reporter asked Teacher Tong, who had dedicated her life to education, who was the person she was talking about. Teacher Tong smiled and looked at the photos of the class of 99. After a long time, she answered, "Who do you think is the unifying force of this class?" At this moment, the students of grade 12 class 1 didn't know what their future would be like. When they saw Teacher Tong and the other teachers standing at the entrance of the hall, just like how they used to do in class, they immediately stood up respectfully and greeted the teachers one by one. Yi Qian loved the 2 years of high school. Although there were teachers like Yi Ying and Yao Jing, all the teachers stood by her side and handled the matters between the students fairly. As for the form teacher in junior high, she had already forgotten about it. The time of laughter passed faster than any other time. The students planned to play all night, while the teachers needed to go home. The male teachers were in charge of each class. Yi Qian accompanied Teacher Tong and sat outside, waiting for Teacher Tong's lover to arrive. Teacher Tong, who had white hair on her temples, nodded gently when she saw that the student she had taught before was sitting upright like a pine tree. She was very pleased. "It's only been half a year since we last met. Yi Jian, you've changed the most in class. Even when I'm sitting in front of you, I can feel the valiance of a soldier. You are really very, very good." Seeing that you've come so far and still hold on to your original beliefs, Yi Jian, I believe that you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. She had taught so many good students, but Yi Qian had left the deepest impression on her. Sometimes, she would even dream of him walking to the front of the classroom and explaining difficult questions. Such a good student, I'm afraid I won't be able to meet another one for the rest of my life. Yi Qian respected Teacher Tong very much. When old Madam Yi brought Yi Zhixiang to cause trouble, it was Teacher Tong and Principal Chow who stood in front of her, afraid that she would get hurt. That was also the most touched she had ever been. After that, she tried her best to help her classmates in order to repay the school and teachers for their sincere protection of her. Chapter 1948. You don't have to do anything, but you have to have a clear conscience. Yi Qian helped Teacher Tong sit down and smiled. I remember when I first entered the school, I told you, sometimes, hiding your talent doesn't mean that you're weak. It's also a form of protection. And you said, only the fittest survive. You also told me, the provincial first high school is a big dance, right? It has a sky that allows students to roam freely. It was because of your words that I slowly started to interact with my classmates. Teacher Tong smiled as she looked at her student who remembered her words. The pride in her heart was self-evident. To tell you the truth, when I returned to school, I was prepared to be isolated. If you didn't ask me to cooperate with my classmates from time to time and participate in group activities, I think I might have really been isolated for the first 2 years of high school. She wasn't good at socializing and speaking. Plus, there was Ying. She didn't think that her high school life would be good. Later, as she gradually integrated into the class and often called to the office for heart-to-heart talks, Yi Qian's way of doing things had the smoothness, roundabout, and gentleness of a girl. She was no longer as domineering as a boy and didn't have the gentleness of a girl. At the mention of the past, Teacher Tong's smile deepened. When I asked you to fill in the admission form, you pointed at your parents and stopped me. The words you said to me made my heart ache. Child, you protected yourself so much that you were even wary of me. At that time, I was very surprised. How could you be so wary? It was as if I would hurt you at any time. Later, I specially looked for Principal Chun to understand your situation in junior high. Only then did I understand why you were so wary of me. I knew that you needed to be counseled. Now it's all good. Everyone in the class likes to talk to you and ask you to make decisions for them. Yi Qian, you're doing very well now. I hope that no matter what kind of life you have in the future, the next time I see you, you'll still be the same person. Continue to maintain a positive attitude. I'll watch you go further and higher step by step. Let me say one more thing. Whether you enter the military or society in the future, connections are very important. Other than Zhang Yueyan, Yang Yi, and a few other girls in our class are all from rich families. There are also many classmates that you've helped. Their families have certain connections. Look, Zhang Yueyan and Yang Yi's families are paying for today's event. They're not giving me face, they're giving you face. There are also a few other parents who called me to thank me properly and hope that I can give them your contact information. Yi Qian, this is your network. As long as you continue to work hard and stand at the height where others want to befriend you, your path will become wider and wider. Even if you encounter a temporary difficulty, those who you have helped before will extend a helping hand to you. The life experience that society gives you will also give you more stage space. All of this comes from your hard work and is inseparable from yourself. When Yi Qian heard this, he seemed to understand something. His clear eyes widened slightly. After a while, he said in a low voice, back then, when you arranged for me to live with Zhang Yueyan and the others, was it to teach me how to maintain certain connections? It's good that you know it in your heart. There's no need to say it out loud. This is also the only selfish thing that I've done. When Teacher Tong saw that her student only understood her arrangement at this moment, the kind smile on her face deepened. Chapter 1949. Yi Qian held Teacher Tong's thin hands tightly and said softly, "Thank you, teacher. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have known about your good intentions. Since I won you over from Class 6 to Class 1, as your form teacher, I have to be responsible for you. Your grades are already very good, but you're still lacking in the way you handle things. I'll do my best to help you, but you still have to rely on yourself to stand up. Then Teacher Tong teased her like an old child. I'm also very proud. The smartest student in my class only now understands that students are no match for teachers. Yi Qian smiled warmly. Her eyes were clear and bright like crystals under the light. You're the most amazing teacher in the eyes of all of us. None of us are your match. You'll all surpass me. When that happens, I'll still be a teacher, but you won't be you anymore. You'll all be pillars of the class. Teacher Tong had a lot of confidence in this batch of students because the students in front of her would continue to influence the entire class. Even if they were separated, her influence would not disappear. This was Yi Qian's personal charm. Yi Qian leaned over and hugged her teacher. She said softly, "You have to be good. You have to see all of us in Class 1 become successful. You'll be proud of us." "I'm already proud of you now. There's no need to wait until the future." Teacher Tong helped her tidy her clothes. Looking at the energetic girl, even her kind wrinkles had a gentle smile. Lu Xine looks just like an adult when he wears a military uniform. He's very masculine. It's a pity that I didn't see you in uniform. Next time, send me a picture of you in uniform. I want to see what you look like in uniform. It was just a small request, but Yi Qian couldn't fulfill it. She said softly, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I intentionally avoided taking pictures tonight. I couldn't avoid the group photo, so I made some small movements and didn't get a picture of my face." Her words stunned Teacher Tong. Couldn't students take pictures in military schools? There wasn't such a rule. Yi Qian lowered his eyes and explained softly, "There are some unspeakable reasons. Please take a look." Although Teacher Tong did not understand why, she believed that there was indeed an unspeakable reason. She smiled slightly and said, "I know that you are not an ordinary college student now. You are a soldier who will serve the country in the future. With your ability, I am afraid that you are not an ordinary soldier." "No, it's fine. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Study hard and do well in the future. I will always support you." The fact that Yi Qian was able to meet a teacher with such high moral standards had a deep impact on him. It had also affected the entire grade 12 Class 1 students. After sending Teacher Tong off, Yi Qian returned to the meeting room. Then, a group of people went to the hotel's KTV. All of them wanted to stay up all night. Zhang Yueyin and Yang Yi's father would pay for all the expenses and told them to thank Yi Jian again. Zhang Yueyin and Yang Yi's father would pay for everything. Yi Qian and Lu Xian did not drink. In the end, they went to the second half of the night with a few other students who did not drink to take care of the drunk students. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Meng Wen ran onto the stage with a beer bottle in her arms and shouted that she wanted to win someone over. Chapter 1950. This time, Jiasun was very obedient. She only drank a few glasses of beer and did not dare to drink too much. She was afraid that if she got too drunk, Yi Qian would not be by her side when she woke up the next day. Although they had agreed to party all night, in the end, Yi Qian arranged for them to stay in a hotel. 4 of them shared a room. When they were done, Jiasun could not even straighten her back. Yi Qian did not drink, but he smelled of alcohol. When he came out of the shower, he saw Jiasun lying on the bed, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "What's with that look? I already said that I would chat with you tonight." "You can't believe it. You guys are all so mysterious. You said that you would accompany me, but in the blink of an eye, you disappeared." "You guys?" Yi Qian sat on the edge of the bed while drying his hair. He asked her with a half smile, "Who else? Tell me about it. It sounds like there's a story, and it's not a simple one." "I'll go take a shower first, then I'll tell you. It's a long story. I have to tell you slowly." And Jiasun blew into her palms. She looked at herself with disdain. What a strong smell of alcohol. "Wait for me. Don't sleep. I'll be done soon." Yi Qian did not feel sleepy. The class reunion was very warm. Even the students who had failed the exams chose to attend instead of avoiding it. In their words, 1 year later, we'll be good men again. Everyone chose to revise. With their abilities, their grades would not be too bad. The only pity was that the class monitor, Lu Xian, did not repeat his studies and chose to join the army. Yi Qian suddenly slapped his forehead. Why didn't he remind Liu Xian that he could enroll in a military school even if he joined the army? As long as he met the basic requirements for enrolling in a military school, he could definitely give it a try. Thinking of this, Yi Qian recalled Liu Xian's room number and dialed it without hesitation. He had to take care of a few drunk boys, so he was definitely not resting. Liu Xian quickly picked up the phone. When he heard Yi Qian's voice, he was surprised. "Why aren't you resting? It's already past 4 in the morning. Class monitor, I want to ask you about your future plans. Are you going to be a conscript? Or volunteer? Or do you have other plans?" Yi Qian did not immediately say what she was thinking. LV Xian was a very opinionated boy. She should ask him first. If he did not have any plans to enroll in the military academy, she would bring it up appropriately. LV Xian laughed. "Don't tell me you called me just to talk about this." "Yes, didn't I say that I wanted to talk to you?" Yi Qian leaned against the headboard with a serious expression. "I just feel that it's a pity that you didn't repeat your studies and directly join the military." No, there's nothing to pity. Joining the military has always been my dream. When I found out that you were determined to enter the military academy, I was shocked. I didn't think that there would be a girl like me. Plop sound came from beside him. While speaking, LVXN turned his head and saw a drunk boy fall directly from the bed to the ground and roll to his feet. She covered the boy with the quilt on the bed and answered with a smile, "I have some other ideas. I'll talk to you when I have the chance. I don't know if it'll work out yet. If it does, I'll get in touch with you." Since he already had plans, Yi Qian did not mention it again. After exchanging a few words with him and saying, "Good night," Jiesun walked out of the room with wet hair and slippers. When she saw Yi Qian hanging up the phone, she giggled and asked, "No way. You were on the phone with that person at your house? I realize that you're getting more and more troublesome after going to university. Why don't you blow-dry your hair? We can have a good chat after you're done." Yi Qian left half of the bed empty and waited for her to dry her hair. Chapter 1951. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to wait any longer, so I decided to blow it a few times. And Jiesun jumped onto the bed and nimbly got under the covers. She looked at her best friend with a smile, and the more she looked at her, the deeper her smile became. It made Yi Qian's hair stand on end. What a strange look. Who are you looking at through me? Who are you thinking of? She smiled so sweetly as if she was in love. A guy who's been chasing me. He's just like your husband. You both know him. And Jiesun pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. Come, guess who he is. Someone he knew, someone who knew Captain Xia, and even someone who knew Jiesun. In less than a minute, Yi Qian narrowed his eyes. When did the two of you get together? He was a little surprised, but not surprised. He had heard from Xia Jinyuan that the T6 guy was interested in Jiesun. What was surprising was that Zhang Bin had liked Jiesun for so many years, but in the end, the T6 guy beat him to it. He wondered if he was so angry that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. I don't think so. I can't really make up my mind. I have a pretty good impression of him, and I feel that he's very reliable. But he came to look for me twice, and each time, he disappeared without saying a word. I even had to run out to look for him after class. Jane Eyre, do you think he's playing with me? We agreed to go for a walk together, but when I went over, he was gone. Isn't it a little too casual for him to suddenly disappear? Listening to her complaints, Yi Qian turned to look at his best friend and said softly, "There's no other way. He's a soldier. Sometimes, when the military calls, he has to return immediately. He really can't wait for you. Jiesun, you have to think about it carefully. He can indeed give you a sense of security, but he'll also make you feel uneasy. He'll suddenly come back to give you a surprise, and then suddenly disappear to give you a scare. Jiesun, you'll lose a lot of sweetness if you date a soldier. Especially if you were in a relationship with a special forces soldier who often carried out missions. Sometimes, you wouldn't even see him once a year. Sometimes, you would only receive a call for a few months or half a year. It would make you feel like you weren't actually in a relationship. They often disappear without a trace. It's normal for them to not call you for half a month. It's also normal for them to not call you for half a year. It's also normal for them to not call you for half a year. It's also normal for them to not meet you once a year. One minute they're still chatting with you. The next minute you might have to send them away. Yi Qian looked at the tears that flowed out of his good friend's eyes. He reached out and gently wiped away her tears. He did not stop because of this. She needed a reason not to make a choice, but she also needed a reason to make a choice. He would say what he should say and what he shouldn't say. In the end, the choice would still be up to Jia Xian. Jiasin, if you can accept that you don't have his company when you're sick, that you don't have his comfort when you're sad or crying, that you don't have his sharing when you're happy or laughing, that you can accept the fact that there are couples on the street while you're lonely even though you have a boyfriend, then you can accept him. I can guarantee you that there's absolutely no problem with his character. As long as he has time, he'll be willing to use this pitiful time to accompany you wholeheartedly. He'll pamper you like a princess and treat you like a treasure. However, this kind of time is too little. Perhaps it's only a few days, half a day, or a few hours. And you'll need to rely on this little bit of sweetness to support you for a month, half a year, until he appears again. Chapter 1952. Yi Qian could see the confusion in her best friend's eyes, as well as the struggle in the depths of her eyes. She knew that right now, she wasn't advising her best friend on what to do. Instead, she was explaining the problems that her best friend had to face. This cycle continues day after day, relying on a short period of sweetness to support the days without him. Jiasin, ask yourself if you can accept this kind of life, if you can bear this kind of life. I can't give you any advice. I can only analyze and tell you what to do. Only you can make the choice. No one else can help you or make the decision for you. And Jiasin, who hadn't cried out loud, choked up and couldn't say anything for a while. Yi Qian pulled out a tissue to wipe the tears on her face and quietly and patiently accompanied her. And Jiasin waited until her emotions gradually calmed down. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were filled with pain. She asked softly, "What about you? Are you the same?" "Jiasin, I'm different from you. The person I love and I are both soldiers. We both chose to join the military, which means that we have the same direction. Separation and silence are normal for us. We will get used to it and accept it, but our direction will never change. So, I'm different from you." And Jiasin didn't give up. She struggled to ask, "Jane Eyre, can you accept that he wasn't by your side when you needed him the most?" "I can, because I know that even though he wasn't by my side, his heart has always been by my side. When he needed me by his side the most, I didn't accompany him. But my heart is always thinking about him. I can endure separation, accept separation, and get used to separation. Because every time we separate, we will work hard for the next time we meet." Yi Qian's words were very thorough. And Jiasin understood even more clearly that accepting a soldier with a special status required a lot of effort. And Jiasin had never thought so deeply. She only thought about why he liked to leave without saying goodbye since he was pursuing her. She also thought that it was too rude and didn't take her seriously. Yi Qian's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck her heart. She suddenly realized that there were so many problems in dating a soldier. Think about it carefully. You can only make a choice if you think it through. Yi Qian saw the confusion on her face and reached out to hug her friend gently. He said softly, "You won't be able to figure it out in such a short time. You're still in your first year. Why are you so upset over these things?" T6 was probably sincere to her, and she had no right to doubt T6's sincerity. However, she needed to tell Jiasin how difficult it was to be in a relationship with T6. One was a comrade in arms, and the other was a good friend. She naturally hoped that the two of them could live well. However, she didn't want the two of them to fall in love in the future, only to hate each other in the end. The room fell silent. Even though it was past 4 in the morning, the city was still dark. Yi Qian, who was lying in bed, gradually closed his eyes. After some time, Yi Qian suddenly heard Jiasin ask him cautiously, "Jane Eyre, what if I join the army? Am I the same as you?" The sleepiness that had just surged up was instantly swept away. Yi Qian opened his eyes and looked at her with clear eyes. "Jiasin, I said just now that I'm different from you. You don't have to be like me. You just have to look at your own heart. My choice and my identity can't be your reference. Do you understand?" Chapter 1953. She couldn't do this and couldn't do that. How was she supposed to choose? And Jessen bit down on her lower lip. The struggle in her heart only intensified. I don't think you've reached the stage where you've decided on him yet. Why do you have to make a decision so quickly? Jessen, there's still time ahead. You can take your time to think about it. Yi Qian looked at her friend seriously and said slowly, decisions made in a hurry are often incomplete. You can think about it carefully, but once you've made a decision, you can't regret it. And Jessen nodded slightly at her friend's serious expression. Okay, I'll think about it carefully. Like you said, I haven't decided on him yet. I just think he's not bad. He's someone I can date properly. Yes, he's an outstanding soldier. You have good taste. In Yi Qian's eyes, his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade were all outstanding. She couldn't keep her eyes open. She rubbed her head against the soft pillow and yawned. Go to sleep. Let's talk when we wake up. And Jessen couldn't take it anymore, but she forced herself to keep her eyes open. She waited for Yi Qian to fall asleep for a while before she closed her eyes. However, when she woke up, she was the only one lying in bed. She called out Zhe in a daze. She, who was half asleep and half awake, did not receive any response. She opened her eyes abruptly and raised her voice. Qian? Other than her, Ling Chen, who was still sleeping with her, was no longer in the room. She muttered, "Don't tell me they went to visit me." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a piece of paper on the bedside table. Her eyes were still groggy, but she could read a few words on it. And Jessen had a bad feeling. She quickly picked up the piece of paper with a few lines of words written on it. After reading it, Jessen leaned against the headboard as if she had lost all her strength. Her best friend said that she had something important to do and needed to leave. She couldn't play with her for a few more days and asked for her advice. The last line was especially striking. Please forgive a soldier for leaving without saying goodbye. Most of the time, it's not that they don't want to say goodbye, but that they don't have the time or the means to say goodbye. Just like the soldier you like, leaving without saying goodbye is the last thing they want to do, but they have to do it. And Jessen clenched the message and let out a long sigh. She muttered to herself, "Damn it, I made a wasted choice last night. I need to think about it carefully. Think about it carefully." It turned out that when Yi Qian had gone to bed in the wee hours of the morning, she hadn't gone to sleep because she was making a choice. And then, Yi Qian's quiet departure made her decide to be with T6, waver again. When the students woke up one after another, they found out that Yi Qian had something to do and had left at the last minute. Zhang Yuan woke up with a hangover and looked at the gift in her hand that she hadn't given out yet. She cursed herself under her breath and took back the gift that she had prepared at home untouched. By the time the first class left the hotel, Yi Qian had already returned to her room on the 23rd floor of the Caesar Hotel. She sat next to the fax machine and stared at the faxed papers. Her expression was terrifyingly cold. Chief Kai said that he would send over the test reports as soon as possible. He still needed to return the original copies. As soon as the first page was sent out, Yi Qian couldn't wait to pick it up. When his gaze fell on the blood type column, his pupils constricted slightly. The blood type matched. Before the second page was sent out, Yi Qian's eyes were already filled with hostility. There was even a murderous glint in his eyes. It was the same. The two reports were exactly the same. Chapter 1954. When the second page was sent over, Yi Qian compared the results of the two reports. The match was 99.9%. There was no need to investigate further. The two reports were enough to prove that Sun Yaozu was blinded by his mother. At the same time, Sun Yaozu also knew who blinded him. That was why he treated himself so viciously. With bloodshot eyes, Yi Qian slowly folded the two reports and put them away. Tonight, she needed to find Sun Yaozu. She had to properly ask him about what happened in the past. Chief Kai's call came. He spoke very quickly. Knowing that Yi Qian had already received the fax, he only said, "Wait for his call," and hurriedly hung up. Yi Qian was so agitated that her blood was boiling. Chief Kai's hurried words were like a bucket of cold water splashing her heart. It was so cold that it made her slowly come back to her senses. She couldn't go find Sun Yaozu yet. At least she had to wait until Chief Kai was safe. She couldn't put Chief Kai, who had already risked his life to help her, in danger because of her hatred. Wait a little longer, Yi Qian. Wait a little longer. You've waited for so many years. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. Yi Qian sat on the bed and softly muttered a few words. Then she sat motionless like a statue. She didn't think about going back to her good friend and Jiasin. Before she dealt with Sun Yaozu, she didn't want to be too close to her friend. She didn't want to implicate her friend and cause her to do something bad. Since she couldn't go find Sun Yaozu for now, she would go find old Madame Yi, who had been living in the sanatorium of the Southern Province People's Hospital. Old Madame Yi would know as much as Sun Yaozu. The sanatorium of the Southern Province People's Hospital was equivalent to a nursing home, but it was a little more advanced. The elderly who lived there were all wealthy families who could afford to pay for treatment and care. Old Madame Yi had Yi Zhixiang's money to take care of her, so she was living quite well. Yi Qian looked at old Madame Yi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, slurring her words and ordering the caregiver around. She walked in with a cold smile and said to the caregiver, "Auntie, go and rest for a while." The nurse had never seen Yi Qian before. Just as she was about to ask, old Madame Yi, who was sitting in the wheelchair, stuttered, "Jian." The corners of her mouth were crooked to one side, and it was quite difficult for her to speak. It was also hard for the nurse to be scolded by her. "You're already stuttering. Why don't you speak less? I haven't visited you for a long time, so I thought it was time for me to visit you." Yi Qian walked in and put the fruits he bought on the way to the side. He even took the initiative to pass a glass of water to old Madame Yi. "I have something to talk to you about. Why don't you let the caretaker take a rest first?" Old Madame Yi was a strong-willed person at all times. When she saw Yi Qian, she wanted to scold him, but she was powerless. A bunch of words were squeezed out of her throat, and she couldn't speak fluently. All she could say was strange sounds. The caregiver didn't dare leave. She was afraid that something would happen to the patient she was in charge of. She hurriedly said to Yi Qian, "You can come back next time." "Look." Old Madame Yi raised her head, trembling. She pointed at the door and yelled at the caregiver, "Get out, get out." At her command, the caregiver glanced at Yi Qian. After a moment of hesitation, she took the cleaning tools in her hands and left. All the caregivers, nurses, and doctors in the sanatorium knew how bad-tempered the elderly in room 606 was. None of them were willing to take care of her for a long time. However, the hospital had specifically instructed them to take care of her. The caregiver who took care of her once a week left quickly. It was obvious that she didn't want to stay for even a moment. Chapter 1955. With no one else around, old Madame Yi stared coldly at Yi Qian. She raised her hand and swept the glass cup in front of her wheelchair to the ground. Bang! The glass cup shattered as it hit the ground. The water splashed all over the floor and the glass shards flew everywhere. Yi Qian didn't even raise his eyebrows. He smiled faintly and said, "It's better for an old lady who has suffered a stroke to remain calm. If you get angry too often, you might suffer a second stroke. I'm here to talk to you. Why are you angry?" "But I don't know why, but seeing you angry, I feel quite happy." Old Madame Yi had been strong her whole life and rarely suffered in the hands of others. However, she had suffered in front of Yi Qian, whom she thought she could easily control. She couldn't swallow the anger in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Yi Zhifan to get rid of Yi Qian when she was just able to pick up a pen to write. Now that Yi Qian was standing in front of her, old Madame Yi couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. She just wanted to teach her a lesson. She couldn't move and couldn't speak clearly. The only thing old Madame Yi could do was glare fiercely to express her feelings. She couldn't do anything else. "Why, you're not dead." Old Madame Yi slanted her lips and said viciously, "I don't know. Where did this bastard come from? Why aren't you dead?" When Yi Qian was young, he often heard old Madame Yi call him a bastard. He became numb after hearing so much. Now that he heard it again, he didn't think much of it. With an indifferent expression, she looked down at old Madame Yi, who used to be awe-inspiring and strong-willed. She smiled faintly and said, "Your current appearance really suits you. You've been pretending to be kind all your life, and now you're finally living the truth. Old madam, your serious illness was worth it." You did something wrong back then and didn't let Sun Yaozu kick me to death. It was your mistake. You can continue to watch and see how your family will suffer retribution. Old madam, although you can't walk, you're still living a good life and haven't been tortured. But it's hard to say whether I'll have a good life in the future. Yi Qian slowly bent down. She stopped sneering and looked into old Madame Ye's murky eyes. Her dark eyes were filled with murderous intent. One killed my father, and the other killed my mother. Old Madame Yi, your retribution has just begun. She spoke very slowly, and her words were very light and cold, like an invisible blade that suddenly cut into old Madame Ye's heart. Suddenly, old Madame Yi, whose mouth was crooked, and the stiff muscles on her face twitched as if she had been greatly stimulated. Her eyes were filled with fear. What do you want to do? Not only were her eyes filled with terror, even her tone was filled with terror. She was afraid, very, very afraid. Yi Qian, who had originally only wanted to trick Sun Yaozu, knew that she had made the right choice in coming here. She didn't need to know too much. All she needed to know was that her mother's sacrifice had something to do with Sun Yaozu. He stood up and said softly, "What do you think I want to do? I just want to do something that your family once did to my parents and me. Whatever you and Sun Yaozu did, I will return it to you truthfully, one by one." Bastard, bastard? Bastard, you're not. You're not. Old Madame Yi, who had been holding on to her courage, let out a strange cry. She shouted anxiously and in shock, and her entire body began to twitch in the wheelchair. Chapter 1956. Old Madame Ye's expression made Yi Qian even more certain that she knew something about his mother's sacrifice. He was even more certain that she had something to do with his mother's sacrifice. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so scared. If he continued to question her, old Madame Yi would definitely suspect something. No matter how much he wanted to get something out of her, he had to hold it in for now. He had to take things slowly. Furthermore, what he said just now had successfully made her think that he knew something. Based on his understanding of this old woman, she would definitely take action next. Old Madame Ye's heart would be even more ruthless and hardened. In order to get rid of a future threat like her, she would either tell Sun Yaozu or Yi Jifan about what happened today so that they could deal with her. She would tell Sun Yaozu as soon as possible. Sun Yaozu already hated her to the bone. If he knew that she had found out about what happened in the past, he would definitely take action. As long as Sun Yaozu took action against her, it would be her chance. In her previous life, she didn't have the ability to seek justice for herself. In this life, she would definitely take revenge for all the suffering she had suffered in both lives. She would laugh as she watched old Madame Ye's family and Yi Jifan's family fall from the clouds into the mud. Looking at the old woman who had completely lost her ability to move, but her mouth was still unforgiving, Yi Qian's murderous eyes flashed with a cold light. His gaze became even more terrifying. "Save your energy. I just told you that people who have suffered a stroke should be calmer. In your case, it's only a matter of time before you have a second stroke. If you have a second stroke, I hope you won't leave so soon. It's better for you to stay in bed for the rest of your life." Yi Qian spoke calmly, revealing a look of contempt that old Madame Yi couldn't stand. "I'm sure you're willing to live a life where you can't move your hands, can't speak, and have someone feed you when you eat or drink." Old Madame Yi, who had always thought of herself as high and mighty, naturally couldn't stand Yi Qian's contempt. When she heard him curse her again, she was furious and her limbs twitched even more uncontrollably. She really wanted to stand up and slap the bastard who dared to curse her. Unfortunately, she couldn't even speak properly, let alone stand up. "Back then, you bullied my father because he was too obedient. It's a pity that he didn't see your current miserable state. If he did, he would be happy. Have a good rest. When I go to see my father tomorrow, I'll mention your current miserable state and what kind of miserable state you'll be in the future. My father and mother were killed by your family. How can I watch you live a good life? I only hope that you will be tortured and live a life worse than death." The cold and murderous words were like a sharp knife that ruthlessly pierced into old Madame Ye's heart, as if it had pierced a big empty hole. A heart-piercing cold wind blew past, instantly extinguishing the raging flames of anger, and her heart began to feel anxious. Did that bastard Yi Qian know something? Did he discover something? Otherwise, why would she say that one killed her father and the other killed her mother? That's right, that's right. That's what she said before. She even brought a photo over to scare her and Jixiang. Jixiang was easily frightened and screamed when she saw Yi Xinfan's photo. Jixiang's actions last time must have made this bastard completely suspicious. While she was lying in the hospital, Sun Yaozu and Yi Xifan were fighting openly and covertly. He secretly investigated on his own. Chapter 1957. She must have found something by now. That's right. She must have found something. I can't let this bastard live anymore. I can't let her live anymore. He had to kill her, he had to kill her. Only by killing her can Jixiang's family be safe. Otherwise, she will pester Jixiang to death. She might even harm my two precious grandsons. Although old Madame Ye's body was paralyzed and her brain wasn't as good as before, she didn't completely go on strike. She looked at Yi Qian, who had grown to the point where she couldn't control him anymore. Seeing that he wanted to stand up for Yi Xinfan and Sun Xueqing, who had died early, old Madame Yi, who was anxious just a second ago, suddenly laughed crookedly. Her laughter flowed out of her mouth. It was like the strange laughter of a person who lived in darkness and damp all year round and was filled with malice. Just a bastard. She really thinks she's someone important. Old Madame Yi had never liked Yi Qian, not even for a moment. She stared fixedly at Yi Qian, who was now so arrogant that he could make her angry. Old Madame Ye's mouth moved a few times. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm at Yi Qian. Seeing Yi Qian nimbly dodge, old Madame Yi gripped the wheelchair's armrest tightly. Her face and eyes were filled with malice. Yi Qian, do you know why I don't like you? Because you're a bastard. You're the bastard your mother gave birth to outside. She spoke in a hurry, so her words were even more unclear. However, Yi Qian heard everything clearly. Hearing this, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared at the old woman who couldn't even walk and was still acting like a tyrant. What did you just say? The ferocious-looking old Madame Yi looked at Yi Jian, whose expression had changed. Her upper lips trembled uncontrollably as she let out an unpleasant cackle. Mother's fish outside. Martyr? Cackle. Your mother is such a promiscuous slut. How can she be a martyr? Old Madame Yi was overjoyed and said happily, Let me bastard. Yi Qian, who was about to leave, narrowed his eyes. He squatted down again and looked at old Madame Yi with a gloomy expression. So, you scolded me because of this? What right do you have to talk about my mother? What right do you have? Boss is a good-for-nothing. He clearly knows that his wife gave birth to a bastard, but he doesn't even dare to sleep with her. I raised him up, but he didn't listen to me and strangled a bastard like you. He wants me to treat him well? Bah, just a piece of trash. The gloomier Yi Qian's expression became, the more comfortable old Madame Yi felt. Strange laughter kept coming out of her throat. A martyr with a lover, how ironic. Shut up. Yi Qian could not tolerate such a vicious person slandering her mother. The killing intent that she had been suppressing grew again. She reached out and grabbed old Madame Ye's neck. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, Those who slander my mother, die. Come, strangle you to death. Strangle, ye girl. The door of the ward behind her was pushed open with a bang. Principal Chen's angry voice shook the air. What are you doing? Stop it. Strangle. Strangle me to death. Strangle me. Old Madame Ye's laughter was unusually loud. She continued to provoke Yi Qian fiercely. You're not. Boss's child. You're a bastard. Haha, you want to make my life difficult? Bastard, let's see who's the one who's going to suffer. Chapter 1958. You're a bastard. Your mother gave birth to you with another man. Your father is a good-for-nothing. He knew that you weren't his child, but he still raised you. Old Madame Ye's continuous curses seemed to come from the void, expanding in circles. When they reached the ears, they all swarmed in like a whirlwind, squeezing into the brain in an instant. It was incomparably sharp, piercing the brain and causing pain. Yi Qian, whose eyes were red, glared at the old woman whose face was completely distorted. He gritted his teeth and wanted to bite her throat so that she could no longer speak and say those vicious words. Little Yi, she wants to destroy you. Are you really going to let her destroy you? Principal Chen held Yi Qian's wrist tightly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Do you know that your loved ones will be hurt and your enemies will be happy? Where did your rationality go? Where did your calmness go? Principal Chen scolded in a low voice. He didn't want old Madame Yi, who was like a mad dog, to hear him scolding Yi Qian. He wanted her to be happy. He was really glad today. He suddenly wanted to contact Chief Kai to ask about the progress of the investigation into martyr son Xueqing's death. He wanted to see if he could leak some information to Little Yi. It was also because of this phone call that he found out that Little Yi and Chief Kai had been in contact for a long time. He also found out who the eyepiece on the dagger in martyr son Xueqing's hand belonged to. When Chief Kai found out that Little Yi didn't leak any information to him, he immediately said, "Oh no," and asked him to come out and find Little Yi immediately. After searching for a few hours and taking a big detour, he finally found Caesar Hotel. When he knocked on the door, he bumped into Caesar's boss, Ho Zi. With his help, he successfully found the hospital. Principal Chen, who ran until his forehead was sweating, was anxious and angry. His voice was several times stricter than before. Little Yi, if I came even a little later, you would have committed a heinous crime. Do you know that? Yi girl had always been calm. No matter how big the matter was, she would not lose her mind completely. However, the situation was different this time. The old woman of the Yi family had coincidentally made Yi girl, who had just found out that Sun Yaozu was related to the sacrifice of martyr son Xueqing, suddenly lose her mind. No child could bear the humiliation of their parents, not to mention the humiliation of the enemy who had killed their parents. Even if a saint was alive, he would not be able to bear it. Moreover, Granny Yi was truly detestable. Every word she said was disrespectful. Wake up, Yi girl. Do you remember what I said to you before I died? Look at you now. Are you worthy of this old uncle? Principal Chen was obviously really angry. He even mentioned Uncle General. When Yi Qian heard the words Uncle Gen, her muddled mind suddenly cleared up. She looked up and seemed to have realized who was holding her back. Uncle Chen, she scolded my mother. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. She's the only one who's collapsed on the bed. Do you still need me to clean her up? The person you want to deal with isn't here. Do you understand? Seeing her eyes gradually clear up, Principal Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Granny Yi, who was laughing maniacally. He lowered his voice and said, "She's not important at all. If you want to strangle her to death today, you'll have fallen into her trap." Granny Yi's expression just now clearly showed that she wanted to drag Yi girl down with her. She wanted to completely destroy Yi girl. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and forced back the tears in her eyes. I know, Uncle Chen. Let go first. I want to ask her a few questions. She wanted to ask if what she said just now was true. Chapter 1959. Yi Qian knew that he had lost his composure, but he had already restrained himself. He hadn't really killed this vicious old woman. Faced with Uncle Chen's reprimand, Yi Qian didn't regret his loss of composure, nor did he regret strangling old Madame Ye's neck. As a child, if he didn't do anything when someone insulted his parents, how could he be a child? Seeing that Principal Chen didn't intend to let go of his wrist, Yi Qian swallowed back his salty tears and said, Uncle Chen, Yi girl has never disappointed you or me. Even if she lost her composure and did something unwise, I still tolerated it. You know that with my skills, if I really wanted old Madame Yi to die, I wouldn't even have to strangle her neck. All I would have to do is twist her head. Uncle Chen, I'm very angry, but I know how to control myself. After all, my status restricts my actions and I can't make any mistakes. I won't do anything that would make my enemies happy. I will never do that. Principal Chen thought for a moment, then slowly retracted his hand. That's right. With Yi girl's skills, if she really wanted to kill old Madame Yi, she wouldn't have to go through the trouble of strangling her. She could have just twisted her neck. But what she wanted to ask? Sigh, he could answer her. Don't ask any more, girl. She's right. You are indeed not your father's daughter. Your father is infertile. Back then, Your mother chose to marry your father because she knew he was infertile. Girl, you really aren't Yi Xinfan's daughter. Your parents are only married, but they aren't husband and wife. Uncle Chen's words made Yi Qian, who had gradually calmed down, narrow his eyes. He looked up at Principal Chen in shock and disbelief. What did you say? Your father and mother got together because of me. It was your mother who found me and asked me to find an honest and reliable man of the same age in the same village, so I found your father. Principal Chen knew that she actually heard it very clearly, but she just couldn't accept it at the moment. Principal Chen glanced at old Madame Yi, who was still laughing strangely, and looked kindly at Yi Qian. He sighed softly and said, Your father didn't dare to agree, but old Madame Yi did. He secretly went to your mother and told her about his situation. He thought that your mother would refuse, but unexpectedly, your mother agreed. Even Uncle Chen doesn't know what happened between your parents. Uncle Chen only learned about it from your mother's diary. If you want to know, Uncle Chen can bring it to you when he returns to the village. This diary was personally delivered by Chief Kai. Principal Chen's words completely shattered Yi Qian's last hope. He stood there in a daze as if he had lost his soul. She was actually not her father's daughter? Then whose daughter was she? No wonder old Madame Yi called her a bastard child. She already knew that she wasn't her father's daughter. Then who is my father? Yi Qian, whose eyes were blank, asked in a daze. It didn't seem like a question, but more like a sentence that he didn't even know what he said. Principal Chen couldn't answer who Yi Qian's father was because he didn't know either. Martyr Sun Xueqing's diary didn't mention it in her comrade's safekeeping. Chapter 1960. Old Madame Yi, who was sitting in her wheelchair, looked at Yi Qian, who was standing a few steps away from her. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. That wretched girl was becoming more and more tolerant. She could actually hold herself back from humiliating Sun Xueqing like this. The laughter in old Madame Ye's throat didn't stop, but her heart was sinking. That wretched girl who could hold herself back had already become a big problem. Back then, she was worried that if she killed Sun Xueqing's illegitimate child immediately after her death, she would be criticized by the villagers. Moreover, Yi Xifan, the white wolf, convinced her to keep the illegitimate child. She was so obsessed that she really kept the illegitimate child. She regretted it so much, so much. She should have thrown Sun Xueqing to her death back then. Falling to her death would have eliminated all future troubles. If she had fallen to her death, today's events wouldn't have happened, and she wouldn't have to worry about the bastard's revenge in the future. Now, the bastard was no longer the little girl who could be bullied by others. She had already become a big problem that made her afraid and anxious. No, she couldn't hold back anymore. Either Yi Xifan would do it, or her son-in-law would do it himself. She had to see the bastard die while she was still alive to be at ease. She had to see the bastard die before she could leave with peace of mind. Old Madame Yi, who had thought of 10,000 ways to make Yi Qian die on the streets, stared darkly at Yi Qian, then at Principal Chen. For a moment, old Madame Yi hated Principal Chen again. The principal of this town's middle school was also a busybody. Just now, he had appeared in time and ruined her plan. Old Madame Yi couldn't hear what Principal Chen was saying in a low voice. She glared at Principal Chen a few times in anger and raised her trembling hand to touch her neck. She didn't pinch too hard, so there shouldn't be any handprints left. If there were, she would have a way to ruin the bastard's reputation. Her gloomy and calculating gaze made Principal Chen involuntarily sweep his sharp gaze over. A sniper's gaze was undoubtedly frightening. Old Madame Yi, who was caught in the eye, was so frightened that she couldn't breathe properly. Waves of violent coughs came from her throat. Yi Qian slowly turned around. His eyes, so dark that they seemed to be able to swallow everything, stared straight at old Madame Yi. Step by step, he walked up to the old woman who had done evil all her life. He said softly, "I will make your family pay for all the pain I've suffered." It was very light, but the smell of blood inside was so thick that one could almost smell it. "Bastard, what are you trying to do?" Old Madame Yi was shocked and angry at the same time. Even though she was still putting up a strong front, her paralyzed eyes had already revealed her true thoughts. She realized that Yi Qian's family included her two most beloved grandsons, Yi Lei and Sun Jiaqing. That was why she asked Yi Qian what he wanted to do. I want to do what you're most afraid of. Yi Qian coldly spat out a few words, then ignored the struggling old woman. He turned to Principal Chen and said, Uncle Chen, let's go. She knew enough. She could stop here for today. Next, she quietly waited for Sun Yaozu or Yi Jifan to come. After leaving the hospital, Principal Chen didn't blame Yi Qian. When they returned to Caesar Hotel and walked out of the revolving door, a man in a suit who looked like a hotel attendant immediately came to greet them. He respectfully said to Yi Qian, Miss Yi, Zigu invites you to his office. He glanced at Principal Chen and said, he also invited the person beside you to come with us. Ho Zi's office was on the top floor of the hotel. The hotel's guest elevator hadn't arrived yet, but there was a special elevator that led directly to the top floor. Chapter 1961. When the elevator doors opened, they could see the bulletproof glass door. The man pushed the card open and invited Yi Qian and Principal Chen to enter. He then stood at the elevator entrance and waited. Ho Zi had been waiting for Yi Qian in the office. The moment Yi Qian stepped into the hotel, he received the news. He personally brewed tea and served it to Principal Chen. He smiled and said, please have some tea. I'll talk to Xiao Yi for a while. Please listen and see if there are any suggestions that need to be changed. Suggestions? Principal Chen glanced at Ho Zi calmly. Although he had never been in the underworld, he had heard of Ho Zi. He was a well-known underworld boss in the southern province and even in other countries. He was also a very law-abiding underworld boss. Both the white and the underworld would give him some face. He had heard of him, but when he saw him in person, he could only say that the real person did not show his true colors. Who would have thought that the underworld boss would be so gentle? Principal Chen took the tea from him and smiled. You're too polite. If it's about little Yi, I'll have to be thick-skinned and listen to it. He really did not know that little Yi was in contact with Ho Zi. When he received Ho Zi's help, he was shocked. It is indeed about little Yi. A Yuan has asked me many times to take care of little Yi. Therefore, I know a little about any movements on little Ye's side. It can be said that little Ye's matters are Ho Zi's matters. Whatever she wants to do, I'll support her. Ho Zi was a righteous person. When he spoke, he was calm and had the demeanor of a general. As he spoke, he explained how he knew Yi Qian. Principal Chen understood when he heard this. So that was the case. He immediately felt relieved. Seeing this, Ho Zi smiled faintly and said to Yi Qian, Is Sun Yaozu's matter not over yet? How far has it progressed? Can you tell me? Sixth brother told me in secret that if you make any big moves in the southern province, I must help you. I reckon that your actions this time were indeed a little too big. In addition, this old senior's expression changed a little. I thought that your actions might not be as big as what I saw. It's very likely that there's an even bigger movement in the dark. You're Lao You's girlfriend, and I'm your brother Zi. With such a relationship, Xiao Yi, you can tell me what to do next. I need to say one more thing. With my status, it will be easier for me to do things. This sentence made Principal Chen, who was quietly drinking tea, raise his eyes slightly. That's right, it was indeed easier to do things with Ho Zi's identity than with little Ye's identity. However, dragging Ho Zi into this mess was a little unkind. Yi Qian thought so too. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Zi, you've helped me too much. If you continue to help me, you'll be in deep trouble. I'll be honest with Brother Zi. Sun Yaozu and I have a grudge against each other for murdering my mother. There are too many things that are related to this grudge. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, a disaster will befall anyone who has anything to do with me. Chief Kai clearly told her that her mother's sacrifice had deep implications. Some things were still classified and couldn't be revealed. They could only be buried by time. And she needed to dig through the mud of time to find the truth behind her mother's sacrifice and the murderer behind it. She really didn't dare to involve too many people, even though many people were already involved. Chapter 1962. Ho Zi sneered. If you want me to get involved in the military, I can tell you right now that I definitely won't. But if I want to deal with Sun Yaozu, it won't be a problem. If sixth brother was here, he would definitely think of me first. He wouldn't even bother with his childhood friends. Xiao Yi, just tell me your plan. Guzi can help, he will. If he can't, he will tell you immediately. He then looked at Principal Chen, who had been silent all this time. Senior, what do you think? Xiao Yi didn't mind. This senior who cared about Xiao Yi from the bottom of his heart would know what to do. It was best for him to speak. Ho Zi wouldn't be wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Principal Chen to his office. Little Yi, tell me your plan first. Principal Chen would be very happy if someone from the underworld helped Little Yi, because Sun Yaozu was also from the underworld. Yi Qian, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up when Principal Chen opened his mouth again. He lowered his eyes slightly and said, I want to deal with Sun Yaozu, and I also want to get some information from him. It was related to a person's life. She planned to deal with it in secret. I won't show up to deal with Mr. Sun, but I can help you, Ho Zi said calmly. A big matter sounded like a small matter to him. It was extremely easy. Yi Qian looked at him and said, I'll wait for Sun Yaozu to come looking for me. Even if they want to investigate, we have to let the police know that Sun Yaozu was the one who committed the murder and was killed in the end. He knew that sixth brother's girlfriend was a ruthless character. Look at this arrangement. It was quite well planned. The matter was settled just like that. Principal Chen, who wanted to stay, was forcefully sent back to the military by Yi Qian. He was not allowed to interfere. Ho Zi repeatedly assured him that there wouldn't be any problems, so Principal Chen had no choice but to return to the military. Even after returning to the army, he was still worried. He was afraid that something would happen to Yi Qian. Sun Yaozu found out that Yi Qian had gone to look for old Madame Yi 3 days ago, and it was from his wife, Yi Zhixiang. Sun Yaozu glanced at his clueless wife and immediately drove to the People's Hospital. When he came out of the People's Hospital, his eyes were stitched and bandaged, and there was a fierce look on his face. That damned girl still dared to come here? It just so happens that I'm looking for her too. You want to settle accounts, right? Fine, I'll settle accounts with you. If I don't kill you this time, my surname isn't Sun. How could old Madame Yi bear to let her daughter and son-in-law take the risk first? She thought of asking Yi Zhifan to step in, but Yi Zhifan hadn't come to the hospital recently, so there was no way to make this plan come true. Since his son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, had come over, he could only be the one to solve the problem. Yi Qian did not let Sun Yaozu search for too long. She had the intention of letting him find her, so how could she delay it? She wanted to meet Sun Yaozu more than anyone else. Miss Yi, someone is following you. Don't look back. Keep walking forward. Walking along the dimly lit street, Yi Qian knew that someone was following her before the people sent by Ho Zi. I know. Don't get too close to me. This was a street that led to a village in the city. The residential buildings hidden among the tall buildings were all low-rise buildings from the 1970s and 1980s. The electricity above their heads was dense like a spider's web. The streets on both sides were narrow, and only bicycles and motorcycles could pass through. Yi Qian had been in and out for 2 days. Finally, the people sent by Sun Yaozu arrived. Chapter 1963. In the depths of the alley, someone hurried past, as if there was a terrifying monster behind him. The footsteps became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into another alley. After confirming that he had not caused any trouble, the pedestrian pressed his back tightly against the cold wall. While gasping for breath, he hurriedly knocked on the rusty iron door outside his house. The lights in the house were turned on, and a woman answered, "Coming." She opened the inner door with a creak, and then opened the outer iron door. Before the door was fully opened, the frightened pedestrian squeezed in with a frightened face. "Come in, come in." His voice was soft and hurried, as if he was afraid of being seen. Seeing this, the female owner was also shocked. What happened? She conveniently turned off the lights. The male owner, who worked overtime until 11 o'clock, found his chair in the dark. When he sat down, he realized that even his legs were trembling. A group of hooligans blocked a little girl. I wanted to help with a stick, but when I saw that they even took out a knife, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. I didn't dare to help and quickly came back. They were in a village in the city, the most chaotic place. 5 people lived together, and no one knew each other. Robberies and robberies were discovered at the end of the year. But it was the first time that he had encountered someone with a knife. The female owner, who was so scared that she kept gasping, was so nervous that she stuttered, You? Are you okay? This is none of your business. Our family depends on you. If anything happens to you, who will we rely on? I don't care. I don't dare to care even if I wanted to. 5 or 6 of them all had knives. The male owner was so scared that he wiped his face and asked the female owner to pour him a glass of cold water to calm him down. After a while, he sighed. That little girl, sigh, probably. Seeing that he was still talking about it, the female owner scolded in a low voice. That's enough. Don't meddle in other people's business. If you saw it, just pretend that you didn't see it. Keep your mouth shut and don't cause trouble for the family. Do you hear me? I know, I just feel What's the use of you thinking? Can you beat them with knives by yourself? Don't worry about it, go take a shower. You have to catch the morning shift tomorrow. Next year, you have to pay tuition fees again. Your parents are still waiting for you to send money back for your brother to get married. Don't meddle in it. The female owner was afraid that she would cause trouble, and the voices in the house became quieter and quieter until it was silent. On the other side of the alley, the footsteps were footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, and the footsteps. Of the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the footsteps, the sound. Brother Z, they took Miss Yi away. Someone looked in the direction of the van and spoke to Ho Zi with a phone glowing with a faint blue light. Head in the direction of Qingnan Middle Road. Ho Zi had already returned home and was making supper for Xia Yiwei, who had yet to return from work. He was wearing a blue and white checkered apron. He turned off the stove and walked out of the kitchen. Be careful. Call me if anything happens. Brother Z, can Miss Yi really do it alone? The assistant was a little worried and asked, Mr. Sun sent 6 people, all with knives. I'm afraid that Miss Yi will be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, if Miss Yi was at a disadvantage, how would Brother Z explain it to Sister Wei? How would he explain it to the crown prince of the family Xia? Chapter 1964. Ho Zi, who was now a good family man, sat down on the sofa with an apron on. He picked up the phone and made a call. The Miss Yi you mentioned is not simple. You can ask her for advice one day. Arrange the car. Pick her up immediately when she comes out. Clean up the scene. Don't leave any traces behind. Since he had promised, he naturally had to complete the task properly. It was never Ho Zi's style to leave any traces for others to catch. The doorbell rang. Ho Zi immediately got up. I'm hanging up first. Contact me if you need anything. Without waiting for his assistant to say anything, he quickly hung up the phone and walked a few steps away. Xia Yiwei, who was wearing a navy blue coat, walked over, braving the cold air. Before she could change her shoes, Ho Zi carried her to the living room where the air conditioner was turned on. It's been hard on you. How many days have you been working overtime? How cruel of you to leave your husband alone in the room every day. Master Ho-san, who was awe-inspiring outside and could shake the entire southern province with a stomp of his feet, was a filial husband at home. For a successful man like him, his wife at home should be afraid of him messing around. However, when it came to Ho Zi, it was the opposite. He was afraid that the cruel woman in his arms would abandon him again. Xia Yiwei lazily lay in her man's thick arms and said weakly, Haven't you always been clamoring to go back to Family Eve with me? Let's go back together on New Year's Eve. I don't want to leave you alone to celebrate the new year. She spoke weakly, but Ho Zi's mood was like a roller coaster that suddenly rushed to the clouds and then fell back to the ground. He asked her uncertainly, Baby, you're not talking nonsense, right? What? You don't want to go home with me for the new year? Xia Yiwei, who seemed to be weak just a moment ago, suddenly sat up in his arms. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, her aura was released and she had the demeanor of a queen. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Then she was telling the truth. Ho Zi, who was pleasantly surprised, hid his expression and said in a deep voice, You have to keep your word. How can you be so casual? Then I have to make some preparations. The old man likes to drink tea, so I have to prepare some good tea leaves. Old madam likes small ornaments such as embroidery, so we have to find some good ones. It would be best if they were old. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters-in-law, you have to give me a list of what they like. It's my first time visiting, so I have to be polite. Where are your brothers? Is there anything you like? Apart from you, I only have a younger sister from my aunt's side. I'll have to spend some effort on this younger sister. When it came to marriage, Ho Zi was just like any other man. He was afraid that he would leave a bad impression on his first visit, so he tried his best to be perfect. Xia Yiwei looked at him with a serious expression, and the smile in her eyes had long been overflowing. She and the man in front of her had been going around in circles for almost 20 years. They had been on and off, but in the end, they were still together. Looking at the young man who used to be so handsome that the delinquents in Chang and went crazy and the socialites threw themselves at him, he became a mature and steady middle-aged man in front of her. Time was kind to him. He didn't become uglier, but more handsome. He was full of charm that could make women fall in love with him. Especially his peach blossom eyes, which were deep and reserved. Looking at them for a long time would make her heart beat faster. Although his appearance was handsome, what made her even more fascinated was his feelings for her. For nearly 20 years, he had never had another woman, not even a scandal. He had always kept himself clean and honest. Once, he said to the young her, "You will be my one and only. My one and only will never change." Chapter 1965. For nearly 20 years, she was indeed his one and only. She was in the past and still was now. He had always kept the promise he made when he pursued her. She was his one and only. A gentleman's promise was engraved in his heart. Xia Yiwei raised her slender arm and hooked it around Ho Zi's neck. She lowered her head and kissed his sexy lips that were still chattering away. "Master Ho-san, did you plan to come home with me a long time ago? Otherwise, how could you know so much about my family's hobbies? You even know that the old madam likes embroidery. Everyone thinks that the old madam likes reading." Ho Zi was the most vulnerable to Xia Yiwei's teasing. His sexy Adam's apple moved slightly as she nibbled on his lips. Even his breathing became heavier. "Of course I have to find out. Otherwise, who will I ask for help if there's a fire at home? Darling, you're a big family and I'm alone. I need the Yu family's support. Only with the Yu family's support can I." He turned around and pressed the bewitching woman in his arms onto his body. His peach blossom eyes, which had charmed countless women and frightened countless opponents, were filled with darkness. "Only then can I lock you by my side. Don't even think about leaving my side for the rest of your life." Meeting Xia Yiwei was the biggest disaster in his life. For her, he was willing to go through hell. Xia Yiwei smiled coquettishly. Her eyes were filled with deep affection as she stared at the man who moved her heart and wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. As his kiss traveled down her lips, she gently closed her eyes and murmured softly, "Giving birth to a child can lock me in. Yes, my queen." In front of the only woman he loved, Ho Zi, who was all-powerful in the underworld, tried his best to please the woman under him. "You will be my one and only. My one and only." He would use his whole life to fulfill this promise. The cold wind blew in the dark night. Somewhere, the crackling sound of firecrackers could be heard, bringing a bit of noise to the cold night. The assistant sent by Ho Zi followed them all the way to the villas under construction in Qingnan Middle Road. Seeing the van stop in front of a villa whose exterior had been painted, he said to the person beside him, "Drive the van to the back door. Be alert. I will contact you too at any time." "All right." The two men nodded and lowered their caps a little to cover most of their faces. Their coat collars were straightened up, and they left swiftly. The door of the van opened and two men pushed Yi Qian out of the car. They warned him in a low voice, "Behave yourself. If you dare to play any tricks, we'll break your legs." Yi Qian, who had a bag over her head, did not know where she was being taken. She shook her shoulders violently as if trying to shake off the two pairs of hands that were pressing on her shoulders. The two men who were holding her down looked even more ferocious. The man who jumped down first and walked to the front quickly walked into the villa. Soon Yi Qian was also brought in. There was the smell of paint and damp cement in the air. It smelled like a construction site. Yi Qian, whose hands were tied, estimated where she was the moment she was pushed in. Then, someone said, "Why are you only here now? The boss has been waiting for half an hour. He even lost his temper just now. Hurry up and bring her in. This chick is very fierce. Our brothers only became obedient after we showed them our knives. One of our brothers even got bitten twice by her. Damn it, we'll deal with her later." The man in charge of capturing Yi Qian scolded and urged the people behind him, "Hurry up and bring her in. The boss is not in a good mood." Chapter 1966. After the leader finished cursing, he ordered the other 3 men, "The 3 of you stay outside and don't let anyone come near. Keep your eyes open. If the boss is unhappy, we'll all be in trouble." A total of 6 people went to surround Yi Qian. 3 of them stayed outside and the other 3 went in together. Yi Qian secretly moved her tied hands. As she walked through the dark corridor, her right hand suddenly twisted strangely. Her hands, which were originally tied to her wrists, were released in a minute. She secretly tugged at the rope with her freed hands. Not bad, it was indeed very sturdy. She would use it to deal with Sun Yaozu later. Yi Qian didn't move immediately. She only wanted to deal with Sun Yaozu. These people weren't in her area of concern, so there was no need to take more lives. With her head still tied up, Yi Qian felt that she had entered a very spacious room. Perhaps it was a new house. The air was damp and dusty. She was then pushed down the cement stairs. The stairs were uneven and filled with cement dust. After walking down one floor, she could clearly feel that the air was somewhat stagnant. It was as if she had entered an enclosed space. A basement? Was she being brought to a basement? When the tip of her foot touched a hard object, Yi Qian deliberately lost her balance to confirm her guess. She staggered forward and kicked the object with her foot. After a series of echoing clang sounds, Yi Qian knew that her guess was right. They were indeed in a basement. The man walking in front heard the commotion and turned his head to glare at Yi Qian, who was being dragged all the way. His 2 companions said unhappily, "Hold her steady. If she falls to her death, we'll be in trouble too." It was obvious that they were quite afraid of Sun Yaozu. However, Yi Qian slightly curled her lips. This kind of fear wasn't a fear of reverence, but a very simple fear of stopping a monetary transaction. It was also the most unreliable kind of fear. Then she wasn't afraid that these people would really sacrifice their lives for Sun Yaozu. They were only doing it for the money. They wouldn't really sacrifice their lives. Brother Z reminded her to be careful of the 4 bodyguards around Sun Yaozu. 2 of them were foreign bodyguards from South Asia. These bodyguards usually had their hands stained with blood. She was wary of these too. The good thing about foreign bodyguards was that they could shift the blame to others. After the man in front finished speaking, Yi Qian vaguely heard the echoes of roars coming from the basement. She couldn't hear it clearly, but it made Yi Qian realize that this basement probably had more than 1 floor. There were at least 2 floors. The roar came from Sun Yaozu. He had never had much patience. After becoming a boss, he restrained himself a little. But when it came to Yi Qian, he had absolutely no patience. Not long after his men went out, he began to ask questions. When Yi Qian didn't show up after 9 o'clock, he was already very irritable. When Yi Qian didn't show up after they caught her, he flew into a rage. The only 2 chairs in the room were smashed into pieces by him. When he heard the guards say that Yi Qian had arrived, he picked up a broken table leg and spat viciously, "Drag her in." Damned girl, she had finally fallen into his hands today. Tonight was the time to end her life. No, he couldn't cripple her in one go. Back then, that bitch Sun Xueqing blinded herself in one eye. No matter what, he had to blind both of her daughter's eyes first. He had to slowly torture that damned girl. Sun Yaozu, whose only eye flashed viciously, let out a few sinister laughs. His already ferocious face suddenly became as ferocious as a man-eating monster. He gritted his teeth and said to the 2 bodyguards beside him, "Do whatever I tell you to do later, do you hear me?" Chapter 1967. Yes, boss. The 2 bodyguards nodded. Their job was to do whatever their boss told them to do. It didn't take long to walk from the first floor to the second basement floor. Sun Yaozu, who had just finished giving instructions, heard footsteps. The one-eyed man snorted coldly and stood in front of the 4 bodyguards, waiting for Yi Jian to come in. When he saw Yi Jian being dragged in by his men, he laughed heartily, then said fiercely, "Take off her hood." There were lights in the basement, and under the white light, Yi Jian, who had been in the dark for more than an hour, still hadn't gotten used to the light. Sun Yaozu stared at her and said sarcastically, "He, and you call yourself a military school student? Look at you, ha, are there any military school students as cowardly as you?" 2 foreign bodyguards stood beside him, and the other 2 bodyguards guarded one of the exits to the first floor and the other to the garage on the second floor. Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on the exit where the wind came in, which was the exit to the garage on the second floor. "Sun Yaozu, you've got guts," Yi Jian said coldly. "You dare to kidnap a military school student? Looks like you're not afraid of being caught." Sun Yaozu laughed as if he had heard a joke. "Catch me? Ha, damn girl, I'm the one catching you now. Who the fuck dares to catch me? Puma, I have money and people. You're just a poor military school student. What do you have to fight me?" At this point, Sun Yaozu seemed to have realized that there shouldn't be too many people present. He yelled at the 3 men who brought Yi Jian in, "Fuck, what are you standing here for? Get out of here." The 3 men were used to being yelled at, so they said, "Yes," and quickly turned to leave. After the 3 of them left, Sun Yaozu glared at Yi Jian fiercely, "You want to cause trouble for me? Who the fuck do you think you are? The old hag said you want to kill my whole family? Damn girl, I'll kill you first today. It's normal for me to want to kill your entire family. You were the one who made my mother sacrifice herself back then." In the face of his viciousness, Yi Jian, whose eyes were as cold as water, said indifferently, "You made my mother sacrifice herself. I want to kill your whole family. What are you angry about?" Yi Jian naturally brought the topic back to the past. Now that Sun Yaozu thought that victory was within his grasp, based on his understanding of Sun Yaozu, he could not help but say a few more words to show that he was the victor. The fact that he had chased the person who had captured her away and only kept the bodyguards by her side showed that he knew that she might say something, but he didn't want too many people to know. As long as he led the topic back to the past, he would always bring up the past. Although Sun Yaozu did not have much patience, he had not told Yi Jian about what had happened in the past all these years. It was obvious that he was a tight-lipped person. When Yi Jian mentioned what had happened in the past, his laughter grew louder. "What can you do even if you find something? My eyes were blinded by your mother back then. I can only take revenge on you." He took out a small knife from his pocket and gave his bodyguards a look. He said fiercely, "Hold her down." Yi Jian pretended to be afraid and retreated. He said angrily, "My mother should have blinded both of your eyes back then. She trusted you so much back then, but you betrayed her." Chapter 1968. "Ah, wretched girl, your mother called me little brother back then. Who else could she trust if not me? Betrayal? I was doing well and earning a lot of money. How could she make me give up on making a fortune with just a few words?" Sun Yaozu stood where he was and spoke fiercely, while his other 2 bodyguards closed in on Yi Jian. Yi Jian, who continued to retreat to the corner, heard his mother call Sun Yaozu little brother, and his eyes immediately darkened. Grandfather did not have any biological brothers. My mother doesn't have a brother, she only has Sun Dongqing as a sister. Sun Yaozu, don't get involved with my mother. If she really called Sun Yaozu little brother, then the matter could be explained further. When her mother sacrificed herself, she was holding a dagger in her hand. There were no signs of a fight around, which meant that Sun Yaozu, who was stabbed by her, was actually next to her mother. Later, when her mother discovered the problem, she hurriedly raised the dagger and stabbed him. Unfortunately, she was shot and killed before she could finish off Sun Yaozu. "My surname is Sun, and so is your mother. What's wrong with calling me little brother? Sun Yaozu smiled strangely. His fierce eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Yi Jian. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll remember the wound that blinded my eyes." Today, I'll get it back on you. Catch her and press her to death. The two bodyguards who were surrounding them heard the order and did not slowly close in on Yi Qian. They all thought that Yi Qian would be easily caught, but Yi Qian nimbly avoided them with a roll on the spot. At the same time, he rushed at lightning speed toward the exit that she had noticed wind coming in from. Wind meant that the airflow was flowing, and airflow meant that it was unobstructed. This was the exit to the underground garage, and the bodyguard was from South Asia. He probably did not expect the girl who was dragged in by a few hooligans to be so agile. When he reacted and reached out to grab her, he only managed to grab the corner of Yi Qian's clothes. In just a few seconds, Yi Qian, who was in front of them just a moment ago, rushed out of everyone's sight. Even Sun Yaozu, who had been watching closely, did not react. When he came back to his senses, he roared angrily, "Fuck! Why aren't you chasing after him? I fucking invited a bunch of trash." The four bodyguards raised their sleeves and quickly chased after him. Yi Qian had already rushed out of the second-floor basement exit and was heading towards the entrance of the villa. Now, she needed someone sent by Ho Zi to distract the bodyguards. Ho Zi's assistant wasn't an ordinary assistant. When he saw Yi Qian's figure flash past him, he immediately knew what to do. A stray cat's meow came out of its mouth, and Yi Qian quickly hid after hearing it. Soon, four figures came out and caught up with the vague shadow in front of them. The three men guarding outside the villa had already been tied up. Even the three men who were chased out by Sun Yaozu were tied up and thrown into the van they drove over. 6 people were tied up, and 4 bodyguards were chasing after them. Sun Yaozu was the only one left in the huge villa. When he saw Yi Jian return, he didn't even have the chance to speak when Yi Jian took a broken leg of a wooden chair and fiercely smashed it against the back of his neck. His plump body instantly turned into a pile of mush and fell to the ground with a thump. When the 2 men who came in with Yi Qian saw this, they carried Sun Yaozu away without saying a word. Chapter 1969. The people who came to help Yi Qian were Ho Zi's most trustworthy subordinates. After receiving Ho Zi's orders, they only did what Yi Qian needed them to do and did not ask questions. Sun Yaozu was wide and fat, so it was quite strenuous for the 2 men to lift him up. By the time they got into the car, his face was flushed red and he was sweating profusely. "Miss Yi, Brother Z has instructed you to go to Mount Dong. There are still men waiting for you there." After putting him in the car, the driver jumped out and handed the car keys to Yi Qian. "Leave this to us." They still needed to get the 2 foreign bodyguards into the car and bring them to Mount Dong. They also needed to leave behind a series of disguises so that Brother Z could take care of Miss Yi safely. Just as Principal Chen thought, Ho Zi's help would save Yi Qian a lot of trouble. With his ability, he could protect Yi Qian. This was also why Xia Jinyuan asked Ho Zi for help. Although Ho Zi, who had a large influence in Southern Province, had retired from the underworld, it did not affect his ability to do things. "Thank you for your hard work. The 2 bodyguards are South Asians. They might have retired from the government army. Be careful." At this point, Yi Qian did not stand on ceremony anymore. He took the car keys and drove away quickly under the gazes of the men. Mount Dalong was the largest natural forest park in Southern Province. Many places were listed as protected areas and prohibited from being developed. It was indeed a simple matter to get rid of 1 or 2 people in the depths of the forest. Sun Yaozu was woken up by the cold. The pain in his neck made him shiver violently. He opened his only eye in a daze and soon realized that something was wrong with his surroundings. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the pitch-black surroundings made him jump to his feet. "Damn it, what is this place?" Before he could stand firm, Sun Yaozu suddenly remembered that he was knocked out by Yi Qian. After that, he did not know anything. He was in the mountains. Sun Yaozu, who had completely sobered up, roared, "Damn girl, you actually fucking left me in the mountains." He had been careless and ended up being tricked by the wretched girl. Sun Yaozu clenched his teeth and leaned against the cold tree. His eyes were filled with malice as he said, "Wretched girl, just you wait." At this time, he was still unaware of the danger. Some wild animals were drilling through the frozen bushes. The sudden rustling sound startled Sun Yaozu. He then lifted his foot and kicked the tree he was leaning against. He cursed, Damn it. Before he could finish his sentence, his raised left leg was pulled back, and his entire body crashed into a tree. Sun Yaozu, who was seeing stars, realized that his legs were tied up. When he tried to kick the tree, he tripped over himself. Yi Qian, who had been looking at him nonchalantly, said coldly, "You didn't really think that I would just leave you on the mountain, did you? Did they go all the way just to bring him to the mountains? Heh, they really thought too highly of themselves." Her voice was faint, but it was enough to make Sun Yaozu's heart sink. He raised his hand to cover his head and stood up again. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and roared violently, "Damn girl, get out here. Back then, I was also thrown into the snow by your family. Didn't you say that you would let me have a taste of what it was like to be stabbed in the eyes? Then I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be frozen to death. As for you wanting to stab my eyes, I won't give you the chance." Chapter 1970. Yi Qian, who was stepping on a pile of clothes, chuckled coldly. Then he slowly said, "It's not nice to be frozen to death. Enjoy it slowly." After being reminded by Yi Qian, Sun Yaozu was shocked and angry. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing a thin shirt and pants. No wonder it was so cold. It turned out that the damned girl had taken off all his clothes. No, this was the mountain. She couldn't have gotten him up the mountain alone. Someone was helping her in the dark. Sun Yaozu was shivering all over. He hugged his arms tightly. The ferocious glint in his single eye didn't diminish. He really thought of himself as a local tyrant who couldn't be offended. As usual, he shouted, "You want to play with me? I'll play you to death, you fatherless bastard." Sun Yaozu, who hadn't realized that his life was about to end, had the confidence to say these words because he had money and power. And in his eyes, Yi Qian was just a little military academy student who didn't have anyone to protect him. She wanted to kill him? Sun Yaozu didn't even think about it. Ho Zi's subordinates, who were guarding nearby, heard this and couldn't help but look up. Only this boss Sun didn't know that he was about to die. "Aren't I playing with you right now?" Yi Qian laughed softly. His laughter was even colder than the cold wind blowing past. "Your words are exactly what I want. If I don't play you to death tonight, I won't leave." He spoke softly and softly. His words were wrapped in the cold wind and drifted into everyone's ears. Instantly, the sound of a bloody massacre was heard. Sun Yaozu didn't feel anything. Instead, he raised his head and laughed loudly. "Play me to death? Haha. An orphan like you wants to play me to death? Haha, are you fucking kidding me? I have money in the southern province. I have people above and below me. You, a little military academy student, dare to go against me? Damn girl. I can pinch you to death with a single finger. Let go of me first, then kowtow to me 10 times. I'll consider letting you go tonight. Haha, you want to play with me? Ha, what do you have to play with me? Money? People? Do you have any? Ha. He laughed maniacally. He was absolutely certain that Yi Qian would not dare to do anything to him. That was what he thought. Yi Qian smirked. "You don't believe me? All right, let's begin then. The more you don't believe it, the more scared you will be in the end. If you are complacent, there will be a time when you beg for mercy." She didn't open her mouth to respond, and the surroundings quieted down. The cold wind blew through the pine needles that had even frozen the leaves, bringing a bone-chilling cold that could freeze the blood in one's body. After laughing maniacally, Sun Yaozu was still waiting for Yi Qian to kowtow and admit his mistake. When the surroundings were so quiet that he could only hear his own breathing, he began to look left and right. It was too quiet, so quiet that it was as if he was the only one here. It was too cold, so cold that his joints were about to stiffen. He couldn't help but panic in his heart. Even his confidence gradually began to falter. "Damn girl, get the hell out here. Get the fuck out here." Sun Yaozu roared loudly, but in return, there was still a deathly silence. There was not a single sound. He roared a few more times, but there was still no response. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he couldn't stop trembling, began to realize that he was in danger. He stopped roaring and squatted down, trying to untie the rope that bound his legs. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't untie it. It was getting colder and colder, and his fingers were getting stiffer and stiffer. It was getting harder and harder to untie the rope. Chapter 1971. He was so anxious that he didn't dare to untie the rope anymore. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Get out here! Fuck, you dare to play with me? Do you fucking want to die?" There was still no response. The only thing that accompanied him were the cold trees around him and the occasional rustling of some small animal in the bushes. After another 10 minutes, there was still no movement. Sun Yaozu couldn't help but jump up in an attempt to warm himself up. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared again, "Get out here! Get out here! Son of a bitch, get out here!" Insults floated over one after another. Yi Qian remained unmoved and continued to lean against the tree with his eyes closed. The show had just begun. Let him torment himself for a while, until he was completely scared. Sun Yaozu wasn't like old Madame Yi, who could curse 18 generations of people's ancestors. He also didn't think of insulting martyr Sun Xueqing. He just kept on cursing Yi Qian, saying unbearably ugly things. "Son of a bitch, stop fucking pretending to be a ghost. Get out here if you have the guts." His words were ugly, but it was obvious that he didn't have much confidence left. The only reason he could still shout was because he was holding on. Sun Yaozu, who had shouted until his throat was sore, had a look of panic on his face. His gaze swept around in a hurry, as if he was looking for something. At this moment, he was really starting to feel scared. Cold, too cold. Even jumping on the spot didn't bring any heat. Sun Yaozu, who was shaking all over his body, began to wonder if Yi Qian had already left and wasn't around at all. No, if he stayed any longer, he would really freeze to death. Good. You fucking have guts. Just you wait. If I don't kill her when I get back, I'm not human. Sun Yaozu didn't dare to stay any longer. He hugged his arms and tried to run up the mountain. His legs were so cold that his muscles were stiff. Before he could take a step, he tripped over the bushes under his feet. How could Yi Qian give him a chance to escape down the mountain? The rope that tied his legs was the same one that tied her hands. It was tied with a professional knot in the army and could only be cut with a sharp tool. After struggling for almost an hour, before Yi Qian could even make a move, Sun Yaozu, whose face was bruised and swollen from the fall, was so cold that he no longer had any strength to struggle. His teeth were chattering, and his whole body was curled up into a ball, trying to use this method to keep himself warm. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. He had earned so much money and achieved his current status. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. Why didn't those good-for-nothings at home realize that he was missing? Where were the bodyguards that he had spent so much money on? All of them are fucking useless freeloaders. Damned old hag, if I go back and meddle in your business again, I won't be human. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that even his head was trembling, clenched his teeth tightly. He cursed fiercely in his heart. Yi Qian, who didn't want to freeze him to death for the time being, saw that it was about time. Finally, she took a step out of the darkness. Her feet trampled over dead branches and leaves as she walked in front of Sun Yaozu. She turned on a dim blue flashlight. Her expression was cold as she looked down at him condescendingly. "Sun Yaozu, the cold doesn't feel good, right?" Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he was about to lose consciousness, vaguely heard someone talking. He struggled to lift his eyes, but only saw a dim blue light. As for who was talking to him, he couldn't tell at that moment. "Save me. Save me. Someone wants to kill me. Save me." He subconsciously asked for help. There was no trace of his initial arrogance. Chapter 1972. Sun Yaozu, whose lips had turned purple from the cold, did not know that the person he was asking for help was Yi Jian. With only a ball of blue light in front of him, he raised his heavy eyelids and kept murmuring, "Save me, save me." Yi Qian, who was not moved at all, asked coldly, "Why did you shoot my mother?" "Shoot? What do you mean shoot?" Sun Yaozu answered with his eyes closed. At this time, he was so cold that his joints were rusty and had no energy left. Just like that year on New Year's Eve, when he threw Yi Qian into the deep snow. Seeing this, Yi Qian broke off a tree branch and turned around to pick up the dirty coat she stepped on. He threw it directly onto Sun Yaozu, who was gradually losing consciousness from the cold. The coat was made of thick wool and could clearly protect him from the cold. Sun Yaozu, who instinctively wanted to live, tried his best to hold on to the warm coat. His fat body shrunk as if he was trying to squeeze himself into the coat. At this moment, the insufferably arrogant Sun Yaozu no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. He was no different from a beggar, fighting only for a meal. Yi Qian's eyes were full of mockery. It had only been a little more than an hour and 12 minutes. Back then, when she was only a few years old, she had been frozen for more than 3 hours. She listened to the laughter and chatter in the house. She listened to Yi Ying's happy voice when she received the money. She listened to Yi Zhixiang's proud voice when she talked about how much money her family had made in the coastal area. She also listened to Sun Dongqing's flattery. They stayed in the warm house, eating meat and drinking wine for the new year. She shouted, cried, and begged. Who would even look at her? He kicked her unconscious and threw her outside. Sun Yaozu, tonight is your retribution. Recalling the past, Yi Qian's calm eyes suddenly turned cold and ruthless. He lifted his leg and kicked Sun Yaozu's chest. This was the place where she was kicked that year. An eye for an eye, fair. What she could not take revenge in her previous life, she had to pay it back little by little in this life. Sun Yaozu, who finally had some warmth in his heart, was kicked to the throat and coughed violently. It also kicked him back to his senses. The kick was not light. If it were not for his fat, his ribs would have been broken. Even though his bones were not broken, he was in so much pain that he arched his body and fell to the ground. Before he could recover from the pain, he clearly heard a familiar voice asking him coldly, "Why did you shoot my mother?" Because of this cold voice, he suddenly became clearer. It's that damned girl, the one who dared to risk her life with him. Go za. Before he could say anything else, his voice suddenly, he let out a scream. In the dim blue light, Yi Jian could see that Sun Yaozu's wrist was bent at a strange angle. The number of people I've killed is definitely more than yours. Yi Jian twisted his wrist and looked at him with a murderous look in her eyes. It's more than you think. You said that I don't dare to kill you? Bye. Don't challenge my patience and don't waste our time. We can't afford to waste time. His gaze was as sharp as the sharpest blade. Yi Qian asked again, back then, why did you shoot my mother? Sun Yaozu had never seen Yi Qian like this. The Yi Qian who was so cold that his heart trembled, and the Yi Qian who was so unfamiliar to him. Chapter 1973. He chuckled softly, his eyes filled with provocation. His frozen purple lips trembled as he said, "Let go of me, and I'll tell you." A student dared to say that he had killed many people? Did he think he was a fool? A military school student dared to kill people? Could he continue to study after killing people? Was he trying to lie to Grandpa's son? There was only one way to deal with someone who always thought he was strong, and that was to show him what it meant to be stronger. Yi Jian took out a small knife from her pocket and smiled faintly at Sun Yaozu. She grabbed 2 of Sun Yaozu's fingers, and a cold light flashed in her dark eyes. The moment she swung the knife, Sun Yaozu covered his little finger and ring finger that had been cut in half and screamed in pain. Ow, ow, ow. His screams traveled quite far, and even scared a few birds away from their nests. Let me give you a gift for our first meeting. Kindly accept it. Yi Qian wiped the blood-stained knife on his coat and smiled faintly. Your knife is very sharp. It's quite handy for me. Yi Qian, who had been captured, did not carry any other weapons other than the silver wire on his wrist. This small knife was the one Sun Yaozu had wanted to use in the basement to stab Yi Qian in one of his eyes. Now that she was using it, it was quite good. Speak properly. If you say something wrong, I'll continue to cut off your other 8 fingers. As long as you can withstand it, I'll be happy to play with you. Yi Qian said faintly. He did not take another look at the blood in his eyes. Take a good look at the 2 fingers that I cut off. Next time, I'll probably cut off the entire palm. If not, I'll leave a section for you. Yi Qian was already used to seeing blood. His 10 fingers were connected to his heart. Being cut in half at once, the immense pain directly cut off Sun Yaozu's domineering confidence. Holding his fingers, he moved along with the dim blue light and saw the 2 halves of his fingers that he had cut off. Bloody fingers, neat white broken bones. She cut them off so easily. It was actually quite difficult to make someone who was used to being tyrannical suddenly become afraid. Facing his 2 broken fingers, although Sun Yaozu was afraid, he wasn't so afraid that he would beg for mercy. He still forced himself to maintain a fierce expression and glared at Yi Qian. "How dare you, do? Of course I dare. Don't you believe me? Don't worry, I'll just cut off 2 more of your fingers." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. He didn't give Sun Yaozu any chance to react. He reached out and grabbed Sun Yaozu's other hand as fast as lightning. The cold gleam of the knife slashed across Sun Yaozu's eyes. His pupils constricted, and the sound that came out of his throat was even more miserable than before. Yi Qian laughed coldly. "There are only 6 left. If you still don't believe me, then keep peeling." Sun Yaozu, who was screaming miserably, believed it. He really believed it. It was only now that he understood that the Yi Qian he was facing was not the Yi Qian he knew at all. It was also not the Yi Qian that he thought was easy to deal with. She easily cut off half of his fingers without a trace of fear. It was as if she had done this kind of thing so many times that she was completely numb. Thinking of this, Sun Yaozu, who had always been domineering, was finally so scared that his eyes were filled with terror. He fell to the ground and could no longer hold his hands tightly. He was in so much pain that sweat broke out on his forehead and he ground his teeth. The wretched girl that he was calling out and the bastard that he was cursing would really kill her. She would really kill her. Chapter 1974. The pain in his body told him that the wretched girl he looked down on was actually a ruthless character. How many people could cut someone's finger just like that? The coldness on his body told him that it was the wretched girl he looked down on who had planned to bring him to the mountains. How could such a ruthless person be caught by his men so easily? Moreover, she was able to escape from the 4 bodyguards he had hired at a high price and come back so easily. She had planned everything long ago and was just waiting for him to fall into her trap. The cold and painful Sun Yaozu finally realized that he had fallen into her trap. Just like she said, she was actually waiting for him to come over. Sun Yaozu's heart was trembling, but he did not dare to continue crying out in pain. His teeth trembled as he said, I'll talk. Let me go, I'll tell you everything." He stated his conditions, but in return, Yi Qian sneered contemptuously. "What right do you have to negotiate with me? Money? People? You'll lose everything if you die? Unfortunately, I don't care about what you have. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Back then, why did you shoot my mother?" she asked sternly again. Sun Yaozu, who was terrified, trembled as if the doorknob in his mouth was broken. He was so shocked that he blurted out a lot at once. "Smuggling. Back then, when I was working as a smuggler, every batch of goods that came from the sea didn't need to be inspected. I don't know when your mother came over. One day, she accidentally found out that I was helping to move the goods. The smuggled goods couldn't go through the docks, so they went through the undeveloped seaside. The workers were all controlled vagrants. Your mother happened to see me moving the goods that day and recognized me at a glance. She thought that I was being controlled and was very anxious. She found me when I was moving the second batch of goods. At that time, I didn't think that there was anything wrong with her. I thought that she was sent by the people in the army to cooperate with us. Fortunately, your mother spoke first. Although your mother didn't say why she came over, the people in the army greeted us and said that there might be someone who had mixed in with our route and that we should be careful. Your mother asked me, how long have you been here? Then I understood that your mother was sent to find out about the smuggling route and not to help us. Your mother left a few days later. Before she left, she said that she was going to save me. Your mother is from Sunjuan, and I'm also from Sunjun. My grandfather and your grandfather have the same grandfather, and we're relatives. In addition, my mother helped your grandfather's family before, and your mother has always remembered this favor. She wants to save me. I didn't want your mother's life. It was your mother who was stubborn and wanted to blow things up. I can't coax your mother and deliberately let her continue to misunderstand that I'm being controlled while quickly telling the news to the person convenient for us. I don't know who that person is. I only know that he is from the army. I received a message from that person saying that your mother cannot be left alive. He will plan to get rid of your mother. A month later, the army sent a special force to encircle us. Your mother was one of them. That night, the mountain was filled with gunshots. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move, but I didn't expect your mother to find me. I was so scared that my legs went weak. I thought your mother was coming to kill me, so I shouted, "She's here." Your mother reacted really quickly and immediately realized that there was something wrong with me. She was shocked and angry. She shouted my name in her native language and even pulled out a knife to stab me. Chapter 1975. My eyes were blinded by your mother, but I wasn't the one who shot her. I didn't have a gun. The one who shot her was someone wearing the same clothes as your mother. It was your mother's men who shot her. It had nothing to do with me. He spoke very quickly, afraid that he would make Yi Qian angry if he spoke too slowly. But because he spoke too quickly, Yi Qian began to doubt the veracity of his words. Yi Qian, who was getting closer to the truth, didn't want to waste any more time. "You're telling too many lies," she said darkly. She pressed the knife against his right thumb with the back of the knife and said, "The diary my mother left behind is very different from yours. Do you really want me to cut off 2 more of your fingers?" Sun Yaozu screamed in fear again. He looked at the young man's ruthless face and shouted, I'll talk, take the knife, away. Sun Yaozu didn't suspect that he was being tricked. He really thought that Yi Qian had the diary. Otherwise, why would she come looking for him? Someone found me, told me to let your mother see it on purpose. I don't know who it was. I took a sum of money and listened to his arrangements. I let your mother see it on purpose. Someone wanted your mother's life. They took someone else's money and worked for someone else. I'm telling the truth. It's all the truth. Knife, take the knife away, take it away. Yi Qian didn't doubt the veracity of his words. Chief Kai told him that his mother seemed to have realized that she might not be able to return safely, so she secretly asked her comrades to help her and handed the diary to Chief Kai, whom she trusted the most. In other words, his mother had already guessed that someone wanted to kill her. Yi Qian, whose heart felt like a huge rock, asked in a hoarse voice, Who are they? Did you see the person who shot my mother clearly? The person who shot her mother was wearing the same clothes. The truth was so cruel that she couldn't believe it was the truth. How could they shoot their own comrades? She couldn't believe it. There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong. I don't know. I really don't know. I've told you everything I know. I didn't shoot your mother. I didn't do it. Yi Qian stared at him closely, scrutinizing his eyes and facial expressions. This time, he was not lying to her. You were a fugitive. Why did you recover your identity later? Yi Qian asked his last question. As long as he got an answer, the culprit in front of him who had worked together with another person to kill his mother should be dealt with. Someone helped me and told me that they could help me resolve my identity, but the condition was that I had to keep a close eye on Yi Zhifan. But I couldn't go and cause trouble for Yi Zhifan. His voice was processed, so I couldn't tell who he was. I'm not lying to you. I really don't know who this person is. Sun Yaozu didn't hide anything at this point. He told her everything he needed to know in order to save his own life. I know about your father's death too. The old woman didn't like your father. All he did was ask about where he could earn the most money, but the work was dangerous. Your father was forced to leave home by the old woman. The work he found was also forced by the old woman. Yi Qian, I've told you everything I know. If I hide anything, may the heavens strike me with lightning and I'll die a horrible death. He even swore a deadly oath. Yi Qian, who knew enough, glanced at Sun Yaozu, who still thought he could leave this place alive. He smiled faintly and said, Okay, I got it. I'll continue to investigate what you said. She would continue to investigate until she found the truth. Chapter 1976. In the face of difficulties, Yi Qian in this life would always face them head-on. Even though she could tell from Sun Yaozu's words that her mother's sacrifice involved the higher-ups of the army, she wasn't afraid. She wouldn't risk her life to find out the truth. Having been reborn, she cherished her life very much. She wanted to find out the truth, and she also needed to protect her own life. As a martyr, her mother shouldn't have sacrificed herself like this. How could she have died under the gun of her comrades? She didn't believe it at all. Mother's comrades, like Chief Kai, and those uncles who never showed up but were still investigating in secret. They were loyal, hot-blooded, and had an unwavering sense of justice. How could someone like them raise a gun and shoot at their own comrades? She didn't believe it at all. When Sun Yaozu heard Yi Qian say that she would investigate thoroughly, a sinister sneer flashed across his eyes. Investigate thoroughly? That's right. He admitted that he had underestimated Yi Qian. He also knew that he had been too careless. He had fallen into her trap and almost froze to death on the mountain. But she said that she would investigate thoroughly. Although she was a ruthless person, she was a ruthless person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That person could easily mobilize an army and cooperate with a smuggling team. She even had a way to collect illegal money. Would someone like that be afraid of being investigated? With such power, who would dare to investigate? She actually said that she would investigate thoroughly? Fine, he would wait for her to investigate thoroughly. If she did, she would end up like her mother. She would end up losing her life. Sun Yaozu, who didn't notice anything from her indifferent expression, sneered in his heart. He put on his coat, and his body of fat warmed up his limbs. His mind became active again. He smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Oh, investigate, investigate. I won't disturb your investigation. I have to go. If I don't go now, I'll be covered in blood. I'm afraid I'll bring you trouble." Was he threatening her? Yi Qian sneered. "You won't bring me trouble. You won't have the chance to bring me trouble." She was involved in the murder of her mother, and she still wanted to leave alive? Naive. Looking at Yi Qian, who was smiling at him, Sun Yaozu narrowed his eyes. He swallowed hard. "You, what do you mean? Aren't my intentions clear enough?" Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. "Oh, that's right. You think I don't dare to kill you? Didn't I just say it? I've killed many more people than you can imagine, and—" There was a cold smile on Yi Qian's beautiful face. She slowly bent down and looked at the other party with a little coldness in her clear black eyes, as if there was a handful of snow. "And it's all legal killing. Although killing you is not legal, it's still a very simple thing." The girl in front of him smiled faintly. Her youthful face gradually overlapped with the face in his memories, as if they were the same person. The only difference was that the Rong Yen in his memory was worried about him and told him that she would definitely save him. But the youthful face in front of him was filled with murderous intent. One wanted to save him, the other wanted to kill him. Sun Yaozu retreated in horror, trying to find a place where he could feel safe. No, you can't do this. Murder is against the law. Aren't you a military academy student? How dare you kill me? If you kill me you won't have a good ending. Chapter 1977. If I don't kill you, do you think I'll let the tiger return to the mountain and wait for you to come back and kill me? Yi Qian laughed. His dark eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Do you think I'm stupid enough to wait for you to come and kill me? I don't want to do it myself. I'll just kill you the way you tried to kill me back then. No, if you kill me, you'll be destroying yourself. Yi Qian, it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. Yes. Look at how hard it was for you to escape from the Yi family. Now Yi Jifan can't do anything to you. Yi Ying will forever be inferior to you. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll go to jail. Sun Yaozu, who was so cold that he was about to lose consciousness, now truly felt that he was going to die here. Fear and panic came crashing over him like a raging tide. He was very, very afraid of death. He never thought that death would be so close to him. Right now, he could only beg for mercy. He cried bitterly and begged for mercy. He wanted to live. He didn't want to die. A life for a life. If you kill me, you won't have a good ending either. If Yi Ying knew about this, she would be so happy that she would immediately return to the country. Yi Jifan and Sun Dongxing would be even happier. Yi Qian, let me go. I beg you, let me go. Tell me what you want me to do. I'll definitely work for you obediently from now on. Old hag Yi, you must hate her, right? She also took money back then. She also had a part to play in killing your mother. I'll get rid of her for you, okay? If you let me go, I'll be a dog in your hands from now on. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. In order to live, Sun Yaozu threw away all of his dignity just to live. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for revenge. However, Yiqin laughed softly when she heard this. She had always been a narrow-minded person. Seeing him kowtow to her and beg for mercy, she had to admit that it felt good to see it. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Sun Yaozu's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Qian's words. He thought that Yi Qian was just teasing him when he said he would kill him. He was so scared that his beer belly deflated a little. Then he heard Yi Qian say coldly, I'll let you go as soon as possible. It's boring to tease you for too long. From heaven to hell, Yi Qian only needed to say a few words. Sun Yaozu looked at her and raised her hand. Someone walked out of the darkness and asked her respectfully, Are you going to tie him to the tree directly? Yes, and he's wearing too many clothes. Let's take them off. Yi Qian's casual words made Sun Yaozu completely despair. His fat legs twitched violently a few times, and a strong smell of urine drifted over with the cold wind. The man standing in front of Yi Qian glanced down and said to Yi Qian without changing his expression, The car is parked at the foot of the mountain. We still need to walk some distance before we can get there. We'll take care of the rest. The 2 foreign bodyguards have also been taken care of. As long as we clean up this place, we'll be done. The subordinates that Ho Zi sent to Yi Qian were all his trusted aides. They were all quite capable and always did things cleanly. Not even a fingerprint would be left behind at the scene. Before he finished listening, Sun Yaozu's eyes rolled back a few times and he actually fainted from fear. Yi Qian didn't stay. Ho Zi said at the time that it would be better for him to take care of the rest of the matters. Just as Sun Yaozu said, it wasn't worth it to ruin her own future for him. Looking back at Sun Yaozu, who was tied to the tree like a dead pig, Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. He hid his deep sharpness and left the scene with a calm and fearless aura. After taking care of Sun Yaozu, what awaited her next was an even bigger storm. And she was already prepared. Chapter 1978. After Yi Qian left for a while, the man in charge of handling the aftermath gave Ho Zi a call. At that time, it was almost 3 in the morning. Ho Zi was anxious to go to the Yu family for the new year. After coaxing Xia Yiwei to sleep, he sneaked out of bed and dealt with the important matters at hand. He had to rush back to the capital with his beloved woman to reunite with her family on New Year's Eve. While working at his desk, he heard his phone ring. He looked at the caller ID and suddenly remembered that he had a big matter to deal with outside. He was so busy that he had forgotten about it. He replied with a faint, hello, and his subordinates reported the situation at Mount De. After knowing that Yi Qian had listened to his orders and did not personally deal with Sun Yaozu, he also did not make things difficult for his subordinates and went down the mountain. Ho Zi's slender fingers lightly knocked on his desk. A faint smile appeared on his handsome and mature face. Okay, I got it. Clean up the loose ends. It won't be very peaceful in the next few days. Brothers, be careful for a few days. Ho Zi still had his concerns. If it was in the past, he would not have to worry about dealing with a few people. He would have to personally instruct his subordinates to be careful for a few days. Ho Zi was used to controlling everything himself. Therefore, Yi Qian could only participate in the first half. When Yi Qian told him that he wanted to deal with Sun Yaozu, his suggestion was for him to deal with the loose ends. In his previous life, Yi Qian understood Ho Zi's way of doing things through the boss of the security company. In this life, he had interacted with him many times. He knew that this was a gang leader who was used to controlling the entire situation. In the end, no matter what he said, she nodded. He did not want trouble after the incident. She did not want to trouble him at all. However, in the end, he was still the one who troubled her. Naturally, she had to listen to his arrangements. Otherwise, she would be seen as someone who did not know what was good for her. Yi Qian's cooperation made Ho Zi feel a little surprised. This decisive girl did not refute him directly. After the incident, she would definitely do something to reassure him. This was her personality. Ho Zi also had this bad habit. However, she did not. She completely followed his instructions and cooperated. This made him a little surprised. She actually trusted him so much. She was not worried that he would not clean up the loose ends. In the end, she would lose everything. That's interesting. Ho Zi glanced at the phone on the desk. He stood up and stretched with a smile on his face. Tonight's work was over. Since she trusted him so much, he couldn't let her down. Yes, she also knew her limits and knew how to get along with him. Or it could be said that she was very clear about his style of doing things and understood his personality. If it was someone else who knew him so well, they would have said that he wouldn't live long, but she was the daughter-in-law that Old Six had chosen, and Iwei also admired her very much. For the sake of their relationship as a family in the future, he was very willing to help this girl who had relied on her own efforts to get to where she was today. Old Six, your wife is not simple. You are really lucky. At that time, a clan with 3 generals will be recorded in the annals of history. After saying that softly, Ho Zi turned off the lights and left the study. She returned to the bedroom and fell asleep with her warm and fragrant jade in her arms. After returning to the hotel, Yi Qian took a shower and laid on the bed. However, he did not feel sleepy at all. He was still thinking about every word that Sun Yaozu said. He was trying to find the most useful clues from it. The initial confusion gradually turned into a clue. Yi Qian suddenly sat up from the bed. He picked up the pencil that the hotel had prepared and started to write and draw on a piece of paper. Chapter 1979. Soon, a relationship chart appeared on the paper. In the end, Yi Qian focused on the someone who helped Sun Yaozu recover his identity and asked him to keep an eye on Yi Jifan, but didn't allow him to cause trouble for Yi Jifan. In the end, Yi Qian drew a thick line around the someone. Could she assume that this person was the person she was looking for? Yi Jifan took her mother's jade pendant and rose through the ranks. This person, who hadn't helped Sun Yaozu recover his identity for so many years, suddenly made a move one day and asked Sun Yaozu to keep an eye on Yi Jifan. Could she assume that this person was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control Yi Jifan in the future, so he asked Sun Yaozu to keep an eye on him? That didn't seem right. How could he not be able to control Yi Jifan? The reason Yi Jifan was where he was today was all because of this person's guidance. Right? When Sun Yaozu mentioned the army, Yi Qian drew a star in a thick circle and a promotion/promotion sign. This meant that if this person was still in the army, then he must be a high-ranking official. There was another question. If he was a high-ranking official in the army, how could he reach out to political power? What if this person's family members were high-ranking officials in the political arena? Every time Yi Qian thought of a question, she would write it down. Every time she thought of a possibility, she would write it down. Yi Qian, who had a strong sense of logic, circled one question after another based on what Sun Yaozu said. She then analyzed the various possibilities. She sorted out the messy situation bit by bit and slowly organized it. In the end, Yi Qian confirmed that this person was a high-ranking official in the army, and his family members were high-ranking officials in the political arena. Only the coexistence of these two could explain her current predicament. It looked like she would have to trouble Captain Xia again. She needed to ask him which high-ranking military officers had powerful connections in the political arena. This way, she could narrow down the scope of her investigation. Yi Qian didn't know that the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection had already begun investigating martyr Sun Xueqing. She also didn't know that Chief Kai was secretly invited to the capital. On New Year's Eve, news of a real estate tycoon being kidnapped and killed by his 2 foreign bodyguards suddenly spread in southern province. For a time, the headlines of all the major newspapers were dominated by the real estate tycoon's death. According to the relevant investigation, the origins of the 2 foreign bodyguards are unknown. They did not go through the normal immigration process. The police suspect that the 2 foreigners may have criminal records. The police later investigated the 2 foreigners for repeatedly molesting women in entertainment venues and obtained relevant evidence. After Yi Qian finished reading this short paragraph, he stuffed the 2 yuan newspaper into the trash can. The police were suspicious of the 2 missing foreign bodyguards. They even took 2 blurry fingerprints from the crime scene and compared them with the fingerprints of the 2 missing foreign bodyguards. It had to be said that Yi Zhixiang had played a big role in this. Otherwise, the police wouldn't have only suspected the 2 foreign bodyguards. She told the police that she had heard 2 foreign bodyguards asking her husband, Sun Yaozu, for a higher commission, but they were rejected. Therefore, she suspected that the 2 foreign bodyguards must be holding a grudge. If he had a wife who lowered his IQ, such as Yi Jifan and Sun Yaozu, she would only drag him down at critical moments. When old Madame Yi found out that her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu, had died from a nurse, her heart sank. When old Madame Yi thought of her son-in-law's murderer, the first person she thought of was Yi Qian. After being paralyzed for so long, although she had food, water, and taken care of, she had still lost weight. Old Madame Yi pointed at the nurse with a trembling finger. She was so thin that her face completely revealed her mean nature. Her lips trembled as she asked sternly, "You, what are you talking about?" Chapter 1980. The young nurse did not have a good impression of the old lady, who was mean and would scold others at the slightest displeasure. But she was Director Ye's mother, so they didn't dare to say anything. They looked at each other and passed the newspaper to her. "Look, we only found out after reading the newspaper. Real estate tycoon killed in kidnapping." The words that took up most of the page rushed into old Madame Ye's eyes. When she saw the name clearly, her body twitched violently. Her cloudy eyes flashed with obvious fear. She wasn't frightened because of Sun Yaozu's death. She was frightened because of what Yi Qian said before he left. She was the one who told her son-in-law to solve the problem in secret as soon as possible. She was the one who told him to clean it up before the new year. Because there were many crimes before the new year, as long as it was handled properly, the police wouldn't necessarily know if a life was lost. Who knew? The bastard was fine, but her son-in-law was in trouble. At this moment, old Madame Yi didn't think of the 2 foreign bodyguards as the culprit, but Yi Qian. Her intuition told her that Yi Qian had a lot to do with this. What a coincidence! She suspected that Yi Qian had something to do with her son-in-law's death. When she saw the newspaper and what her daughter Yi Zhixiang said to the reporters, she muttered, "Idiot, idiot." She was still holding the newspaper when she suddenly foamed at the mouth and fell out of the wheelchair. Just as Yi Qian said, old Madame Yi had a second stroke. Before she could tell Yi Zhixiang about her suspicions, old Madame Yi, who had a second stroke, wasn't as lucky as the first one. The doctors tried their best to save her, but they couldn't pull her back from death. Yi Zhixiang, who had just lost her husband, hadn't completely accepted it. When she heard the doctors say that old Madame Yi had passed away, she went crazy and threw her bag at the doctor. "Trash. You're all a bunch of trash. You're all a bunch of quacks. I give your hospital more than 100,000 yuan a year, and you can't even save my mother. You're all a bunch of liars." The doctor wanted to comfort her, but he didn't expect a weapon to fall from the sky and hit him squarely on the head. When Yi Zhixiang came at him again, the doctor raised his hand to block it and quickly stepped back. He said sternly, "This is a hospital, not a place for you to be unreasonable." The old lady is easily irritable. Us doctors, nurses, and the nurses who take care of her have to remind her to pay attention to her emotions every day to prevent a second stroke. I remind him every day, but the old man turns a deaf ear every day. We've also made it very clear to the family about the consequences of a second stroke. Now, the old man has suffered a second stroke due to emotional agitation. Our hospital is already doing our best to save him. If you continue to be so unreasonable, I will directly call the police. How could Yi Zhixiang listen? The 2 nurses who were driving her were kicked several times. Yi Jifan, who had rushed over, happened to see Yi Zhixiang throwing a tantrum. His expression immediately darkened. "What are you doing? Don't you think things are messy enough?" Sun Dongqing, who came later, took a look and gloated, "She's never worried about messy things. The messier the better." "Shut up." Yifan, who had been in a bad mood all day, glared at his wife and hurried over. "Doctor, something big happened to my sister's family, and now something happened to my mother. She's in a bad mood. Please forgive her." He didn't know that old Madame Yi hadn't been saved yet. For Yi Jifan's sake, the doctor nodded with a cold face and didn't say anything else. He covered his bleeding forehead and left. Chapter 1981. Yi Jifan's arrival was a relief to the hospital. Although he was a provincial official, he was not arrogant and had a good temper. He never made things difficult for others. Every time he came back, he would advise the old lady not to make things difficult for the hospital and to be more considerate. The staff in the nursing home were all looking forward to his arrival. After the doctor left, the nurse comforted him with "my condolences," and quickly left. They could understand the family member's emotions after the death of a loved one, but it was wrong to hit someone. The doctor tried his best to save her, but not only did he not get a word of thanks, he was also beaten up. Anyone would be angry. After the staff left, Yi Jifan's face darkened and he reprimanded, "Do you think this matter is not serious enough? Who do you think you are? You even hit the doctor. Do you really want to sit in the police station for a few days before you're happy? Things have never gone well for you. You've only made things worse. When the reporters interviewed you, look at what you said. You said it was definitely the work of the 2 foreign bodyguards. Are you sure? Even the police can't be sure." The old lady passed away. The doctor's hair was wet with sweat after saving her. "You didn't even say, 'thank you,' when you came up. You even hit someone. Yi Jixiang, you're really something. You really think you're not afraid of anything just because you're rich? Listen to me carefully. Sun Yaozu and the old lady, who made money for you, are gone. If you continue to be so arrogant, you'll destroy the 2 children." Yi Jifan was indeed afraid that Yi Jixiang would drag him down. Things were different now. If anything happened to a government official, the media would swarm over like flies. They were just waiting for you to commit a crime so they could expose you. Although he had people protecting him, he was still cautious. If he were to become the subject of gossip because of his relationship with Yi Jixiang, he would definitely teach her a lesson. At this time, Yi Fan was not concerned about the old lady's death. He was worried that Yi Jixiang would implicate him in the future. Yi Jixiang didn't inherit old Madame Ye's intelligence, but she inherited her temper. How could she be intimidated? Hearing this, she straightened her neck and roared, "Yifan, don't put on airs in front of me." The moment she shouted, Yi Jifan's expression changed. If there weren't people walking around, he would have slapped her. Yi Jixiang seemed to have found a place to vent. Without looking at his expression, she pointed her finger and shouted, "My mother is gone. I know you 2 are happy. Especially you, Sun Dongqing you." She had just pointed her gun at Sun Dongqing, but Sun Dongqing, who was never one to be trifled with, did not even let her finish. She glared at her angrily and retorted, "What did I do? What did I do? That's because your mother is gone. Shut up, all of you." When Yi Jifan saw that the 2 of them were arguing unreasonably, he couldn't restrain his anger and shouted, "Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" 8th. Sun Dongqing would not let herself be taken advantage of. With the old lady's death, she suddenly felt that she was in charge. Yi Jixiang happened to be in charge. How could she let it go so easily? She looked coldly at the crazy Yi Jixiang and said, "I'm happy. What can you do to me? You and your mother bullied me years ago. I've been looking forward to this day. It's finally here. Why can't I be happy?" Yi Jixiang was infuriated by Sun Dongqing's words. She roared and swung her bag at Sun Dongqing's head. "Bitch, bitch. I'll kill you, bitch." Chapter 1982. A fight between 2 women was much fiercer than a fight between a woman and a man. No matter how fast Yi Jifan's reaction was, he couldn't stop both of them at the same time. More and more onlookers gathered, and more people were pointing at them. The doctors and nurses who heard the commotion had no choice but to join in. In the end, the security guards came out and evacuated the onlookers. Then, they dragged the 2 shrews back to the doctor's office. Only then did the quarrel stop. The doctor couldn't stay. For Yi Fan's sake, he said a few words like, "We all understand," to save some face for him. He left the office to the 3 of them and left with the excuse that he needed to check on the ward. Yi Fan, who had lost all his face, was so angry that his face was ashen. He swept his gaze over the 2 of them with raging anger. He didn't have the habit of hitting women, otherwise, he would have hit them with a chair. "You 2 are really something. One is the wife of a real estate tycoon, and the other is the wife of a provincial official. Do you think that not many people in Nan Province know you? Do you want to make a name for yourselves today? Only then will you feel happy when people point at you on the streets." Every word was said through gritted teeth. Every word was cold and ruthless. Now you got what you wanted. I dare say that only the two of you showed up today. No one doesn't know you two shrews. At this point, Yi Jifan's anger flared up. He slapped the doctor's desk. Bam! Sun Dongqing and Yi Jixiang's hearts skipped a beat. They saw Yi Jifan pointing at his face and roaring with a ferocious expression, My face has become the laughingstock of the entire Nan province. His ancestors' faces have been disgraced by you two idiots. Yi Jixiang, who was a little scared, sat down. She covered her face and cried loudly. Second brother, what should I do? What should the company do? Lei Lei and Qingqing are so young. What should we do in the future? Oh, now you're calling me second brother? Weren't you very impressive when the dead old woman was still alive? Sun Dongqing wasn't afraid of drama. Looking at Yi Jixiang's current appearance, she was very happy. What should we do? How would we know? It's just a salad. Yi Jifan saw that she only knew how to target others and was not worried about her own situation at all. He scolded angrily, Do you think it's easy to deal with? At that time, those people who flatter you will be gloating behind your back. I'm sure you'll feel very comfortable in your heart. How dare they? Sun Dongqing shouted coldly. Whoever dares to gossip about my family, I'll teach her whole family a lesson. Yi Jifan, who had completely lost faith in his wife, was too lazy to persuade her any further. She was a stubborn woman. No matter how good or bad you were, she would only think that she was right. Get lost. Yi Jifan took a few deep breaths. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he pointed at the door and shouted, Did you hear that? Scram. He still needed to ask about Sun Yaozu. Keeping Sun Dongqing here would only add to his troubles. Sun Dongqing didn't want to stay. She rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, Who wants to stay? What bad luck. She walked to the door and turned around. She glanced at Yi Jixiang with disdain. What bad luck. Give me a call before you go home. I'll use mugwort to smoke you. Yi Jixiang, who was covering her face and crying, immediately raised her head. She glared at the person who dared to go against her. She gritted her teeth and said, Sun Dongqing, don't be so smug. How dare you curse my mother? You will also suffer retribution. Chapter 1983. Sun Dongqing snorted in disdain and said, I think it's your family that's going to get retribution. Then she walked away smugly. Yi Jixiang was so angry that she almost fainted. Brother, look at her. Look at her. She didn't even shed a tear when Mom passed away, and she's still making sarcastic remarks. Now, the only person Yi Jixiang could think of was Yi Jifan. However, Yi Jifan wasn't sad. Sun Dongqing had suffered a lot in the hands of old Madame Yi when she first married him, so it was only right for her to vent her anger. Thinking about business, Yi Jifan calmed down a lot and said, Birth, old age, illness, and death are natural laws. Do you think being sad can bring someone back to life? Old Madame Yi's sudden death was normal for Yi Jifan. She had been paralyzed for so long and had such a bad temper. The doctor had reminded him many times to persuade her. If she continued to be irritable, she would definitely have a second stroke and her life would be in danger. He heard it but didn't remember it. In the Yi family, other than Yi Qian who hated her the most, Yi Jixin also hated her. When he received a call from Yi Jixiang saying that old Madame Yi had another stroke, he used the excuse that he was far away and that it would take him a few hours to get back. He didn't want to see this vicious old woman off, nor did he want to hear her last words. Yi Jixiang couldn't accept Yi Jifan's indifference. She looked at him in disbelief. Brother Q, how could you be like this? Mom treated you so much better than Big Brother. Treated him so much better than Yi Xinfan? Yi Jifan sneered. I know how to avoid your mother's anger. I'm just a little smarter than Yi Xinfan. Otherwise, I would be your mother's punching bag. Yi Jifan didn't want to talk about history anymore. His expression was cold as he said in a businesslike tone, I don't have much time to arrange your mother's funeral. I plan to let the company handle it. Today is New Year's Eve. You still have to go back to the Sun family for the new year. Your mother's funeral will be handled after the new year. I'll take care of it myself. You don't have to worry about it. Although the tea had cooled down after the person left, he had pretended for so long that he did not mind pretending to be a filial son for a few more days. Hearing this, Yi Zhixiang felt a little better. Then she heard him ask, "Now, tell me about Sun Yaozu. Tell me everything you know so I can talk to the police and have them investigate more carefully. Tell me, how did he recover his identity? I need to start investigating from here and see if anyone is using Sun Yaozu to do something illegal." He said it in a dignified manner, but in fact he just wanted to confirm the suspicions in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Yi Zhixiang decided to tell her everything she knew. "He came home drunk that day and told me that if you ever dared to do anything wrong, he would make you pay for it. I was a little curious and asked a few more questions. Only then did I know that there was a noble person helping me. The condition was to let Yaozu keep an eye on you. But then I saw that damned girl, Yi Qian, appear on top of the city gate tower with the country's leaders. Then, your good daughter hit me and sent me to the hospital. I forgot about it." Yi Zhifan's face darkened. He only guessed that the person might have helped Sun Yaozu, but he did not expect that person to want him to keep an eye on him. When he left the hospital, Yi Zhifan's heart was still in turmoil. He did not have half a second of peace. On New Year's Eve, Yi Zhifan's family was destined to not have a peaceful time. Yi Qian, who had returned to the sniper base, made dumplings with the soldiers and happily celebrated the new year. Chapter 1984. Yi Jian, who had been reborn in the second year of junior high, counted silently in her heart as she made dumplings. She realized that she didn't seem to have spent Chinese New Year in the army. She was either on the way to training or on the way to training. Looking at the less than 100 recruits and veterans of the sniper base gathered in the canteen to make dumplings in full swing, Japan's somewhat impetuous heart gradually calmed down. The familiar color and the familiar temperament were what she liked only in this life. Take it easy. Although there's still space in your stomachs, if each of you makes 100 dumplings, you'll have to make more than 1,000 dumplings tonight. If you can't finish them, you'll have to go back to the dormitory. A middle-aged man in the middle joked. His fingers moved nimbly, and in just a few words, he made a perfectly shaped dumpling. It was obvious that it was made by a master chef. The middle-aged man's surname was Deng. He was a captain and a company commander. He was the commander of the sniper base. He was also a soldier with outstanding military achievements. He was 34 years old this year. The soldiers all laughed. Someone replied, "I'm not afraid of being full. I'll run 3 kilometers after eating a few. 100 dumplings won't be a problem." "That's a good idea. Comrades, what do you think?" There was a collective objection. The laughter was joyous and harmonious. Yi Qian didn't have much contact with Commander Deng. Firstly, she had only been here for a short time. Secondly, when she was here, Commander Deng went out on a business trip and didn't come back until yesterday. Today, it was Principal Chen who introduced her to the sniper base that she spoke a few words with Commander Deng. Commander Deng, who came from the northeast, was a famous Chinese New Year holdout in the sniper base. He had been in the army for 8 Chinese New Years and hadn't come home. Including this year, it had been 9 years. He had planned to go home to visit his wife and children this year. An instructor who was supposed to be on duty during the Chinese New Year had a seriously ill father. Commander Deng took over his duty without hesitation and asked the instructor to go home early in the morning to visit his family. Principal Chen looked at Company Commander Deng, who was talking and laughing with the soldiers, and said to Yi Qian, "He bought the tickets a long time ago. The night before the business trip, he told me that he could finally go home this year to see his family and his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He also told me about his old father at home. When his mother found out that he was going home, she was so happy that she cried. When he came back yesterday, he found out that an instructor's father was seriously ill. Without hesitation, he gave his train ticket to his comrade. He's also a true man. Little Yi, the thing we don't lack the most in our army is true character." Yi Qian thought they were just talking about Commander Deng, but when she heard the last sentence, she immediately understood that Principal Chen had put in a lot of effort into this matter. He was using this as an excuse to lecture her because he was afraid that she would act rashly again. "Chief Kai, did he say something to you?" Yi Qian put down the weirdly wrapped dumpling in her hand. She lowered her eyes and picked up another dumpling's skin. She didn't look up at Principal Chen. Her long, thin eyelashes trembled slightly. Can you tell me more? Principal Chen felt that Yi Qian was good at everything, except for one thing: she was too thoughtful. He sighed softly and tried to persuade her. Little Yi, I'm starting to suspect that your father and I have taught you to be so strong. Have we gone overboard? So much so that you want to solve everything by yourself, and you like to do it in secret. Even Uncle Chen doesn't know what you've been doing in secret. If it wasn't for Chief Kai's call, he wouldn't have known that she had left the base to seek revenge. 7 days. For 7 whole days, he still hadn't noticed anything wrong with this little Yi girl. Yi Qian pursed her lips and revealed a stubborn look. She gently pinched the dumpling's skin with her eyes lowered. She said softly, "You need to rest. I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't tell you." Chapter 1985. This time, I got some information from Sun Yaozu and found some clues myself. In the future, I won't be as impulsive as I was a few days ago. Because the enemy was powerful, if she continued to be impulsive, she would end up harming herself. It had not been easy for her to get to where she was today. How could she harm herself because of impulsiveness? After putting away the weirdly wrapped dumplings, Yi Qian, who knew she was wrong, finally raised her eyes and dared to look into Principal Chen's eyes. Uncle Chen, what else did Chief Kai say to you? Can you tell me about it? The cafeteria was very lively. Company Commander Deng even asked the soldiers to move the large color TV, which was usually used for news broadcasts, into the cafeteria and put it on 2 stacked steel tables. Festive songs were played on the TV, adding to the Chinese New Year atmosphere in the cafeteria. Principal Chen looked around and picked up a towel to wipe the flour off his hands. He said to Yi Qian, "Girl, let's go for a walk." It was snowing outside again. They walked out of the cafeteria and walked along the cement path towards the field. The light in front of them was very bright, but behind them was darkness. It was just like Yi Qian's life, who had walked through the darkness and was moving towards the light. The thin white snow left a trail of footprints that extended all the way to the field. Principal Chen pointed at the obstacle course that was usually used for physical training. "I haven't seen you do a 400-meter obstacle course in a long time. Let's go. Run a lap with Uncle Chen." "No, your body has just recovered. You can't do such intense training," Yi Qian refused without thinking. She then said, "Give me the time and I'll finish it. The throne of the world sniper is not that easy to sit on. Girl, don't underestimate Uncle Chen." Her refusal was useless. Principal Chen unbuckled the belt around his waist and put it aside seriously. He then challenged Yi Qian, "Come on, girl, show me what you're capable of. Show Uncle Chen what you're capable of." For the 400-meter obstacle course, one had to first run 100 meters in the air, then turn around and cross the 5-step pile. Yi Qian saw Principal Chen shoot out like an arrow as soon as he finished speaking. She still wanted to say a few more words to persuade him, but her reflexes were faster than her brain. She was a few seconds behind him and rushed a few meters away. Principal Chen was 3 steps ahead of him. "Little Yi, your strength shouldn't be limited to this, right?" As they brushed past each other, Yi Qian heard Principal Chen teasing him with a faint smile. He couldn't help but tease back, "I have to save you some face." "Ha, what a boastful tone. Let's see who gives whom face." Principal Chen, who had lost a lot of weight due to his serious illness, didn't become dispirited because of it. He had been a soldier for more than 10 years and had the will to risk his life. He leaped over the deep pit and soared into the air like a tiger released from its cage. In the blink of an eye, he jumped over the low wall. The military field was the best place to ignite a soldier's fighting spirit. Yi Qian's eyes turned cold when she saw this. She didn't want to be seen as weak. She rushed up the high platform and jumped down with open arms like an eagle. "Not bad. You're a bit off." Principal Chen jumped up the high wall and smiled at Yi Qian, who was already beside him. "You're not even halfway there. Keep it up, girl." Climbing up and down the high wall, Yi Qian crawled over the net of low posts. She was much faster than Headmaster Chen here. She supported herself with one elbow and slightly bent one knee to make her body as close to the snowy ground as possible. With a sound of swish, 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 She nimbly crossed the net. Once her feet were out of the net, she quickly climbed up and returned to the low net. This time, she had to jump over the low net. Chapter 1986. Principal Chen looked at the silhouette in the light. His kind and gentle gaze was fixed on her. Her slender and small figure was like an eagle that could spread its wings and fly. She no longer needed much protection and could fly freely in the sky and the four seas. As for him, he was really getting old. Yi Qian quickly climbed over the 2-meter-high wall and leaped into the air. Like a snake, she ran across the single-plank bridge at lightning speed. As if she felt something, she looked back and saw a figure standing proudly in the light, quietly looking at her. In the light, she saw Principal Chen smiling. "Start running, girl." Principal Chen, who was standing in place, waved his hand. His eyes were full of encouragement. "Start running, girl. Your excitement has already begun. The scenery in front of you is the most beautiful scenery. You must enjoy it well. Don't let down the most beautiful scenery and your most beautiful self." Yi Qian waved her hand. She ran up the high board and down the platform. She crawled through the short hole. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the flat ground. A few seconds later, she climbed out of the ground. She went down the deep hole and then went back up again. It depended on her overall fitness. Once the 5-step pile was done, he turned back and completed the last 100 meters of the empty run. Yi Qian ran back. Although her breathing was messy, her eyebrows were high. She was full of fighting spirit. Wearing a combat uniform, she was a qualified soldier. It's better to run 10,000 meters than to run 100 meters. Soldiers in the army would feel like dying at the end of the 5-kilometer and 8-kilometer runs. However, a 400-meter obstacle run would make soldiers wish they were dead. Although Yi Qian didn't feel like dying, her breathing was messy. She had to run, jump, grab, climb, and roll. She had to use all kinds of martial arts to pass the 400-meter obstacle run. Not bad, 1 minute and 54 seconds. Principal Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although it's not a record, it's still possible to break it under 1 minute and 40 seconds if you train harder. Yi Qian smiled. "I heard that at the main entrance of a 400-meter obstacle course in the Linan military region, there is a stone with the words, 'Elite Soldier,' written on it. On the back of the stone, there is a general who personally carved the name of a soldier who completed the obstacle in 1 minute and 22 seconds. Uncle Chen, my current record is 1 minute and 54 seconds. I'm far from that record." Every army had an outstanding soldier who was admired and surpassed. Even if he was just a private, the entire army should learn from him. When she mentioned these soldiers who were admired by the other soldiers, her dark eyes were as bright as the stars. They were filled with fighting spirit. When Principal Chen saw this, he felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. She was indeed a girl who wouldn't disappoint. Although she had thoughts of revenge, her goal was still the same and had never changed. Uncle Chen believes that in the future, you will also become an outstanding soldier who will be admired and surpassed, just like your mother. Even though she sacrificed for so many years, she still lives so vividly in the hearts of Chief Kai and the others. Principal Chen was gratified. He slowly changed the topic to Martyr's son Xueqing. "Chief Kai did mention to me that they suspected that your mother was shot in the back by one of their own. However, they later thought that it was impossible. How could comrades who had gone through fire and water with each other point their guns at their own comrades? But since it was someone who was wearing the same color uniform, it was indeed possible that it was someone from the army, just not their comrades. Also, your mother herself had a premonition. She guessed that she might be sacrificed, which means that she actually guessed who wanted her to be sacrificed. However, this person's identity made her somewhat apprehensive, so she had to avoid it." Chapter 1987. Principal Chen didn't know any more than Yi Qian did. After listening quietly, Yi Qian's hands swept across the parallel bars. His fingers lightly grasped the snow that had fallen into his palms as he gazed into the distance. In front of the sniper base were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. As far as the eye could see, there were only rolling mountains. On the other side of the mountain, there might be another mountain, or it might be a flat road. Just like her journey today, There might be mountains blocking her way, or there might be a flat road. She didn't know what the future would hold. Now, she only knew to take every step steadily and not leave behind any regrets. Just like when she took action to get rid of Sun Yaozu, she didn't regret it at all, nor did she leave behind any regrets. Grasping the present was the foundation of a person standing. Uncle Chen, this person is very likely still in the army. He might even have become a powerful general. His family members are also involved in politics, so their power isn't low either, Yi Qian said in a low voice, his gaze resolute as he gazed into the distance. His tone was very calm, without the slightest ripple. Hearing this, Principal Chen's expression changed drastically. His tone was very strict as he said, Chief Kai has been investigating for so long and has no leads. He only has a vague feeling that the person who harmed your mother is still in the army. Little Yi, how did you know? Are you hiding something from Uncle Chen? His strict tone was filled with deep worry. Yi Qian tilted his head and smiled slightly at this concerned relative. My stubbornness has caused you to worry during this period of time. He was afraid that she would do something extreme that would destroy him. Hearing that something was wrong, he immediately became vigilant. Even his usually gentle gaze became exceptionally sharp. Only a relative who was truly worried about him would have such a big reaction. Yi Qian didn't have any intention of hiding it from Principal Chen. Since he already knew, rather than let Uncle Chen worry, he might as well tell him the truth. He told him all his guesses that night. The reason why I said that this person has military power and his family is involved in politics wasn't without reason. He helped Sun Yaozu go from being a fugitive to a normal citizen. He also helped Yi Jifan rise to the top. Uncle Chen, from these two things, we can see that his identity is not simple. Since his identity isn't simple, logically speaking, small fries like us shouldn't be able to hinder him. However, everything he has done is inconceivable. They all deliberately revealed to Chief Kai that I had fallen into the water and died prematurely, but at the same time spared my life. Uncle Chen, what do you think he wants? My mother let him go through so many twists and turns to take her life. I can still think that my mother might have discovered something about him and brought a certain threat to him. What about me? What threat could I possibly pose to him? Yi Fan, Sun Dongqing, and old Madam Yi treated me like that. I wonder if he was the one who instigated me to live in the past. He secretly spared my life, and also instructed Yi Jifan's family to raise me until I'm useless. Uncle Chen, am I worth him setting up such a big trap? I don't think so. I don't think I'm worth him spending so much effort to deal with me. But then I thought, since he plotted against my family, can't we say that as long as my family lives, we'll be a threat to him? Speaking of threats, my father passed away early, my mother sacrificed herself, and the adults are no longer alive. What else can threaten him? More than 10 years ago, I was only a 2 or 3-year-old child. What could I possibly threaten him? If he really felt that I was a threat to him, he could have asked Yi Jifan's family to find a way to deal with me when I was young. Chapter 1988. Falling into the water, falling. All sorts of accidents could easily take care of a 2 or 3-year-old child. But why didn't he do anything? Why did he only let Yi Jifan's family beat me, scold me, and torture me? Did he feel a sense of accomplishment for raising me into a good-for-nothing? In her previous life, she had become a good-for-nothing, and in the end, she had been chased around by Ying like a stray dog until she died. Did that fulfill that person's wish? I can't figure it out, Uncle Chen. I've thought about it for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. After listening to her analysis, Principal Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. He simply grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed it on his face. The cold feeling could at least calm his restless brain down a little. He asked her in a deep voice, "Girl, why are you thinking so deeply? After listening to your analysis, I faintly feel that there are more unspeakable secrets behind your mother's sacrifice." That night, before I took care of Sun Yaozu, I intentionally got information from him. Sun Yaozu was afraid of death and wanted me to spare his life, so he used what he knew as a condition and told me some things about the past. She summarized Sun Yaozu's words for Principal Chen. Her voice was cold and indifferent. Principal Chen's face darkened bit by bit. After about 5 minutes, Principal Chen's expression was so cold that it was heavy. Girl, if it's possible, I suggest you mention this to Captain Xia. The army that your mother was in when she was alive erased all of your mother's deeds. It's very obvious that this person is in the army. Now, even Sun Yaozu's identity was taken care of by someone and asked him to monitor Yi Jifan. From this, it can be seen that this person has been keeping an eye on you. If Yi Jifan is also one of his people, he must have been suspicious of Yi Jifan when he asked Sun Yaozu to monitor him. Perhaps you can say that because you're successful now, he suspects that Yi Jifan has the intention to cultivate you, so he no longer trusts Yi Jifan and sent Sun Yaozu to monitor you. Principal Chen was also a logical and rigorous person. Coupled with his life experience, he would often cut straight to the heart of the matter and find the key to the problem. For Yi Qian, he suddenly understood why Sun Yaozu was sent to monitor Yi Jifan. Then he seemed to have thought of something. His dark eyes flashed like shooting stars, and even his tone became lighter. I know, Uncle Chen. Know what? Seeing how excited Yi Qian was all of a sudden, Principal Chen couldn't help but laugh. You're so happy all of a sudden. What did you find out this time? Yi Qian was very excited, as if he had found a thrill. As long as we know why you only want to waste me but don't dare to kill me, then we have nothing to be afraid of. What was there to be happy about? It would only make his mood more solemn. Principal Chen, who was thinking in his heart, didn't interrupt his sudden happiness. He looked kindly at the girl who had quickly restrained herself after being willful. It would be good if you knew why he has so many misgivings about you. He must have misgivings about me, so he can't do anything to me now. Or rather, the time isn't ripe yet. He has to keep me alive first. Only when the time is right will he make a move. Principal Chen nodded in agreement. The little girl was quite optimistic, but she was right. It must be because he had misgivings about Yi Jifan that he didn't dare to make a move. Chapter 1989. However, if he could plot to make Sun Xueqing sacrifice herself, then he could also plot to make Yi Yata sacrifice herself. Principal Chen's heart sank, and he pursed his lips. No, he had to tell Captain Xia about this. He didn't know if his special forces had undergone strict screening. Yi Yatu, Uncle Chen will give you a suggestion. You can confess to Captain Xia about this. Revenge is important, but we need to act according to our abilities. Since the other party has a high position and power, you and I are not strong enough to fight him head-on. We must have external help. I know about Sun Yaozu's matter. Ho Zi, with your skills, you can deal with him secretly without leaving any traces. However, with Ho Zi's help, even if there are any problems, they won't be able to trace it back to you. Yi Qian had already pursed her lips. She didn't want to tell Captain Xia everything about her. She only wanted to ask Captain Xia about which generals in the army had powerful political power. Seeing her expression, how could Headmaster Chen not understand? There was a trace of regret in his heart. He regretted teaching her the principle of not asking for help in everything. He also regretted raising her to be too independent. Yet, two people get along differently. Your matter to Captain Xia is his matter. He really takes your matter to heart and asked Ho Zi to help you as much as possible. He has already done so much. Do you still want to hide it from him and solve it yourself? Yi Qian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Principal Chen didn't give her a chance. He continued, if you really do that, I can tell you with certainty that Captain Xia will be very angry. Because he treats you as one of his own, but you treat him as an outsider who can't be trusted. Yi Yatu, do you think that Captain Xia is an outsider? Yi Qian didn't hesitate and answered firmly, No, I don't think so. It's just that I don't want to trouble him too much. He has enough things to do, and I don't want him to worry about me. As the commander of a special forces team, he had too many things to deal with. She couldn't bear to let him bear another burden. Her problem wasn't something that could be solved in a day or two, and it involved a lot of people. If she implicated him, she wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of her life. Child, aren't you usually very clever? Why are you so muddle-headed and worrying? Principal Chen's chest tightened a little. Seeing that she still hadn't reacted, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he thought it was troublesome, why would he ask Ho Zi to take care of you? He's definitely not afraid of trouble, and he doesn't think that you're trouble. In Captain Xia's heart, your problem was his problem. It was something that he had to solve personally. He placed you in his heart and only wished to share your burdens and relieve your worries. He only wished that you would be happy in the future. Since Uncle Chen has said so, you should understand. She knew that the two of them needed to be honest with each other and not deceive each other. Yi Qian understood. However, she treated the matter of avenging her mother as her own problem, so she didn't see the big picture and walked into a dead end. With Uncle Chen's advice, the quick-witted Yi Qian instantly understood. She bit her lower lip and softly said, "Okay, I understand, Uncle Chen. I'll tell him when he comes back." Chapter 1990. That's right. You can talk to Captain Xia about all your matters, especially big ones. He can even make the decision for you. Principal Chen paused after he finished speaking. He deliberated for a while before he continued, "Of course, you can't rely on him to make decisions for you. You have to have your own judgment and personality. After all, you don't have to rely on him completely." After all was said and done, Principal Chen still didn't want Yi Qian to always rely on others and lose his own personality. Yi Qian was already smiling. "Uncle Chen, you're really making things difficult for me. You're too contradictory. You want me to tell Captain Xia everything, and you also say that I have to make my own judgment. Then what should I do? Then you have to rely on yourself to figure it out. Uncle Chen only knows this much." Principal Chen also knew that his words were a little contradictory, but sometimes there was no logic to the interactions between men and women. It all depended on personal exploration. Then they talked about Chief Kai. After receiving the inspection report, she didn't contact Chief Kai again. Principal Chen said, "When she contacted me, she had just returned to Tongzhou. She should be celebrating the new year at home now. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. I'll call Chief Kai early to wish him a happy new year." A soldier came over. Before he even got close, he said happily, "Chief Instructor, the dumplings are cooked. Sergeant Deng invites you over to eat the dumplings and say a few words to us at the same time." Military leaders usually didn't just say a few words, but Yi Qian knew that Principal Chen really only said a few words. Hearing that, he laughed. "Don't really say a few words. You should at least say 10. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? I'll try my best to say 10 sentences." Principal Chen didn't think much of it. He walked over to the soldier who came over and asked about the situation in the cafeteria. Hearing the soldier laugh, the three of them returned to the cafeteria. It was very lively at the sniper base. Every face was overflowing with a happy smile. Around 9 o'clock, the 4 landlines set up in the base began to be busy. The soldiers who had finished eating the dumplings lined up to call home. There were too few landlines. Principal Chen even took out his own cell phone and gave it to the soldiers. Yi Qian dialed Chief Kai's number to wish him a happy new year in advance. He called 3 times in a row, but no one picked up. Yi Qian frowned slightly. Just as he was about to call a 4th time, Chief Kai called. Chief Kai, who took the phone, listened to the beeping sound from the receiver. He looked indifferently at the soldier who brought his phone over. "Then I'll just tell you where I am now." "Yes, if the leader says so, she can know." The guard from the military commission nodded with a serious expression. "Try to get her to come over tomorrow." Tomorrow was the first day of the Chinese New Year. Within 10 seconds of picking up the phone, Yi Qian's face darkened. He immediately said, "Okay, I'll immediately rush to the earliest flight." "Chief Kai, don't make things difficult for yourself. The military commission is famous for being strict. Just be realistic and don't take the blame for me. You're treating the military commission as a tiger's den." Not only am I fine, but I think it's a good thing. You don't have to worry too much. It won't be too late to come over when you wake up naturally." Chief Kai laughed heartily at Yi Qian's words. This kid was really loyal. The earliest flight was 10 past 5 in the morning. Principal Chen personally drove Yi Qian to the airport. Don't panic when you arrive at the military commission. They won't be able to trace the Sun Yaozu incident back to you. After you arrive, you have to think carefully about what they ask, but you can't let them know. You have to react quickly. You can't leave any clues for them to find out. Do you understand? Chapter 1991. The Military Commission for Discipline Inspection was not an ordinary organization. Even if the highest-ranking officer made a mistake, the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection could still handle it. Yi Qian had been very worried before, but when he heard Chief Kai's voice over the phone, he didn't seem tired at all. He could even laugh loudly and talk to him. Sometimes, he would say something unrelated. That was what he said to the people around him. It was also an indirect way of telling him that he was fine, just that his personal freedom was restricted. Uncle Chin, as long as my mother's matter is not resolved, you'll be worried for me. This time, Uncle Chin, I have a feeling that the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection is interfering. Just like Chief Kai said, this is a good thing. There's just one thing I don't quite understand. My mother's life was erased by the army she was in before she died. Why do you think the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection suddenly launched an investigation? Could it be? Yi Qian's voice gradually trailed off. His pupils suddenly contracted as if he had discovered something big. Even his fingers couldn't help but tremble. Principal Chen, who was driving, couldn't help but take a quick look at her when she suddenly stopped talking and didn't say anything for a long time. He saw that her face was as gloomy as dark clouds, with faint traces of thunder lingering in it. He immediately asked her, could it be what? Could it be that this person has already come to the military? The General Staff Department, the General Political Department, the General Logistics Department, and the General Armaments Department? Could this person be in one of these four major organizations? This was the only way to suppress the matter of her mother being in the army when she was alive. They had the ability to completely suppress it and not let anyone find out. Little Yi, your guesses always make me break out in a cold sweat. Principal Chen couldn't help but tighten his grip on the steering wheel as he drove steadily. He stared so hard ahead that a few more wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Don't make wild guesses for now. We might have an answer when we get to the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. You said that the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection didn't investigate previously. Now that they're suddenly investigating, I think it might be Captain Xia who did it. But Captain Xia is a major, so the possibility of him doing it is not high. I'm afraid it's Commander-in-Chief Xia. Yi Qian was stunned. You're saying, Commander-in-Chief Xia reported my mother's matter to the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection? This was too shocking. She could believe that Captain Xia had reacted to the Military Discipline Inspection Commission, but Commander-in-Chief Xia's reaction. She really couldn't believe it. But even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to. When he arrived at his destination, Yi Qian saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. His hands were clasped behind his back, his tall and straight figure towering like a mountain. His imposing military aura caused the sentries on both sides to tense and straighten their legs. Seeing Yi Qian get out of the car, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been waiting for about 10 minutes, strode over. As he strode over, the golden military rank on his shoulder flashed with a cold golden light. Yi Qian did not dare to let the Commander-in-Chief receive him. He hurriedly jogged over. When he was a certain distance away, he strictly followed military etiquette and stood at attention. He saluted and greeted the Commander-in-Chief who was walking towards him. His actions were done smoothly and smoothly. He took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, National University of Science and Technology's first-year commanding student, Yi Qian, reporting. Greetings, Chief. Happy New Year. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and returned the greeting. When he saw Yi Qian's imposing military aura, he was also very happy. He said, You're really early. Didn't I tell you last night? There's no rush. It won't be too late to come over after you rest. This was his son's girlfriend and the daughter-in-law he was satisfied with. As a father, it was only right for him to care about her. Chapter 1992. Hearing this, Yi Qian understood that it was indeed Commander-in-Chief Xia who made the Military Disciplinary Committee investigate his mother's case. For a moment, his heart swelled so much that he didn't know what to say. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw this and thought to himself, My boy really knows Xiao Yi. He even knows that she will be moved to tears when she finds out that he is the one who stepped in to help son Xueqing. Isn't that right? Look at how red her eyes are and how she is about to cry. Sigh, it's not easy. After going through so many hardships, he is still so pure and has the most sincere heart. It can be seen that his boy's taste is indeed better than his. Xiao Yi, you bleed but not cry. As a female soldier, although you are a little emotional, I still hope that you can be very calm and face everything calmly. Although Commander-in-Chief Xia spoke with a smile, his expression was still quite serious. Moreover, your matter is not your personal matter. It concerns the entire military. As the Commander-in-Chief, if I can't even handle this matter that shames the entire military, Xiao Yi, I don't need to step down myself. I will have to leave with my tail between my legs as soon as the General Assembly Hall issues an order. Yi Qian knew that his emotions were fluctuating. He sniffed lightly and slowly suppressed his fluctuating emotions. If my mother knew about this in the netherworld, she would definitely be very gratified. She knew that the country she was loyal to had never forgotten her. How can our country forget the martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the country? Do you see the Standing Heroes Monument? Our country will never forget the martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the country. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression changed. From his stern tone, it could be seen how angry he was about this matter. An angry Commander-in-Chief Xia made people even more fearful. A few officers on duty passed by, and when they saluted him, their faces were very tense. Not only were the passing officers' faces very tense, but Yi Qian, who had been following him, was also very tense. When he was angry just now, his heart skipped a beat in fear. Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, but his real experience was not as much as Commander-in-Chief Xia's in this life. Although he had undergone strict training, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been through many trials and tribulations, was also like this. It was normal for her to be afraid of the angry Commander-in-Chief. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid. The Commander-in-Chief, who had spoken to Yi Qian, returned the salute and continued to lead Yi Qian forward. She probably realized that she had scared Yi Qian, so her tone became much gentler. I originally planned to contact you on the 3rd or 4th day of Chinese New Year, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to call Kai Zhizheng. The Military Discipline Committee notified me and directly asked you to come over. Don't be afraid. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Don't be nervous. Relax and have a good chat with the comrades from the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. As long as I'm here, you can say whatever you want to say. Just say it from the bottom of your heart. She reminded him that everyone in Yi Qian was trustworthy and that there was no need to hold back. Yi Qian, who understood, nodded gently. She did not show any signs of fear even when she saw the leader of the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection. Commander-in-Chief Xia had specially rushed over to calm Yi Qian down. When Yi Qian was brought in, he directly sat in front of the surveillance camera, turned on the microphone, and said, "Just say whatever you want to say. There is nothing to hold back." The leader of the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection, who was in charge of recording the conversation, glanced at the Commander-in-Chief and laughed. "Old Xia, are you afraid that we will bend the law for personal gain? I feel very assured with you all in charge." A military academy student facing a group of leaders will definitely feel a little pressured. I will counsel her a little. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had turned off the microphone, sat down calmly. His calm words made the leader of the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection fall silent. Chapter 1993. Yi Qian's mental fortitude was excellent. She wasn't afraid of the Military Disciplinary Committee leader. Especially when she heard that Commander-in-Chief Xia could talk to her, she became calmer. "Please sit, classmate." The military rank of the leader who came in was not low. He was a colonel with 2 bars and 4 stars. He was the highest rank in the military and had a certain amount of power. He didn't walk in with a straight face. Instead, he smiled and introduced himself. "I am Tan Bin, the person in charge of asking your mother some questions. I was also the political commissar of your mother's company before she entered the military. Now, I work in the political department and am also one of the committee members of the Military Disciplinary Committee." Yi Qian didn't sit down. She saluted first and said, "Greetings, Chief." Then, she waited for Colonel Tan to sit down before she sat down. "You are very similar to your mother." Colonel Tan carefully looked at the military cadet in front of him and smiled. Your mother was the sharpshooter in our company. At that time, the gun equipment was not as good as now. There were no sights or correctors. It was just a plain rifle. Aiming at the target depended on the crosshairs on the gun. Martyr's son Xueqing was not ordinary. She hit the bullseye the first time she practiced shooting. She shocked me and the regiment commander at that time. We thought she had hit the bullseye. We let her shoot 5 more times and she hit the bullseye again. Wow, she was amazing. She was a true female sharpshooter. The regiment commander and I asked Martyr's son Xueqing if she had practiced shooting before. In the end, your mother gave us an unbelievable answer. Yi Qian, can you guess what answer she gave us? Yi Qian's heart was burning when she heard about her mother's past achievements. She didn't expect her mother to be so outstanding when she was a recruit. It seemed that she had inherited her mother's strengths. That was why she had the marksmanship that even the devil and Q King praised. She shook her head and said softly, Chief, I can't guess. The time I spent with my mother was too short. I don't even know her as well as you do. This made all the leaders who heard her feel sad. She didn't know her mother as well as other people. Sigh, their hearts were heavy. Colonel Tan sighed heavily. That was indeed the case. Your mother told us that she has sharp eyes and is very good at threading a needle. She thinks that the bullseye is the eye of the needle that she wants to thread, and the bullet is the thread in her hand. Combined with the key points of target shooting that the instructor said, it's easy for her to hit the target. It was indeed an unbelievable answer. Yi Qian was flabbergasted when he heard it. Using target practice as a go-between, his mother was indeed a talent. Her expression made Colonel Tan laugh out loud. That's right, that's right. At that time, the regiment commander and I had the same expression as you. I've been in the military for so many years, and your mother was the only one who told me about it. The conversation between the two could be heard in the monitoring room. The stern-looking commander-in-chief Xia tapped his fingers on the table. Martyr's son Xueqing had such talent. It was no wonder that Xiao Ye's talent was so high. It could be seen that there was a saying, the student surpasses the master. Originally, he thought that Martyr's son Xueqing had sacrificed herself in battle. But after the army erased her life story, he suspected that there was something else behind her sacrifice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly asked the military commission for discipline inspection to investigate. He even suggested that only one team leader and one executive officer conduct a detailed investigation, and then the general secretary would be in charge. To be able to erase the life story of a martyr without being discovered by the military, this person was not simple. Chapter 1994. He said to the Major General who was the backbone of the military commission, Old Song, if the military commission does not investigate this matter thoroughly, we will be letting down all the martyrs who sacrificed for the country and the people. We will be even more ashamed of our military uniform. Old Song, not only the troops, but also the backbone and generals. I have received a lot of anonymous reports recently. Some troops are really ridiculous. There are more officials than soldiers. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away. They were sure that they were far away and the relevant departments would not be able to monitor him. They are bold and presumptuous. They don't do anything practical and only seek personal gain. Old Song, when did the military commission send an inspector? Major General Song was once the director of the political department of the Linchuan military region. He was also one of the leaders of the military commission. Hearing this, he said solemnly, it's time to clean up. If you didn't report the matter of Martyr's son Xueqing to the military commission, all of us here would be in the dark. The superiors are not strict and the subordinates are incompetent. Our mistakes in work caused a righteous martyr to be humiliated like this. Who can tolerate it? The higher-ups are already paying close attention to this matter. We intend to investigate in secret first, gather all the evidence, and arrange the replacement personnel in place. We will make a clean cut. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also one of the members of the military commission. However, because of the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, he chose to avoid suspicion. Hearing this, he nodded and said, I'll leave it to you. The Navy, Army, and Air Forces have to be reorganized properly. Otherwise, the military commission will be useless and useless. The higher-ups have given us a death order. If we don't investigate the matter of Martyr's son Xueqing properly, the few of us will report it to the entire military and apologize. Major General Song watched closely and asked Commander-in-Chief Xia. Yi Qian is still a military school student, but her information is encrypted. Old Xia, what are you guys doing? Only the secretary of the military commission had the authority to look at her information. The leaders and committee members did not have the authority. Although Yi Qian was a reserve member of the Snowfield Brigade, her information was classified and not just anyone could check it. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said, although she is a military school student, she is not simple. Martyr's son Xueqing is a sharpshooter, and so is her daughter. Both mother and daughter are not simple. They are heroines in the army. Major General Song sighed with some regret after hearing this. If Martyr's son Xueqing is still here, she must be very relieved. Colonel Tan said the same thing in the meeting room. If Martyr's son Xueqing was still alive, she would be very pleased. You have completely inherited her merits and become a very outstanding soldier. Although I don't know my mother well, from your tone, I can tell that she's an excellent soldier. I'm proud of her. The atmosphere was as relaxed as if they were having a casual conversation, but Yi Qian knew that the real conversation had yet to begin. What they were talking about now was just to make her lower her guard. Senior Colonel Tan saw that she had a slight smile on her face, and her expression was more relaxed than before. He smiled and said casually, "Yes, we are all proud of her. It's a pity that she died so young." Chief, would you believe me if I told you that my mother's early death wasn't simple? Yi Qian immediately followed up with a cold and sharp tone. Chief, I suspect that my mother's sacrifice wasn't simple. The colonel wanted to test how much she knew about her mother. There was no need for that. Other than the matter about Sun Yaozu, she would tell him everything she knew and guessed. Chapter 1995. Senior Colonel Tan, who really wanted to test her, sat up straighter and looked sternly at the military academy student who said, "Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers." At this moment, Senior Colonel Tan no longer had a smile on his face. On the contrary, his expression was so cold that it seemed to twist the air around him. Yi Qian, how much do you know? He asked again. He didn't test her anymore and asked directly. From Yi Qian, he saw the toughness that a soldier should have. He didn't give in to power and disdain to scheme. It was better to speak openly and honestly when talking to them. Yi Qian didn't like to test people. Since the military commission had already intervened and the commander-in-chief said that they were all trustworthy leaders, she trusted the commander-in-chief's arrangements and also trusted this senior colonel in front of her. She looked at the senior colonel with her clear black eyes and replied calmly, "Chief Kai said a lot. In addition to the guesses I had in the past, I know a lot. This time, I suddenly came to the military commission and saw you and the two figures that flashed past the door. I'm even more certain that the person who killed my mother is of a high rank. Otherwise, why would the leader of the military commission be alerted?" Senior Colonel Tan crossed his arms on the walnut desk. He was surprised and asked in a low voice, "From what I know, Chief Kai didn't say much." "Yi Qian, how did you guess?" "He didn't say much. I just needed to say the main points." In the face of the senior colonel's domineering aura, Yi Jian replied calmly, "Now that I have the main point, I can think about it on my own and come up with my own guesses. It's not a difficult thing for me to do, sir. First of all, my mother's life was erased for no reason and no one in the military noticed it when she was alive. Even the military didn't know about it. This alone shows that this person's identity is not simple. Secondly, your appearance and the appearance of the other two chiefs shocked me. This shows that my mother's sacrifice is not simple. Also, I know that when my mother came back, the Prime Minister personally covered the flag and told the military to take good care of me. However, before the second year of the Chinese New Year, I didn't receive any special care from the military. On the contrary, Chief Kai and the others thought that I died when I fell into the water at a young age. Chief, do you think I can't guess what's going on? I've guessed many things, but I still can't believe it." He had guessed many things, but he still couldn't believe it. It was a few simple and calm words. but they made all the senior officials who heard it feel extremely heavy in their hearts. Even so, she still believed in the army and her country. Therefore, although she had guessed many things, she still did not dare to believe it. Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Song's faces sank. How could they disappoint the soldiers who were loyal to the country and the army? Absolutely not. Old Xia, no matter how big the scope of this matter is, let's work together and get to the bottom of it. Major General Song clenched his fists and slammed the table angrily. He said sternly, "I don't believe that we can't find the truth after a strict investigation." He was the leader of the investigation team. The highest leader had given him full authority to investigate this matter in order to give martyr's son Xueqing justice. In the meeting room, Yi Qian gave his own guesses. They were all based on what Chief Kai had said before. It was so reasonable that Senior Colonel Tan nodded his head repeatedly. Occasionally, when he raised a question, Yi Qian would immediately answer it. He would also use his own careful reasoning to rationalize the situation. Chapter 1996. He was eloquent and unhurried. His reasoning was so meticulous that it made people gasp in amazement. However, Yi Qian actually made a colonel and a major general look at him in a different light with just one conversation. This made Commander-in-Chief Xia even more satisfied than he already was. "Your guess is correct, Yi Qian. We invited you to the capital to tell you that there is something wrong with your mother's sacrifice. It's related to a major case from more than a decade ago." After hearing Yi Qian's speculation, Colonel Tan only felt that it was extremely terrifying to have a woman like this. He was even more glad that this woman entered the army and was loyal to the army and the country. Luckily, she wasn't spoiled. Luckily, she was still an upright person and didn't go down the wrong path. With her intelligence, if she went down the wrong path, she could still make a name for herself. Since she had already guessed this point, there was no need to be guarded against some words. He could also let her know that the military commission attached great importance to martyr's son Xueqing's death. "We have already become a special investigation team to investigate martyr's son Xueqing's death." The former director of the Linchuan Military Region's political department, Major General Song, will be the investigation team leader. The military commission's secretary, Lieutenant General Miao, will be the person in charge. The military commission's secretary, Secretary Miao, will be the general supervisor. We will conduct a comprehensive investigation into martyr's son Xueqing's death. You were never disappointed in the country, and the country never gave up on you. It's even more impossible for a martyr to be humiliated like this after her sacrifice. The country won't allow it, and the entire army won't allow it. Yi Qian stood up and saluted Colonel Tan. His dark and bright eyes were filled with his trust in the country and the military. "I've always believed in it. Justice may come late, but it will never die. This is great. Mother, your daughter didn't stand up for you in her previous life. In this life, your daughter can openly walk into the military commission's office and tell the leaders that you didn't die in battle, but were murdered. Yi Jifan, no matter how powerful the people behind you are, no matter how high you climb, pulling you down is no longer my biggest headache. With the military commission's investigation, your good days are over." The big case from more than 10 years ago was brought up again. The dusty history was no longer covered in dust. The truth buried in darkness was only waiting for the sharp sword of the military commission to split it open and let the truth be revealed again. The conversation was over. Major General Song turned off the monitor and praised Commander-in-Chief Xia. "Amazing, amazing. This cadet from the military academy was really something. I'm really glad that she's a military school student with the right values. If she had chosen the wrong path, she would definitely have caused trouble everywhere. He was too smart, so smart that it was terrifying. There was no shortage of smart people in the military, but Yi Qian's intelligence was not the intelligence of a flexible mind, but the intelligence of his ability to do things. She had meticulously dissected and slowly sorted out the clues, and in the end, she had actually gotten close to the truth. Listening to her analysis and her guesses made people break out in cold sweat for no reason. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't like the last sentence. What did she mean by able to choose the wrong path and cause trouble everywhere? Even if Xiao Yi didn't join the military, she wouldn't be a bad person. Even if she didn't join the military, she's still an honest child. Just now, when she said, "I've guessed a lot, but I still can't believe it," it's enough to tell that she's an honest and righteous child. Commander-in-Chief Xia definitely had to protect his future daughter-in-law. Major General Song still didn't know about the relationship between Yi Qian and family Xia. When he heard this, he nodded in agreement. She's indeed an honest child. He suddenly changed the topic and said with great interest, "Old Xia, this is a good seedling. Your side even covered up her information. You're going to train her to be the sharp knife of the army." Chapter 1997. After the conversation with Yi Qian ended, Commander-in-Chief Xia also planned to leave. When Major General Song asked about Yi Qian's future plans, he pondered for a moment and said, "I have such a plan. But before that, we have to investigate the case of martyr's son Xueqing. I don't want anyone to use their power again and cause the country to lose another outstanding soldier. Yi Qian has an uncle who is now the director of the Southern Province Construction Bureau. Back then she was fostered in his house. Yi Qian just said that the mastermind behind the scenes didn't dare to kill Yi Qian directly. They might have instructed Yi Jifan to raise her into a useless person. Old song, although beating the grass won't startle the snake, you can still startle the snake this time. Investigate Yi Jifan's history and let the Central Committee for Discipline Inspection get involved in the investigation. First, remove his official position. Then, pay attention to who in the military will care about Yi Jifan's fall. Then, we should be able to lock onto the target. Then, with this target as a coordinate, we'll start an investigation on the target's connections. At the same time, we'll be able to find out which big tiger is responsible for harming the country and the people of the army that Sun Xueqing was in." Major General Song thought about it for a while and nodded. "What you said is a good idea. Okay, I will have a small meeting with them and plan out the follow-up step by step. It won't be difficult for the Central Committee for Discipline Inspection to get involved." The Legal News newspaper started to publish reports about officials' corruption and bribery last year. Let them go to the southern province to investigate. Yi Qian didn't know that Commander-in-Chief Xia's words had caused Yi Jifan's career to come to an end. She walked out of the meeting room and pursed her lips. She seemed to have made up her mind and asked Senior Colonel Tan, who had ordered the guards to come over, "Chief, can I ask you something?" "Yes, why not? Ask away." Senior Colonel Tan, who had a good impression of Yi Qian, smiled and said, "I've already told you everything about your mother. If you ask again, it won't be easy to answer." Yi Qian shook her head. "No, it's not that. I'd like to ask Chief Kai. Is he doing well?" They had been talking about her mother just now, so she didn't dare to interrupt. "Kai Zhizhang, he's doing well. Don't worry, he'll be fine. He just needs to stay for a few more days. There are also a few comrades who have a good relationship with your mother and are investigating together with Kai Zhizhang. They haven't come yet. When they come, we can ask them some questions and then let them leave." With Colonel Tan's words, Yi Qian was relieved. Just then, a guard came over, and he followed the guard out of the Military Discipline Inspection building. She always walked fast. Commander-in-Chief Xia only chatted with Major General Song for 2 minutes before she saw Colonel Tan walking over alone. "Where's Xiao Yi? Gone?" Colonel Tan saluted before replying, "She just left. I asked the guards to send her away. Is there anything else you need from her, Commander-in-Chief?" "Yes, I have something to ask her. Go look for Old Song. He's still waiting for you." When Commander-in-Chief Xia heard that Yi Qian had left alone, he quickened his pace and led the guards outside. It was the new year and he hadn't given her a red packet yet. As for the old mansion, he wouldn't make things difficult for her for the time being. She would definitely feel uncomfortable following him there. He could only wait for his brat to come back and take her to the old mansion to visit Old Master and Old Madam. Yi Qian had already asked the sentinel at the door. She knew that the commander-in-chief hadn't left, so she stood outside and waited. In less than 5 minutes, she saw the commander-in-chief hurrying out with 2 guards. "It's good that you didn't leave. I was talking to Old Song and when I came out, you were gone." Commander-in-Chief Xia signaled the guard to drive the car over. He then asked Yi Qian, "There's nothing else here. Do you plan to return to the southern province now? Or do you want to stay in the capital for a few days? Chapter 1998. Before Yi Qian came, she thought that she would have to stay in the capital for a few days to cooperate with the military commission's investigation. Who knew that they would just let her go after asking her a few questions? Therefore, when Commander-in-Chief Xia questioned her, Yi Qian actually felt a little uneasy. Since she was already in the capital during the New Year, it would be rude of her not to go to Commander-in-Chief Xia's house to give her New Year's greetings. But if she were to go, Captain Xia was not by her side. Would it be inappropriate for her to go just like that? There was also one more thing to consider. Commander-in-Chief Xia should not be in the courtyard for the New Year. He should have returned to the family Xia's old residence in Beihai's old alley to spend the New Year with Old Master and Old Madam. If she wanted to go over, wouldn't she have to go to the old residence? It was winter, and Yi Qian's forehead was dripping with sweat. She wanted to be gracious, but she really could not bring herself to say that she wanted to go to the old residence to give her New Year's greetings. She even felt a little nervous. After thinking for a few seconds, she replied respectfully, "Before I came, I thought that I would have to stay in the military commission for a few days. I didn't expect to leave so soon. Commander-in-Chief, I haven't decided whether to return to the southern province immediately or stay in the capital for a few days to play. Just say what you want." Who is Commander-in-Chief Xia? He was a dignified general. Who knew how many demons and ghosts he had revealed with his fiery eyes? It was better for her to be honest and not try to play tricks. She really did not expect to come over in such a hurry. The military commission only found out how much she knew about her mother's case and told her that the people involved were not simple. They also reminded her not to get involved. The entire conversation was completely different from what she had imagined. Everything he said was for her sake. There wasn't even a single word of reprimand, let alone making things difficult for her. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt a little helpless at her respectful attitude. As a very open-minded parent, he had repeatedly expressed to his future daughter-in-law that he was an easygoing elder. But in the end, she was still as reserved in front of him. She lowered her head and looked at him submissively. She did not have the imposing manner she had when she was talking to committee member Tan. Could it be that he had no affinity at all? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who suspected that he was not amiable enough, smiled pleasantly and said, "If you want to stay in the capital for a few days, I'll ask your sister Iwei to come and play with you. If you want to go back to the southern province to accompany Old Chin, I'll ask the guards to send you to the airport now. I won't take you to the old mansion today. If Old Sixth was here, I would have asked him to pick you up without hesitation. But he's not in the capital now, so I'll have to wait for him to come back." Commander-in-Chief Xia could naturally see the hesitation in Yi Qian's heart. This child was quite good. He never put on airs in front of the people around him and was open and honest. Family Xia didn't need a scheming daughter-in-law, nor did he need a daughter-in-law who was full of schemes. Family Xia just wanted a daughter-in-law who was as indomitable and broad-minded as a man. Yi Qian knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia must have seen through his concerns. He pursed his lips in embarrassment and said, "Commander-in-Chief, when Captain Xia comes back, I will go to the old mansion to visit Old Master and Old Madam." He planned to go back to the southern province on the same day. "I'll tell Old Sixth about your intentions and ask him to set a time with you to visit Old Master and Old Madam. It just so happens that the two elders have been looking forward to your visit." The guard had already driven the car over. Commander-in-Chief Xia got into the car and said directly, "Go to the airport." Yi Qian felt relieved and grateful at the same time. He felt that Commander-in-Chief Xia's family was very easy to get along with. In the future, she would be filial to the Commander-in-Chief, Old Master and Old Madam. Chapter 1999. Thinking of this, Yi Qian blushed. She was determined to marry Captain Xia. Do whatever you need to do when you return to Southern Province. Don't be distracted by the conversation with the military commission. I believe you've seen the military commission's attitude towards you, so don't take it to heart. In the car, Commander-in-Chief Xia maintained a gentle tone and told Yi Qian that he was a friendly and open-minded parent. Sixth brother didn't accompany you during the New Year. I hope you can spend the holidays happily and don't burden yourself. Dad, Yi Qian, who was still blushing, almost choked on her own saliva. She thought uneasily, did the commander-in-chief see through my thoughts just now? The thin-skinned Yi Qian felt her face heat up even more. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw this and laughed out loud. He teased, little Yi, you can't be so thin-skinned if you want to get along with sixth brother. Do you still remember what I said? She remembered everything and did not forget it. Yi Qian, whose face was burning red, nodded. I remember. I need to be more thick-skinned. That's right. Sixth brother's skin is known to be thick-skinned. If you want to subdue him, you need to train yourself to be more shameless than him. However, the two of you have your own way of getting along. I'm just giving you a suggestion. I don't know if it'll work. She wondered if being thick-skinned was hereditary. Yi Qian thought silently and felt a chill in her heart. How could she think like that? The person sitting next to her was the commander-in-chief. In front of you, looking at your military rank, I still don't dare to be presumptuous. Yi Qian knew that the commander-in-chief was teasing her because he saw through her restraint. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled gently. If I want to be on Captain Xia's level, I need to continue practicing. Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell that his future daughter-in-law was being reserved not because he was not friendly enough, but because she respected him from the bottom of her heart. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. If that's the case, we should still meet more often. Commander-in-Chief Xia was not just saying it. He was seriously considering it. Military academy students will be assigned to the company to study during the second semester of their second year. Little Yi, why don't you come directly to the military to study? Yi Qian was shocked. To study. She hurriedly said, if I have time off in the future, I will definitely come to the capital to visit you. Then it's settled. The commander-in-chief laughed heartily. Even though he was wearing a military uniform, he still looked like an amiable elder. For some reason, Yi Jian had a feeling that the commander-in-chief had been waiting for her to say that. There was some distance between the Military Discipline Inspection Commission and the airport. The guard in the front passenger seat booked Yi Qian's flight for 2:00 p.m. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the time. It was only 11:00 p.m. He could still go to the airport for a light meal. Worried that the Yi family would be waiting for him, the commander-in-chief called the old housekeeper and asked him to tell old Master Xia and old Madam Xia that he would not be home for lunch. Yi Qian, who heard the commander-in-chief's call to the Yi family, sat up straight. He was afraid that he would make a noise. The old housekeeper would not ask about his master's itinerary in detail. Commander-in-chief Xia saw that he agreed and ended the call. He continued to chat with Yi Qian about daily life and matters in the military. Although Yi Qian was a little reserved, she was not so reserved that she stuttered when she spoke. She was in awe of the commander-in-chief. She felt that she could express herself well. She spoke fluently and could answer any of the commander-in-chief's questions immediately. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that she still had a lot of room for improvement. When the guard went to collect her plane ticket back to Nan Province, Commander-in-Chief Xia said earnestly, Little Yi, you can be in awe of me in the military. But you don't have to be in real life. You can still talk back to Dad like sixth brother. Yi Qian, who almost couldn't hold her plane ticket properly, could only nod. Her back was sweating profusely. Take care of yourself. I'll come back to visit you next time. Her heart's ability to withstand the pressure from the commander-in-chief increased. Chapter 2000. Uncle Chen felt that this was very good. From their conversation, it was clear that Commander-in-Chief Xia was very satisfied with Yi Qian. Commander-in-Chief is right. You have to respect him in the army and in your daily life, but you don't have to be afraid. Is there a need to be afraid when your family gets along well? After running around the capital, Yi Qian returned to the sniper base at 7:00 in the afternoon. She held a cup of hot water and told Principal Chen everything that Commander-in-Chief Xia had said to her. Principal Chen was very happy. Commander-in-Chief is Captain Xia's father and also your elder. His attitude is very important. He paused for a moment, then said meaningfully, You're valued by Commander-in-Chief. Little Yi, you'll have someone to rely on in the future. Do you understand? Someone to rely on? But she had never thought of finding someone to rely on. She only wanted to rely on her own hard work to win everything. Yi Qian gently placed the cup on the table. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Uncle Chen, are you saying that my mother's situation was actually all because of Commander-in-Chief Xia? Is that right? You can understand it that way. After having a heart-to-heart talk with Yi Qian last night, he found out that she still wanted to hide her situation from Captain Xia. She thought that it was her own problem and did not want to trouble Captain Xia. Principal Chen knew that he had to teach Yi Qian another side of her that no one knew, but everyone knew about. Yi Qian, who had heard Principal Chen say something like this for the first time, couldn't help but sit up straight. Uncle Chen, don't tell me that my hard work today can't even compare to a relationship? A backer? There was a hint of anger in her calm tone. Why was she angry? Because she had lost too badly in her previous life. But she admitted it. Who asked her to be so useless? What if she lived a cowardly life? In this life, she had worked so hard with her life on the line. Did she still need a backer? In order to reach Uncle Chen's level of sniping, she carried more than 5 kilograms of weight on her hands. Even if she was so tired that she could not lift her arms, she would still grit her teeth and continue training the next day, just to be able to hold the sniper rifle steadily at any time and in any environment. In order to be able to figure out the model of the gun with her eyes closed and find the parts that truly belonged to this gun from a pile of parts, she could stay up all night just to reach Grandpa Jen's standard. In order to be able to react quickly, she listened to the bullets as they flew past her. She tried to find a way to survive the bullet's trajectory and avoid being hit by the bullet. In order to reach the peak of overall fitness, regardless of wind or rain, he never missed a day of training. He never raised his hand and said that he wanted to rest because he was tired. In order to become a qualified Special Warfare Special Forces soldier, she advanced and retreated together with the male soldiers. She could do what the male soldiers could do. Even if the male soldiers couldn't do it, she would still grit her teeth and complete it. Uncle Jen and Principal Chen had taught her that it was better to rely on herself than to rely on anyone else. She had been through a lot in her previous life, so she believed in their words and tried her best to only rely on herself. She did not want to rely on anyone. But now, Uncle Chen still told her how important it was to have a backer. Was it really that important? Faced with her doubts, Principal Chen was very certain. He also told Yi Qian in a realistic manner, "That's right, Lily. In the future, you will have Commander-in-Chief Xia as your backer. Your future will be much smoother. I'm not saying that you don't have to do anything in the future. I'm just telling you that with Commander-in-Chief as your backer, some people will be afraid of you and won't make things difficult for you. But Uncle Chen only thinks that your future will be smoother. He doesn't think that you don't have to work hard anymore and completely rely on family Xia." Hearing this, Yi Qian suppressed the anger in her heart. Uncle Chen would not say such things to her for no reason. He must have his reasons. She had to listen carefully.